Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. If you happen to have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, well, I'm not here to argue with you. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? But if you don't, well, or if you've already questioned, make sure that you tap the screen, share the live, and get your questions ready. If you haven't already, you can hit the bent little arrow at the bottom corner of your screen, and that gives you a whole plethora of ways to share the live. My personal favorite's the repost, but you can also add to your story or share it out to a friend who you may think will enjoy the live. And we're already up to 2.6 thousand likes. Appreciate all of you guys tapping the screen. Appreciate every one of you for being here. Hello, both sidesing. You did all the stuff. I believe you. All the stuff has been done. Well, I appreciate doing all this stuff. I also appreciate you being here. And Trackdale and Autumn Eggleston, I appreciate you being here. Also Philly Red, Angela Shepherd, LB Fergus, Cat in the Vat, Dylan DeHart, Savvy Boot, Morgan LaFay, and Birdies. Appreciate all of you being here as well. And also, everybody else who's just gotten here, if I haven't said your name already, well, it's because it wasn't on that first list. But now that you're here, make sure that you tap the screen and share the live. And we'll get out to even more people on the FYP. Hopefully, somebody with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or something like that might stumble across and actually be capable of questioning their beliefs. Meanwhile, while we wait, I shared it on the Discord, but I really can't contain myself enough. Tetra, my wife, got me an early Valentine's present. And while we wait for a guest, I thought I'd go ahead and share it with you guys. Because, well, it's just a bit batty. I bought her a teddy bear last year that had like a skeleton design on the chest, so it kind of looked like ribs exposed. It was not gruesome, it was adorable. But she decided to get me back with a bat. It is badass. Badass. It is badass, is what it is. I love it. I think it's adorable. I, of course, instinctually was going to name it something like Batitude 2, or Batitude. But, I have another name. I'll have to keep that one to myself. But anyways, now that I've shared that adorable moment with everybody, if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, that's what we're really here for. Not to debate you, not to tear you down or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can even question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I already have a couple of requests I do see in there. I'm going to take you in the order that I'm fairly certain you requested in, but I could be wrong. Just be patient with me and we'll get to you. Let's see. Dylan says, this music's about to make me sleep. Well, I don't know why it would do that. It's calm, it's peaceful, but I don't know about sleeping music. Here, we'll add a little percussion to it for now. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was adding some drama to it for a moment there. Right, Dylan? Maybe it is my voice. There. Now there's percussion. Hello, Dylan.
Hello, how are you?
Doing all right. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 25 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in a higher power, yes.
And which higher power is that?
I believe in a god. I believe there is something more intelligent than me and you.
You're saying there's something more intelligent than you?
Sure, yeah. Me and you. Sure.
Me and you. Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Does that necessarily have to be a god to be more intelligent than either of us?
That's my description of a god. Of someone that created the universe, yes.
Oh, he created the universe and it's more intelligent than us.
Yeah, something that we cannot comprehend. That's what I mean by comprehend or intelligent.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, you've already described it as more intelligent and a creator of the universe. That sounds like some level of comprehension, right?
Sure, yeah.
Why do you assume that there's a creator of the universe?
Well, because I know I didn't come from nothing.
What does that mean?
Well, I just know that we didn't come from the existence of something that was not created before.
You're saying you didn't come from nothing.
Mm-hmm. That was created by something that did not exist before.
I'm not sure that you're clarifying any better by adding all of that.
For sure. So I did not come from something that did not exist, pre-existence from my own life, pre-existent from this world.
You did not come from something that did exist or didn't exist. You're adding way too many qualifiers.
So it's like, okay, right here. Let me try to dumb it down.
If I don't say what I mean and I mean what I don't say, then I don't say what any fucking thing, right?
Sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So dust, right?
Dust.
Yeah.
Now we're on dust.
Right.
What's the dust doing?
Where did the dust come from?
Where did dust come from?
Yeah, like sand, dirt. Where'd that come from?
Dylan, why does where dust come from have anything to do with your assumption that we're created?
Because it pre-existed before me and you.
Dust existed before me and you.
Sure, yeah.
And so, therefore, God. I'm confused. How is it you get to a creator?
Well, something had to create that dust. Something had to create that sand. Someone had to create that combustion.
Someone had to. Why do you say someone had to? Why
Or
do you make
something.
that
Or
assumption?
sorry, something had to.
Why do you make the assumption something had to?
What?
Why do you assume something had to create things in order for them to exist?
Because if something did not create that thing, me and you wouldn't exist. Whether it's God or just what you believe, right? It's something.
I'm sorry,
that
why do you right
right?
something
Sure.
why do you assume that something had to create things? You're not clarifying, Dylan.
Okay.
Things
So
exist.
sure.
Right, things exist. I exist, you exist, dust exists.
Yeah, yeah.
In what way does that indicate that something had to create it?
Well, it's like, for example, do you believe in science? Like
What
Isaac? Do you believe it? Do you believe in Isaac Newton? Do you
Dylan,
believe in Isaac Newton's law?
Dylan, asking
Sure.
me a bunch of questions isn't going to help. I'm not going to answer
Sure.
them because they don't make any
Why?
difference.
Okay.
Because it doesn't make any difference what I believe or accept or know. Because
Sure.
here you are to see if you can question your beliefs.
Sure.
Trying to convince me or argue with me isn't going to work.
Sure. So I guess I could argue myself here.
Why are you arguing?
Well, I didn't.
What are
What's
you
the point of the
accomplishing?
lie? I'm sorry. So what's the point
The
of the
point
lie?
of the live is on the screen. It says, "Can you question your beliefs?"
I'm
Can
doing that,
you
but
question your beliefs?
sure, I'm doing
Okay,
that.
so
But
my question to you is, why do you assume that everything requires a creator to exist?
because Isaac Newton said that matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Whoa, Isaac Newton said that? When did Isaac Newton say that?
So who's Isaac Newton? Who's Albert Einstein, right?
Okay, Dylan, are you drunk?
No,
Because I
no,
didn't
no.
ask you about Einstein, did I? I asked you who Isaac
Sure.
Newton. I didn't even ask you who Isaac Newton
Oh,
was. I asked you
okay.
when he said that things can't be created or destroyed. When did he say that?
It says matter cannot be
When
created
did
nor
he say
destroyed.
that?
I mean, I don't know the date. Do you?
Why do you assume Isaac Newton said it?
I didn't say Isaac Newton.
You did say Isaac Newton. Now you're just lying.
Then who?
Go drink some water. Quit coming on my live drunk. Yeah, I get bored with being lied to and argued with and people not reading the prompt, especially when you've been here half a dozen times. You know the prompt is, can you question your beliefs? It's not prove God to me. It's not let me argue God with you. It's see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can't, that's okay. That's your prerogative. I'm not here to force you to do anything. I would ask if you're going to request up here and you can't question your beliefs, why not? But I don't even think Dylan was going to get that far. Derby says, convert me to your beliefs. What beliefs? Good luck with the views, he says. Thanks, Dylan. Good luck with figuring out how to read prompts in other lives you go to. No, I know it was a joke, Derby. Dylan says good luck with the views. Thanks, Dylan. I think they'll get better now. They'll probably get better now. Usually happens when someone argumentative leaves. Good to see you too, Tanika. Danny, you didn't get the alert. Uh-oh. Let me check and make sure the alert even went out for the live. I know the YouTube alert went out. Yeah, the TikTok alert did. Yeah, probably TikTok having issues. I can only check the Discord alerts, so I know those run out. Barfing Toaster, if you know how to read and believe in a god, gods, or higher power, go ahead and request on up. Knowing how to read is helpful. I wouldn't even say it's a must, but it is helpful. You can usually pick up from context clues what the live is about if you just pay attention. Hello, Donna. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I don't know how to do this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Donna. Did you mean to be here?
Well, I've never done it before. I can
congratulations
read,
on trying something new.
I can read, and I'm very opinionated. I hope you know what you did.
Well, all I did was say if you can question your beliefs, come on up here. So, I'm curious, Donna. Can I get your age first?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 59. I'll be 60 in November.
Awesome. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, now, I am really having issues right now on that exact subject. That subject is a hard one to answer. In my heart, I believe in Jesus. I was saved, and I've talked to Jesus my whole life and God. Went to a Baptist church, baptized my son Lutheran. And I've always known, I had someone that used to call me Hallowishes because I went to so many churches when I was little. And he was one of those photographers. I talk too much, I'm sorry. But he called me that because I went to so many churches by the time I was like 10. They'd say, when I see ghosts, they would tell me there's no such thing as ghost. Now, if the adults around you are lying because you can see it, what are you supposed to think?
Okay. So, Donna, the question was, do you have a belief in a god or
I do,
something like
but
that?
I don't know what
You said you
what
believe
it
in
is.
Jesus.
Yes. Yes, I've seen Jesus. I've talked to Jesus.
You say you've seen and talked to Jesus.
Yes. And you're the first person I've told that to. Well, and whoever's in the room, that's really bad. I just watch what I say.
There's
They'll
like
be locking
46
me up.
people watching right now. Nobody's probably going to lock you up for a conversation here, but I am going to ask you some questions. So, you say that you've seen Jesus before.
Yeah.
How do you know who you saw was Jesus?
When I was 8 years old, I died on an operating table, and
Okay.
the first memories of that
Hmm.
I don't know that I saw Jesus, but I saw someone at that point.
You say you died on an operating table, so
Yeah.
you mean your
Yes.
heart stopped?
Yes, and they had to bring me back. I was
And I
8.
had to bring you back. How
They
long was your
had,
heart stopped?
I don't know.
Mm.
I know they were afraid they weren't going to get me back.
Yeah,
They had to work on me. They were doing a long surgery and they
yeah,
lost me. They didn't expect to do that, but children can be unpredictable.
right. So they lost you during a surgery and they brought you
Yeah.
back,
Hmm.
during which time uh, I would assume that your brain continued to function. Um, I'm curious if you said 8 years old,
Yes.
and you had an incident where your heart stopped and your
Yes.
brain continued.
I don't
Why?
know. Yeah, I don't think I was out longer than 4 minutes. I'm sure I probably would because I'd be brain dead, right?
Right. So and so if your heart stopped and your brain continued and you were unconscious during the surgery, why would you believe that any of the experiences that your brain um, develops are, are real?
Well, I can tell you I was sitting on the floor. My father had had a heart attack in 72. And he was telling a friend of his about when his heart stopped and how he saw a tunnel. And his story was so much like the memory inside my head. I was just, chin on the floor
Hmm.
because I
Again,
didn't
if his heart
realize that
stopped,
memory was me dying.
hmm and if his heart stopped and his brain continued, the question I ask still stands. Why would either of you believe that the experiences are real if a brain is still active?
I believe that Jesus is inside of us. I believe when you become saved and you ask Christ to live inside of you, he's there with you
When
from that
you,
moment
I'm
on.
sorry, you ask Christ to live inside of you.
Yeah, that's part
What
of
is it?
being saved. Wanting to
Saved from what?
hell and damnation, if that even exists.
Have you
Just
read your
brought up
Bible from
Baptist.
beginning to end?
I have read the Bible, and right now I've ordered
Do you believe the
because
stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
boy, I believe yes. Some of those stories are literal, or you wouldn't be able to find all those chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea.
What chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea?
Where Moses parted the Red Sea, and they found all those chariots, or where Sodom and Gomorrah is, and they
I'm sorry,
found the
what?
burnt city.
I'm sorry, what
How can
chariots
it
are you
not be
talking about?
real?
We were talking about chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. Now you're talking about a burnt city. Can you
You
stay on one
said
thing, please,
you
Donna?
okay. What
You're
you
kind of
said to
jumping all
me.
over the place. I asked you
I'm
what
sorry.
chariots.
I'm talking about the or not Roman. They were Egyptian chariots that were following Moses and the Israelites out
Where
of. They come to the Red Sea, and Moses
and you're
parted the
saying
Red
that
Sea,
you're
and they
saying
were
that
allowed to cross.
yeah, you're saying that there are chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Yeah, there's pictures of it. Haven't you seen it?
Have you have you actually done any research on this to see if they
Yes.
are chariots?
There was a book written years
Somebody
ago.
wrote a book.
They
Does that
wrote a
tell
book.
you that it's true, Donna?
I believe this book is true.
Why do you
That
believe this book is true?
this guy was an atheist, and he set
Okay.
out to prove there was no God. And instead of writing a book about there is
Who
no
wrote the
God,
book,
he had
Donna?
to. You can look it up. It's
Okay.
called There Is a God, I believe.
Yeah. So Donna,
But he puts all that
stop.
in there.
Please stop. Please stop. Can you question your beliefs, Donna?
Yeah, I
What
do
does
it all
that
the
mean?
time. Have you heard of Monad? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Was what Jesus believed before. What he taught wasn't in the Bible.
You
You
didn't hear
thought we
me?
were in a
Or you're
matrix.
just starting to, you don't care about the questions. You just have things you want to say. Is that kind of what's
Oh, I'm
going on?
sorry.
You're not really interested in having a conversation with
I
another
am.
human.
I
You
am.
want to just talk at me, literally every single question. I'm, I, I, I don't know who you're talking to, Donna, but it hasn't been me. Not this entire time. If anybody does have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs and maybe even hearing the questions I ask and responding to them instead of just reciting the next line of your prepared statement. Then go ahead and request on up. But I don't feel like there was any conversation being had there. I don't know why you would say I'm evil, Callie. I think I have a pretty large amount of patience tonight. Um, that might have tried some of it, though. I understand, Donna. And maybe it was just a matter of excitement, maybe it was nerves, but I didn't feel like you were hearing my questions or responding to them. I felt like you just had things you wanted to say. You wanted to tell me all the evidences, all the proofs that you've heard of, but you didn't hear the questions I asked related to those. You just instantly went on to the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one without hearing or responding to anything I asked. And I appreciate you coming up, Donna. I know it's a little intimidating. So I hope that you slow down and maybe try again another time. I'd be more than happy to try another time. Callie, I don't know what you mean. I harm the well-being of others. What does that even mean? Why are you here? I dictate and make fun of others? I don't even think you know who you're talking to now. You did great, Donna. I mean, other than the critique I gave you, it sounded like you were very nervous. But I think next time you might be a little more relaxed and we might try again. Yeah, I don't even know who Callie's talking about at this point, Sebastian. Well, before I could even fix it, Jazz came in and knocked out that last one. Oh, no, it was Danny Grax. Of course it was Danny Grax. Thank you, Danny Grax, Barfing Toaster, and Danny Grax again, and Morgan Le Fay. Also, both sides saying thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I know you achieved the 1 rose challenge. Thank you, Danny. I was trying to reset the goal, and it just took the 1 rose and said, sure, that'll work. Maybe we should just keep doing those one rose challenges all night. I think we'll hear that cheering a little more often than we do. Oops, see, it took it again. I wasn't trying to do a second one. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And thank you, Jazz. Let's try setting something a little bit higher than that. Let's go with our usual second goal. This is what happens when TikTok changes things on me. Even though it's been 2 weeks now and I still... Oh, it's probably been a month. Yeah, it's been a month since they changed the layout. Well, that's good, Sebastian. I'm glad we could give you a laugh. I hope we gave you something to think about, too. Fossil Dog says, I believe in other life. What do you mean by other life? Other life out there, like extraterrestrial life, interdimensional life? Or do you just mean like afterlife, some other life after this? Oh. Is it giving me a blank board? Yeah, it is. Of course it is. What do you mean, Rav pretending to be an old lady? You mean he's not an old lady? Did I say thank you yet for tapping up to 16,000 likes? Because you guys are amazing. We haven't been here that long, and already 16,000. I appreciate all of you. And of course, if you haven't already shared the live out, we can go over to the bent little arrow at the bottom of the screen, and you can send it out to your friends or copy the link and text it to that pastor on your Facebook list or your aunt who always talks about Jesus. Or really anybody you know who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Of course, you can also repost it to your followers or add it to your story. Or any of the other interactions there helps get us out to the FYP. And maybe even somebody with a belief in a god or god's higher power, or something like that, who might just be curious enough or courageous enough to request up and see if they can question their beliefs. Smoke my taco? Yes, I can. I don't know how I missed it. Could have sworn I reset it, and TikTok keeps lying to me and just making it one rose no matter what I do. Here, let's do this. Did that one work? That one looked like it worked. Good to see you, Smoke My Taco. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, TikTok's always doing weird things to us. As soon as we get used to how something works, they either change it, take it away, or put it in a different place. That's all right. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. And I'm glad to see you're back. And before we even got another guest, we knocked out another goal. Thank you so much to Smoke My Taco, Barfing Toaster, Dash, and both Sidesing for helping with that one. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. And now all we need, the only thing that could make this night any better, of course, is if we had a believer with a belief in a god or gods, or a goddess, or some other combination of extra super-powered deity thingies. Whatever it is you believe in, if you can question your belief, then go ahead and request stop. I'm not here to debate. I'm not looking for an argument or a contentious conversation. There's no one-upping. There's no winning. Well, I mean, there is winning if you can question your beliefs. That's really all it is. That's the only way to win. Ancestor renovation is cool. Siles, did you mean veneration? Or do you mean like renovation? Is ancestor renovation like revisionism? Is that like I think I had an ancestor who served in, that side of the Civil War. If I just say he didn't, is that ancestor renovation? If I say he was like forced to, if I just make up something about it to make it better, is that what renovation is? Can I get my grandpa renovated? I think he meant veneration. Go Spain, then. I thought you meant Silas, but I think we would all like to renovate a few of our ancestors. Yeah, I don't think you're alone, Brandy. I think there's quite a few people that would renovate all of their ancestors if they could. Hmm. Reading back through the comments, the person who said I was evil. I wonder why. I wonder what about my interactions today have been evil. Jesus E. Cooley says, "Are you going to Scarborough Affair?" Did you mean to type that? Or Jessica, sorry, I don't know why I said Jesus. Jessica E. Cooley says, "Why Cooley? Is it an initial, or is it Jessica and Cooley in Spanish?" Are you going to Scarborough Affair? I don't know if it's going to be parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme in that one. Hello, Delilah. It's good to see you. Thank you for the rose, Brandy. And thank you all for being here. We're getting a quiet start to yet another quiet night on the Batcolyte, I'm sure. I have a friend in the Discord who often asks me what I'm manifesting or hoping for the live as far as guests go. I don't put any pickles in the moonlight, but I do think about what kind of conversations I would like to have. And I find pinning my hopes on a particular faith to turn up for questioning, or expecting more positive or more questioning interactions than contentious ones. I find it to be a fast way to reach disappointment. But if I minimize my expectations, I know the goal, I know what I want. As far as the style of conversation, then everything seems to just go as it would anyways. I wonder if the only thing I'm really manifesting would be my expectations. The higher I raise them, then well, the farther they'll fall when I have the first conversation. Our first couple today were something. question your beliefs. Maybe you have a belief in a god, or gods, or a higher power, or something else like that. And if you can question that belief, well, it's pretty easy to find your way up to the panel. There's that box at the bottom down there, underneath the God of Why. If you click that box, or you click the pink and blue people next to your chat box, then that'll let me know that you're at least thinking that you're capable of questioning your beliefs. And we can question that. Patchouli. I'm not sure that's how you spell it, but it does instantly bring to mind beaded curtains and smoke shops. This music seems like it would be good for doing taxes. I wonder why that is. Tennessee is finally beginning to thaw. That's good to hear, Delilah. Texas has been thawing for a couple days. We're actually going to reach the 80s by the end of the week, or nearly. Trackdale says it's adequate music for a spa. I have more spa-like music on this. This is more engaging, I think. It's calm, but not sleepy. You get me fiddling with the music, and we're gonna have a very different mood in here. I don't know, there's something cold about this one. A haunted house mystery party. Imagine that would be a little bit more tense. Maybe something more. Yeah, Fraser, I don't think this is that kind of music. I used to change the music during the conversations. I found that it didn't really seem to matter where the conversation was. If I changed the music, the mood would kind of go that way. It's part of why I stick to the tavern loop. It's more neutral. Kinda does, Fraser. Of course, we all know this one. Well, do we all know this one? No, it's not a movie soundtrack. It does kind of work like that. Oh, this is the music that I use at the end every time. On that note, let's go back to the tavern. And maybe somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that will come through here with the curiosity or the courage to request up and question their beliefs. I like some of the other tunes on here. They all tend to steer a mood rather than let it happen. Um, Autumn likes the skulls. I wonder why that is, Autumn. It's good that you like them, though. You're kind of stuck with at least one for, the rest of your life. I don't know who wouldn't like skulls. I mean, we all have one. Imagine being anti-skull. How hypocritical would a human have to be? Right? Just what I heard. It keeps your nose in a good spot. It's barely attached, and yet it stays right there. Welcome in to everybody who's just joining us. If you happen to have some kind of belief, an acceptance, or what is the word somebody used yesterday? A connection to the truth of a thing. If you feel that a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that is true, and its existence is real, and you think that you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up and let me know what it is that you believe. Brandy says, I really dislike thinking about my nose as barely attached. Well, I mean, when you consider how attached the rest of your body parts are. What's the nose? Just a wedge of cartilage covered in skin. Now, ears are even less attached than the nose, aren't they? That cartilage wiggles around freely. I can't remember, and this is like a childhood factoid floating in my brain that definitely needs checking, but somebody once told me it only took 40 pounds of pressure to remove a human ear. Don't know if that's accurate or not, but seems like that's barely attached. 14, oh goodness. $49. I'm not wrong about it. 40 pounds. See, that's wild. That's. I've seen people wear accessories that seem like they weigh that much. Imagine all it takes is for them to turn their head really quickly. Yeah, Tyson Holyfield did pop through my head too, Smoke. But also, thank you, Delilah Scissors, Danny Grax, and Smoke My Taco for helping with that goal. Appreciate you guys so much. Barfing Toaster, I'm not sure what force you would have to apply for that, but it does raise the question, of course. You know, that one, it definitely raises it. Where are all the questioners? That is a great question, Delilah. Normally there'd be some questioners lingering about, but I think some of them are waiting to see if we get anybody to question. And I imagine a few of them are lurking in the Discord as well. Which, if any of you want to join the Discord, of course the link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either link will take you there. It's that first link in the tree. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. Of course, if you agree to those rules, you should find out that you're not alone. And Cat's here. There's Cat in a vat, lurking down there. I guess I may have to start reading something soon, huh? We don't get a guest. I do have the Bible and the Tao within reach, and some Edgar Allan Poe short stories. Jessica says, why do you like skulls, Mr. Batcolyte? I like skulls because, well, as I said earlier, we all have them. It's something we all have in common. Well, most of us, anyways. And faces kind of get in the way of appreciating a skull. But also, it's sort of a symbol that I am, well, that my beliefs aren't important, that my opinions aren't important to the conversations, at least. That who I am, you know, what I think doesn't matter if you can question what it is you believe. I am. Are you saying, Kat, that I should read the Bible from the beginning? I mean, we could try that. Hey there, Chris. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18?
Really? Because, sounds like you're pretending.
What do you mean?
Interesting. What year were you born?
I was born in 2006.
What month?
March 1st.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, would you like to know about him?
Well, I did just ask you. Which god do you
All right.
believe in?
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you.
What did you accomplish, Chris? It does make him 19 turning 20, yes. The math. What did he accomplish? I don't understand what he thinks he did. Yeah. Of course, we could tap the screen a whole bunch. We could share the live out a whole bunch. I remember making crank calls. I don't remember doing that. That's not how you crank, like that's really just how you out yourself as an absolute imbecile. I thought for a moment to just disconnect him right away, but I just wanted to see if he'd, like, I don't know, change pitch, run out of breath. Eventually realize how stupid he sounded. Yeah. But hey, I'm sitting here with blueberry coffee, and it's nice and toasty in the studio, so I've got very few complaints in the world, at least for the moment. Sure, if I think past this moment, I could find a few. Hello, Maniac. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20, man. 2005.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in Lord and Savior myself.
I couldn't quite hear you. There was somebody else talking in the background.
I believe in Lord and Savior myself. Can you hear me?
Barely. There's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I'm in the living room. My bad. I believe in God, man.
Which God?
Jesus Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
To be completely honest, no, I haven't. I grew up on it, but I've always had a belief in him. Not a holy man, but a believer still.
Why haven't you read it?
That's a deep question, actually, if you're sitting there thinking about it. But, hell, I'd say probably... Actually, never sat down and dedicated myself.
Is it just not important to you?
No, it's important, yes. But at the same time, how to say... I can't blame it on ADHD, none of that, but I've never been able to sit down and read something. I never have been able to. I don't know why. I've always been an outgoing person.
You say you've never been able to sit down and read something.
Like, actually sit down and read it.
Do you believe the stories from it to be true and literal?
In a certain way, yes. Yes, you'll have your times of disbelief and all, but in all how I've been taught and what I've been raised, he is coming. He is coming one day. I ain't the most holy man, but I try to be a good person at least.
Do you believe the six-day creation to be true?
I'm thinking, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You said six. I'm sorry. You said six and what now?
The six-day creation, Genesis 1. Do you believe? Do you believe that first story in the Bible is true?
Yes. First there came light.
First light, then firmament, then plants, then sun and moon, then animals, then man and woman. You believe that?
In a certain way, yes.
In a certain way.
Yes, I do. I've had my disbeliefs, and everybody has disbeliefs. It's just human nature. It is human nature. Just disbelief in something, don't know if it's there because you've never physically seen it yourself. So yeah, it's hard to believe something at times. It can be, but everyone has their own life and their own faith.
Do you believe the Adam and Eve story to be true?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Not only just how I was raised, but at the same time, how to say, I believe why it's real because how you look at the creation, you look at all the little, how to say, how to say it, a word, how to say, you'll see all the little nitpicks in life. You'll see what God made and like the beauty of what He's made. And yeah, Eve ate the apple. Yeah, and that people say it can be sexist. Yeah, a little, not good, but it can. But if you take it, it's important if you take it that way, though.
So, you believe it to be true because if you look at little things and then something about Eve ate the apple and it's sexist. I'm not actually hearing why you believe it in there, Maniac. But I'm curious about something else. If you believe the Adam and Eve story to be true,
I'm sorry.
If you believe the Adam and Eve story to be true, how is it that you believe that and the story that comes right before?
Hey man, I ain't trying to be rude to you, but I gotta go. I ain't trying to be rude to you.
Maybe another time, Maniac. But
Austin.
Sorry, man.
Bob had some other things to attend to. But maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and maybe you can question that belief. Maybe you know where the request button is, and you can even click on that and find your way up here. Maybe. What were we talking about right before that? Oh yeah, reading the Bible from beginning to end. I don't know, Kat. I think I'd probably rather read the Tao right now. It's shorter and makes more sense. Like, here, just random page here. Forget about knowledge and wisdom, and people will be 100 times better off. Throw away charity and righteousness, and people return to brotherly love. Throw away profit and greed, and there won't be any thieves. These three are superficial and aren't enough to keep us at the center of the circle, so we must also embrace simplicity, put others first, desire little. There's a lot to break down in there and things that I think are highly questionable. Forget about knowledge and wisdom, and people will be 100 times better off. By what metric? 100 times? Seems like an exaggeration. Throw away charity and righteousness, and people will return to brotherly love. I don't know if that's true. I think, what are we calling charity? What is righteousness in this case? Throw away profit and greed, and there won't be any thieves. I don't know that that's true either if there's still hunger or status. Embracing simplicity. I do think that is good advice. Putting others first. I don't know if that's always best. Sometimes you need to be sure that you're going to be able to manage yourself before you should manage others. Desire little. I mean, what's wrong with desiring? Is it because the assumption, of course, in here is going to be that desire leads to disappointment? New random page. That which offers no resistance overcomes the hardest substances. That which offers no resistance can enter where there is no space. Few in the world can comprehend the teaching without words or understand the value of non-action. The salad's thick here. I have questions about that, but we also, I think, have a guest. Hello, Kingston. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, brother. I am 18 and I
What
am
year
from
were you
Indiana.
born?
2007, brother.
What month?
September.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, and I actually came up here to say that the reason why I, stopped believing is because of the confusion, asking all of those questions that couldn't be answered.
So because of asking questions that couldn't be answered, you left your belief. What belief was that?
I was a Christian.
What was one of the questions that you asked?
If everything has a beginning, what created God? And if God is all-knowing, supposedly, if he knows everything that's going on, the future, past, present, right? Why did he let Lucifer become evil, knowing that would happen? It's just all these things that didn't logically make any sense to me. So I personally just started doing more insight and research on that type of stuff. And I found out a lot more stuff that made more sense to me.
You found a lot of stuff that made more sense.
Right. Before when I was a Christian, it was put in my mind that God made, the galaxy, right? But I'm watching these videos, learning about how deep it all really goes. And we don't know. Our minds can't fathom how big the universe really is, right? But it's also weird because we can understand that we can't fathom it in a way.
Kingston, what do you think might convince you that a god does exist?
Well, that's a good question, and I actually have an answer to that. To argue, I'm an atheist personally, but in my opinion, it wouldn't be illogical to believe in a higher up or a god, because just simply because of the fact that, if the Earth's axis was tilted slightly lower or higher than it's supposed to be, right, than it is right now, life would be non-existent. We would cease to exist.
Whoa, where did you get that?
Well, it's basic science.
Really, basic science says that
If you look it up, if you look it up and do your
tilted
research,
even-
you would see it, brother.
Kingston, you say it's basic science that if the Earth's axis was tilted even 1 degree, that all life would cease to exist.
Yes, we would all die.
Where did you find that?
When you say it's, where did I find that?
When you say it's basic science,
I'm surprised you don't understand this,
Kingston,
brother.
Kingston, don't be condescending.
I'm not being condescending.
Okay, you are.
Listen.
You are. Stop.
Listen, you've
Don't
been
talk
trying
over
to
me.
be
Don't
disrespectful
talk
to me
over
something.
Shut the fuck up. You're on my panel. You're in
Shut
my
up.
house. Grow the fuck
Shut
up.
the fuck up.
Listen. If you're saying something is basic science, you should know where you're finding that basic science. Okay? I'm asking you where you heard it. where this fact comes from, what it is that causes you to believe it. Because the topic of my live is, can you question your beliefs? Just shut up, you're corny, look it up.
Are you done?
Okay. Yeah, you're done. Get the fuck out of my house. I will look it up. You should look it up. And get the fuck out of my house. Can we talk about the moon landing? Ah. So, I wonder where he got the 1 degree thing from. I wonder which Christian apologetic he got brainwashed by. Seems like when I look it up, a 1 degree tilt would alter the climate, not erase life. Slightly intensify or soften seasons, shift climate zones modestly, and affect ecosystems unevenly. It seems like he should look it up. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Honey Business says Christians don't apologize. Apologetics is a thing. I don't know if that's apologizing, but neither does the legal system. That's a good point, Honey Business. I don't see the legal system apologizing very often. Jess says the life, the universe, and everything. You mean 42? Yeah. What's the big question, Jess? It's good to see you, by the way. Both Sides Inc. says, I can't wait for this cosmic year to be over. Well, I'm glad you did swing by and say hi, Jess. It's good to see you. Oh, there you are, actually saying hi.
Oh, no, I can say hi.
How have you been?
You know, living the dream.
Staying warm?
Well, it's like 12 degrees, so
And that's
it's
in
difficult to
Canadian.
complain. Well, oh, sorry, in your temperature of 59?
Okay, so that's not bad.
Yeah,
It's like it is here.
well, I don't know how it feels, but I can tell you what the temperature is.
It's not bad here. So it's been a while. Can let's run down like your new guest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I threw you off with that one.
Well, no, I appreciate it. I loved it. Last time I got ID'd, and this lady goes, "Oh my God, seriously?" And I was like, "Did you think I was 17? Weird." I'd love to go emotionally back to high school, but not for a long time.
If you did say your age, we didn't hear you because you were off app.
Oh, sorry, 44.
Okay, I think I knew that because you said it in comments, but
Well,
also I think I knew that. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. But that I recognize the God in you.
Which god do you believe in? You say
None and
the
all.
god in.
Yeah,
none
like
and
the God
all.
in you. Yeah, like I recognize you're not just in a flesh puppy or a meat sack. But I
Well,
think a flesh puppy is far more cute.
what is it that makes you think we are not flesh puppies or meat sacks?
I don't know. We are flesh puppies.
Oh,
Yeah, for sure.
okay. We're
But
just
there's
flesh.
a spark. There's a spark in you that's not your flesh puppy.
What does that mean?
Like you are able to observe it and experience it, so it's not you.
I'm able to observe it and experience it, so it's not me. What does that mean?
Like your flesh puppy is not you.
Because
Like
I
how
can
you-
see my flesh puppy.
And because you can tell what to do.
I can tell it what to do.
Yeah. You can tell yourself to stand up or sit down or pick up a glass or
How does that mean that it's not me?
because you can observe it.
So
Like you have feelings about it.
But that, I'm still not sure how that indicates it's not me. Can't I have feelings about myself?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have such judgment about yourself.
I don't know. I can be a pretty harsh critic of myself.
Are you complimentary?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I mean, not
okay.
usually. I mean, complimentary of other people. But
No, for yourself.
yeah. I'm tall. How's that?
I'm comfortable in most circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Tall is very overrated. I would just say this is like when I say I believe in something, I believe in something that I can't quite articulate. If there's something the intangible for it. And I don't care to pretend that I know what that is. I just know there's something in the cup.
You know there's something in the cup, but you don't pretend to know what it is.
Correct.
When you say you know there's something in the cup, you're still talking about the spark, the thing that is.
Like I know you're not
observing.
a rock.
I'm not a rock.
Yeah.
But how does that indicate that there's something in the cup?
Oh, it doesn't. It's just more of my justification for my experience.
I see. Um, is the spark something separate from the flesh puppy?
I know it makes me so uncomfortable to say it. The flesh puppy, I would say this is that like there's a communal sense of energy and I can tap into it and I'm part of it. So yeah, do I articulate it in the way that other people identify in God? For sure. Just not in the same way.
Could it be a product of the flesh puppy rather than a pilot or separate thing?
I think it's 100% based on my indoctrination and experience and how I experience the world.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's
not
I think
about
it's the
an
way
actual existent soul. It's about how you perceive people.
Yeah.
Does it help you in any way to perceive people as more than a flesh puppy?
I think it gives me more tolerance. Because, like for me, I don't like all dogs or all people. I like specific people or specific dogs or specific babies. So it's not just that they embody this flesh puppy, that I like them.
Have you met babies you didn't like?
Not that I could recall.
I have. I don't know why.
Do you still know who this baby is that you didn't like?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Have you found justification for this?
No.
I hope you do, though.
It's not something I hold on to either. It's not like a grudge.
I don't know, but I hope you can recognize it again. I would say for energy, it's like I don't need to meet Jim to know that I already don't appreciate Jim. You know what I mean? Like it's just a person, right? Like it's an energy. It's like how they make me feel.
It's like I know some really nice Jims.
Oh, that's why I chose the name. You know what I mean? Like there's certain names you don't like just on principle.
So does helping or does thinking of Jim as a spark within the flesh puppy help you treat the Jims of the world better?
I hate people equally. Thank you for asking. I recognize it's a choice. So, my choice is to help people.
I see. Do you think you could help people if you didn't see them as a spark within?
Yes. Me liking people doesn't impact on how I treat them. Better. I would say there's a basic level. I would say better. It doesn't impact how I treat them better.
Can you see any detriment at all in thinking of people as a spark within a flesh puppy instead of as a whole flesh dog?
I mean, I love your articulation of that. No, because it doesn't have a limit to it. It's just like I recognize I meet a different part of the world and how I react is about me, not about them. So, yeah. They can remind me, they can show me, but it has nothing to do with them. It has to do with me.
In what way do you question your beliefs?
Often and frequently? Is that a wrong answer?
No, that's not a wrong answer.
Often and frequently.
I heard you throughout this conversation sort of shift your description of the view.
Oh.
Was the shift from saying I know that there's a spark to it could be my indoctrination? Is that for my benefit, or is that a way that you question?
Oh, genuinely for myself. Like, I recognize that the way I believe the world and interpret the world is based off of my own indoctrination and experience all the time. It doesn't make it right or wrong, it's just my experience. But that's the pleasure of knowing you know very little. Like, I don't know. I'm
Right.
here to be persuaded. Like, I'm here to hear better. I think 44 times going around the sun. I'm open to many different people's interpretations.
Do you think any of them will be right?
Well, I mean, like the internal right, like the ultimate right justice. I don't know. Seems a bit self-indulgent to think that anything you're participating is the right way. I don't know. I don't feel compelled. It's my best stab at it. It's my best guess. Which I think is misleading as a statement because I'm not as open-minded as that sounded. But it's my best guess. I know. I know. You know, Thrayle, like I had to set myself back because I was like, wow, that sounded really laissez-faire. I'm very open. I am very open, but I'm really not.
Is it more about things being interesting than being right?
You're right. I do like things that are more interesting. I think because the ultimate statement of saying, like, I know what's right is so fucking delusional.
Is it more frightening if somebody presents you with some kind of extreme ideology that they're unsure of, or if they're absolutely positive about something everyday, mundane?
Like, I do love someone who's obsessed with illusion because, like, I'd love to live there. I think it's more terrifying with someone who thinks they're right.
Why is that?
Because they're thinking from empirical data. They're like, this is the way I think, and that's the right way to think it. But they've never lived in anyone else's shoes. So it's right for you in that perspective, but it's not right, quote unquote.
Is there a right? Like a thing that is right? Can we know something absolutely?
I think it's so individualistic. Like, what's right for you is not what's right for me. And that doesn't make our rights not align. It's just what's right for us is different.
Is there anything that is universally right or true?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we have access to that?
Absolutely.
Can you think of something that is
Yeah, schmurder.
that doing that is wrong?
No, doing it is right if you have the right time, place, and activity for it.
But that doing it is right. How?
Well, we do it all the time. So what we disagree with is time and place. I love that you brought that up as an example. Honestly, it was my thesis paper in college. It's the time and place we disagree, not the activity.
Interesting. It's the time and place. So in other times and other places,
It's
that
right.
activity is right.
Correct. It's all about appropriateness.
Is the right and wrong, though, that you're referring to here, is that subjective? That's based
Correct.
on our standpoints.
Correct. I think we had come to a universal decision that we thought was right or wrong, and we could apply a time and place that it was right. Obviously, depending on how far you want to push it.
Let me say, I can
Yeah,
probably,
we could play that. We could
we
play
could
that
probably
pool
jump
for a
into
lot,
some really
right?
wild hypotheticals that get the life taken down.
But I'm just saying, on an overall concept, if you were to embark in the world of saying you recognize this place could have a possibility of where it was okay.
Is there anything that is universally right in every time and place?
Like globally in all times and places. So if I was born in 500
Mm-hmm.
AD or if I was in 16,000, I would sit there and say that's wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's that?
Thrayle, I thought we're having a religious debate.
Yeah, but you don't really have religion.
I don't. I appreciate, but I do though.
You have spirituality that is really not even that. Is it?
No.
Do you work
Is
with
it?
energies?
I mean, I have energy healers who come to me.
And do you ask?
I feel
what
like the
energy
Harry
is?
Styles. I feel like the Harry Styles of energy at this point.
Do you
Come
ever
see
ask
me
them?
at Madison Gardens.
Do you ever ask them what energy is?
No.
I wonder how quickly their heads would explode.
No, it's like I've met somebody who's she can feel the color of people's auras, but she smells it. I've had people who interpret, so my biggest skill set in the energy world is I get like random people who approach me for no reason for life tips. And I listen to them. And I don't know if it's more crazy that I listen to them or they give it to me. But I'm here for you. Like, I'm the kind of gal who looks at a light bulb and says, oh my God, the light's on. I don't give a fuck why it's working.
I wonder why it works.
No, but this is why we can be friends, right? It's like you question parts of life that I don't even consider. And I love that about you. I love that you create this space to question. Like night after night, I hear you listen to people for you, which is like the 3,000 times I've heard it. But the fact that you hear it with the same kind of calm enthusiasm that you're asking me questions is why I'm still your super fan, right? Like, I don't understand how you have the patience for it.
I don't know that I understand either. I question that, though.
No, I mean in the like you engage with people with having answers to questions you already know what your answer is.
Mhm.
But yet you are so open and intrigued and genuinely curious to what they think.
I'm more curious if they can think, or if they're just repeating things. But
Yeah, but
I want to push them to think if they can.
yeah, but you can explain it to people. You can't understand it for them.
Right.
Like it's an incredible amount of like space you hold and
That's
whatever
that's why I don't
way.
explain things usually. It's usually just questioning them until their brain starts turning the gears.
You will understand this.
Mhm. Well, maybe. Some people just don't want to. But yeah,
What would you like me to understand?
I don't know, Jess. I don't know that.
That's so fun though, Thrayle. Like honestly, like I'm here for it. Like I'd love to go and look at life in a different way.
I would
I'd love
wonder
to.
if you would question your energy healers and question
Oh,
them, like
yeah.
what they're working with. What is the energy, and can it be measured? Is it scientific energy? Are they holding it to the same rules but not the same definition?
I would say this, like one of my energy healers, she goes, the very first time I ever met her. So I got her number from a friend of mine, and I threw her card in the recycling like 3 times. I was like, fuck, I should probably fucking call this person. So I called them and I said, hey, what do you do? And she's like, oh, I help people from the third, fourth, and fifth dimension as an elemental to understand. And I said, how does that work out with the Kim Kardashian crew? She goes, it doesn't. And I was like, okay. I said, let me make something abundantly clear. I don't care how the light bulb works. I'm happy for its existence. There's way other things in my life that I problem solve. It's not that. And we had this really, and if she was like someone who was a grifter, like wanted my money, I would talk to her once a month. I've known her for 8 years. I can barely get on her schedule like once a year if I try.
Wow.
So she's not someone who like, if she wanted to kind of like tell me what I want to hear, for sure, dope. But she's not that kind of person, and she's really not someone who wants you to have to understand. I think you'd like her. You know what I mean? Like she's someone like, cool, you don't give a shit, cool. I'll tell you wherever I want to talk about. And so for me, like I've had energy from the universe from like legit homeless people giving me a life tip. But in my life, like I find money, like physical money. I find physical money. I get life tips from homeless people. And so I get really weird interactions with the universe. Not in a way I'm trying to seek it out or try to dispel what they're telling me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, like a traffic warden coming up and saying, hey, Joss, have you considered this? And I'm like, that's weird, George. But I think about it. So yeah, I don't know what source that is. I don't know what connection that is. I don't know what, fantasy I'm perpetuating.
I think that's why I like you, Jess.
Aw.
It's all those I don't knows.
Yeah, I don't have obviously an answer, right? Like it's not Abraham came and gave me thanks for giving me a rib conversation.
Are you not happy to be a rib?
A rib donator?
You're
No.
the recipient of a rib donation, apparently.
Emotionally?
Just by
Right?
existing, women.
Yeah. Well,
women
I
are
would give,
ribs.
right. We would give you your rib. I think the thing is that when I meet God's people out and about, when I meet someone who says, God bless you, or God be with you, or I'm praying for you. Like, cool, thanks so much.
Mhm.
Like, thank you for that. Genuinely, not in a sarcastic way, if that came off as that, but like, thank you.
Mhm.
But is that my belief system? Is that where I sit? No. But I'm not offended by it. I'm not like, oh,
Do you think you have a system?
100%. 100%. My system is like, have you seen Avatar?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm just not blue.
Oh, that avatar. Okay.
Yeah. I don't have a tail.
So you feel like you connect with the planet in a way. That you
No,
connect with nature.
that's when I'm on mushrooms. I feel, come on, Thrayle. Come on now. No, I don't wake up in the morning and feel the ley lands underneath the world. You know what? Yes. Yes and no. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yes and no. I've been to Stonehenge. I've been to Notre Dame. I've been to the Acropolis. I've been to Delphi. I've been to very significant energetic spots on the planet. And I have to tell you, it's a fucking trip. And if you're lucky enough to go there and do that, do it. But the same person can feel elation with a leaf floating in the wind. Like, I'm not here to take where they can find that joy.
Does it matter to you, Jess, if your beliefs are true or not?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because when I pop off, I'll figure it out. So I think that my energy will exist on the side of a lichen for 5,000 years, or in a porcupine. Like, I don't have the same attachment to it, the identity or the id or the ego on it. Cool.
I have like 3 questions on the edge of my brain. None of them are formed. Hello, Rav. How are you doing?
Well, thanks. Good evening.
Hey,
I was
Raph,
trying to
nice to see you.
nice to see you too. I was just trying to catch myself up. It sounded an interesting conversation.
Oh yeah, we're just exploring some of the peripherals of Jess's mind.
And I get thrilled actually questioning me where I don't feel attacked, right? Like, I'm not in a world of like, oh my God, you're questioning my beliefs, and like, how is that going to be there? I mean, granted, the lyrical music is really helping that, but it's more of, I understand why people feel so constrained to what they believe, because like that's their entire mental construct. That's like their entire existence of like, this is the truth, and if you question this truth, then my entire reality crumbles. Whereas my reality has been built on like, we don't know. The Phoenicians thought this, the Romans thought this, the Greeks thought this, everyone thought this, and you get to choose what you want to choose, which is a much different mindset if I've been grown up in like an orthodox belief system, right?
I gotta ask on behalf of the audience, and because I ask everyone who uses the word that many times, Jess.
Oh, sorry.
What does energy mean to you?
I know for me, energy is not lost or it isn't created. So it's something that exists. and I can tap in or tap out of it, but I'm part of it.
Is it a placeholder for je ne sais quoi?
À français, si tu veux.
No, just that phrase, "M buffet and croissant."
I said no. No, that's like honestly the best of French culture. Rising the creme de la crop. Yeah, I don't feel it's like a space holder. I feel like it's something I don't understand, but I'm part of. Like I'm a droplet in a river, but I don't understand what a river is.
Like a honeycomb dipped in a jar of honey.
No, I mean, that would seem redundant. It's like, I feel that whoever I am and whatever life I've had is something connected to something bigger than what I've experienced. And I don't know what that means, and I don't know why that is, but I recognize that I'm there.
So it's the being a part of something bigger. That's the sort of energetic.
Oh, like the hive? That's what keeps me going. That's a great question. No, I think it's more of like the resilience to know that if I don't feel into the hive, I'm still part of it. So it's like not all Shiners, not all Masons are Shriners, but all Shriners are Masons.
What is it about the hive that fills in the metaphor? Like, is it that there's a lot going on? Is it that like it's enclosed in sort of this singular system, but it's really not, because the bees are going out to the flowers also. Like there's stuff that's happening outside, and all of that depends on whether sorry, I'm going down my own rabbit hole. I guess, what is it about the hive that
Yeah, I think a hive is a really good analogy for the feeling. I don't feel like I have to report to the hive or be a participant of the hive. I think of it as more of like I'm part of the entire universe's energy. So how that shows up or what that means or why doesn't bother me or make me feel any type of way about it. Like it's not such a singular experience. You know what I mean? So yeah,
meaning
I
like
personally am experiencing it, but like that's okay. That's okay. It's your rabbit hole. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually, that's funny. Like, for me, I think something that's coming up about the hive, especially, is like everything has to have a role for the hive to succeed, and like do their role or be its role. That's like there's sort of like a macro organism that the hive is. Um, that's something I was thinking about, and then. Um, I was just trying to think of other analogies that might fit what you were saying, and I haven't thought of a good one yet. But that was sort of the rabbit hole, like, because I do want to understand better. I think that there's something that's maybe not clicking for me exactly, but I'm like intrigued by it. I don't know how to explain it. Do you ever do the? This is gonna sound so dumb, and I apologize. But do you ever do those like at the amusement park where, or you see somebody doing like you're in a harness and there's like two bungee cords where you like jump. It's like mega jumping, like almost bungee jumping, but like between two towers.
Personally speaking, I'm built for comfort. I'm like a Pirates of the Caribbean kind of gal.
Love the
So,
Pirates of the Caribbean,
you know what I
absolutely.
mean? Like, I'm never going to be that person who's like, oh my God, how can we defy death? Like,
If there was no line at Pirates of the Caribbean, how many times do you think you could do that ride?
11.
Yeah, right? Like minimum. Like I would just get hungry.
So,
That would
weird
be
thing
the only
about
reason I have
me
to
is
take a break.
that I've been to Disneyland since I was 13 every single year for 27 years. So
That's a
I've
great
literally
choice.
been to Disneyland unattended with no other people. So I did Splash Mountains 9 times. Splash Mountain 9 times. Pirates of the Caribbean 11 times. Like, I'm not saying to you what would I do it in. I did it 11 times because I had no lineup.
Haunted Mansion is also one of those that I could do
Amazing.
infinite amount of
Amazing.
times. And then, have you been to Galaxy's Edge by any chance?
Is that the Tower of Terror
No,
reimagined?
Galaxy's Edge is the new well, newish Star Wars.
Last time I went to Disney was March 7th, 2020. So
Well,
I wasn't
look,
there for new exploration.
I will say I've never felt happier than going on
Aw.
the the. Thank you for that reaction because that's exactly what it's all about.
No, I loved it for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Um, the why can't I remember? That's so amazing.
Falcon?
What's that?
Wasn't the Falcon?
No, it was the that was great too, but
I love all of this for you. I would say this is that I realize life is a series of experiences. Like, you go to the optometrist and they're like, which one's better, left or right, left or right, left or right. And life is like that. I can never see life how you see it because I've never had what you've experienced. And like earlier, Thrayle, when you were talking about like the energy, it's like, I know I can manipulate shared energy. I know that I'm energetic and I'm a being of energy, right? How that lands for others can be different, for sure. But that sense of energy of like knowing what I want to accomplish or what I want to achieve is unique to my flesh puppy, right? So when you were talking earlier about that spark and like, do I see it differently? It's like, I move mountains because I believe I can, right? I'm too naive to know that it's not possible. And that's how you do it. It's not buying into the perception of what that means.
Is energy a metaphor then? There's not actually an energy.
No, but your experience is definitely needed by what your perception is. So if you believe it's not possible, it's not.
So that's fair. That's well, but that's, I mean, I can imagine a situation where I could believe something wasn't possible or doubt, extreme doubt, and it still work out. I mean, I think part of it is accepting what is and isn't in our own control or in our own responsibility or our
Yeah,
own
but in a lot of
ability to
things I've
respond.
succeeded in my life is because I wasn't aware that it wasn't possible. I've achieved a lot of things in my life because I didn't know
Yeah,
that you couldn't achieve it.
I do think that that's why Bob Dylan is and was so successful, because he had a Jewish mother who said, "You can do anything, Bobby."
Not like John Lennon's. There was a John Larson cartoon that said, "Come on, John, just give peas a chance." Um, I would say this is that what you think in your life is achievable because you don't accept failure to get there. But failure is just giving up. Failure is not actually, like, I've failed 3,000 times before I was successful in something. It's not because I was a failure, it's because I refused to give up. So I don't know. I think it is mindset on it. And like, I think it is a certain
You think it
belief
is
and
what? Sorry.
a mindset, like a certain level of delusion. Like, you have to believe it's possible.
And that's sorry. Just I mean, that's what energy is. Is that like this?
Yeah, it could
I
be a
guess.
sense of energy for sure. I create energy. I create movement. I create actions and reactions for sure. That could be energy,
Okay.
but it's the possibility to believe that I could impact it. It's the belief system. You know, when people are very struck by a certain God and they're like, "Oh my God, God made me do it," and it's like, really? I'm pretty sure your God caused childhood cancer. But thanks for sharing. So it's more of, if you believe you have the ability to do something and you project your energy into that, why isn't that the universal energy? So, yeah.
Rap's waiting for me to ask the question.
Oh, what's your question? Am I going to get annihilated? Do I have to go cry now? Okay.
I don't think we'd make you cry, Jess.
Woo! Woo!
How could I make you cry when you've described yourself as a flesh puppy?
I just live in a flesh puppy,
Seems
Thrayle.
cruel at this point.
Exactly. Think of that cute little eye set. I would say this, guys, like, I love your lives. I love your ability to come and deconstruct this. And like, I want to come tonight because I'm like, yeah, I'm here for it. Like, I want to deconstruct how I think about things because I'm not attached to it. If you can show me a way that you interpret the world that gives you greater peace and understanding, why wouldn't I want to know that?
Is peace more important than understanding, or is understanding
Absolutely
more
not.
important than peace?
Understanding. Who gives a fuck about peace?
Gives a fuck about what?
Peace.
PEACE.
Yeah.
Yeah. Compared to understanding, like, as far as how you feel, it was more in relation to comfort, I think.
When you say peace, you mean comfort. That's what you mean. You mean peacekeeping, not peacemaking.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, absolutely understanding is more important than peace because you can't have peace without understanding.
Well, there is. I guess maybe the point is there is no peace. There's always pursuit. The peace is pursuit.
Yeah, but there's a peace in the pursuit. Like, I know the work's not done, but I'm done. There's more to do, but I'm done.
I guess that's my question. That's I think what I'm. So I'll just share a text with you that comes from the Jewish Mishnah, only because I think it's relevant, not to like push anything. But it says that just as you are not required to finish the work, but neither are you free to desist from it.
Mm. Never ending.
Yeah, and I think like the idea is that like just as I have inherited something that was broken, I have also inherited the ought to fix, to continue fixing for the next generation and so on. and to prepare the next generation.
Why
to
do you
contribute their
why do
own
you feel
vaccine.
the obligation?
Well, I think that the for me, I'm going to say the Jewish way of thinking about it, but I'm going to explain the way that I see it. So the idea is that that this is a broken world, that
Okay.
there is this brokenness to the world, and that through good deeds and righteous acts and an engagement in the fixing of the world, there is a possibility of making the world whole, of that idea of peace, of shalom.
But it sucks to begin with.
Oh, for sure, no
Okay.
doubt, no argument over here.
No, I want to clarify because, like,
Yeah,
in my upbringing, right? I grew up in non-denominational, so and what that meant was it wasn't just I didn't hear about it. I heard about everyone's upbringing. So at my Christmas dinners, it was like anyone who didn't have a family. So anyone who wanted to show up for Christmas, we'd have Israelis from Haifa, we'd have Persians from Iran, we'd have anybody who was just showing up for Christmas, right? So I grew up in this belief system where like everyone had their own belief system, and then we all came together because we loved each other. So no matter how you grew up or whatever you believed in, it was all about like creating good community, creating good schools, access to medicine, like that kind of belief system, right? So it wasn't until I graduated high school, evangelist Christians, and I got to meet my first, like, I got to sit in rooms with people who are like, you're going to hell. And I was like, okay, sounds like a fun place based on who the fuck you are. But it became a different kind of exploration, right? I never had to deconstruct. I never had to kind of think, oh my God, what does this mean? It was always presented to me as like, this is what these people believe, and this is what these people believe. So I appreciate when you say to me, like, oh, this is creation, right? I never had to deconstruct. I never had to kind of think, oh my God, what does this mean? It was always presented to me as like, this is what these people believe, and this is what these people believe. Where it's coming from, right?
I also don't want you to feel like I'm like
Religion shopping when I was had to go do was the Jehovah's. And my mom's like, that's a cult. I was like, okay. But I went to temples, I went to synagogue, I went to Anglican, Lutheran, Baptist. Like, I was really open to that because I never had an exposure of why it was good or bad.
PK heathens.
So happy Thrayle finally accepted my friend request to come up. Like, please come and deconstruct me. Like, I'm here for it.
PK heathen.
So happy to me. Like, I'm here for you to say something to me that's like, hey Joss, have you ever considered this? Like, I find it exciting. I don't find it afflicting or devastating. Is that a fair assertion, Thrayle, or
No, it's
right? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
I'm curious what there is to deconstruct, mostly, Jess. The idea that you see a spark within a flesh puppy because
Aw.
there's energy, and the energy can't be created or destroyed. It just persists. I wonder if that's the same kind of energy, and if energy is working the way that you think it is, or is that just kind of a word used to mean that we move and have personalities. But you think any of that's actually going to persist?
You know, I spent a lot of time in care homes, in all fairness, and my dad is pretty advanced in dementia. So we spend a lot of time in like how you feel, not what you say. And I know with the energy I have with him, and I've had a lot of things about it. But how I personally feel with him is that even when words and logic don't exist, how he feels about me exists. And that's something I can't replicate. I can't dictate. I can't manipulate. I can't educate. He either feels it or he doesn't feel it. And it's the same thing in sales, right? People will never tell you how you feel, but it's how you feel. And so I've realized this in, my dad's 86. He's gonna promote out of his flesh property. Like his little spark is not gonna be there. And how I kind of rationalize it in my mind is like when he's no longer trapped in his flesh puppy, his energy will be everywhere. And that's what I get to cling to, right? It's like, I know we're connected above and beyond our relationship or our physical interaction. So that's what I mean with energy. It's like, I'll connect to you as a person. It's not tangible. It's not explicable. It's not something you can articulate.
Is it something you think is even really going to spread throughout the universe that way? Or is it?
Oh, that's interesting. Like, is it only meaningful if it expands?
Yeah.
Not to me.
What makes it meaningful?
The meaning we apply on it. There's tons of shit that happens all the time we don't give a shit about.
That's almost as solid an answer as an I don't.
Heard about the Olympics starting in whatever country. Right?
The meaning we apply.
Right. My interaction and reaction and my experience in the last 44 years with my dad means nothing to no one except for me. It's the meaning I apply to it. No?
No, I'm not questioning because
No, I just genuinely want your answer. Like it's like, is it not the meaning we apply to things? Like there's lots of shit that happens all the time that's really meaningful. But
yeah, I see no reason to disagree with that at all, Jess.
Thanks, Thrayle.
That's why I'm being so quiet, is because it's harder to find questions when I agree.
And I appreciate it. I love you guys. And it's so funny. Like, I see you guys night after night. And I'm always like, hey, how's it going? I'd love to discuss the universe. But you all are dealing with whether or not someone gave someone a rib. So that must be exhausting.
Yeah. Right.
But how do you find the patience, or is it persistence at this point? It's not patience. Like, how do you find the but it's just so admirable. Oh, I don't know. I troll the trolls far further than you would. I'm like screaming at them what kind of incel group they're missing that night. Like, and I love this. Like, I know I grew up in a very different community than most people. I know I have a very different perspective on life. I've traveled better than Julius Caesar. I have more access to more rights in the world than men. I look at life a lot differently than your average pup. And I appreciate this kind of like acknowledgement for exploring, because it's like, why is it ostentational? Like, you're not here for a debate. You're just genuinely asking, what do you believe? And that leads to a variety of hurt feelings, like big feelings and whatever kind of feelings.
I could imagine pushing harder on what energy is, but your answers actually were quite satisfying. I think you're using it in a way to kind of talk about the spark. You're recognizing that you're using it kind of aside from the scientific way people might say energy.
No.
And you're using it for that. In a lot of the ways you're talking about the spark is the way that it comforts you, the way you apply meaning to the people in your life, and the way you recognize them. Not saying that there is a spark of light that will spread throughout the universe when they unalive, but
No.
that it gives you something to connect to, a way
Correct.
to think of them when they're gone. It's a
Oh my
comfort.
God, I hope my dad haunts me. Are you kidding? My dad, my grandma's
If
been
that
unalive
happens.
for 28 years. And it was so funny. I met this energy lady and she's like, oh, your grandma's here. And I was like, cool, good guess. You know what I mean? Like, I was sitting there like, thanks for sharing. And she goes, oh, she's really cheeky. I'm like, yeah, like her granddaughter. And she goes, oh, she keeps trying to stick her tongue out at me. Okay. Like a weird thing. And this lady, so my grandma, this lady did this to me and I saw it. And for me, it made complete sense. So my grandma, when I was a little girl, used to dart her tongue out of the side of her mouth like she was catching flies. Okay, like a frog. So think of a frog trying to dart their tongue out of their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
This is what this lady did to me. And I looked at her, I was like, oh yeah, it makes complete sense. Right? So why would this random person who has zero connection to me do that? So either she was the greatest gifter of all time and just trying to like really connect to me, or I got to see something that made some sort of sense to me. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm that kind of gal. Like, I'm the more, not what's in the cup, is it half full or half empty, but like, is there something in the cup though?
Yeah.
So I don't know why life works in the weird ways that it works. And do I think that people that I despise should be reincarnated to abuse puppies? I do. That's how I get through my day. And I'm like, oh my God, makes sense. But the rest of it, I understand why people feel so fucking scared.
Yeah.
You don't think there's any flesh puppy or any spark?
I don't know. I don't see a reason to believe that there is one, but I don't.
Did you grow up
There
religious?
isn't. I had religious family, but I wasn't.
Like,
I
you
wasn't
always separated
convinced.
from it? Like, as a young child, you knew this was not you?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I was
fair.
always questioning.
It's kind of isolating.
I mean, I was probably.
Like,
I
you
wasn't
always separated
convinced.
from it?
I mean, I was questioning more than most of my immediate family believed.
Was everyone around you super religious?
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Like, they weren't super
Interesting.
religious, and I questioned a lot.
How old were you when you figured it out? For you. Not figured it out for the world, just for you.
Figured what out? I don't know that I have
Like-
anything figured out.
No, but like how you felt about it, like where you could say, okay, I understand this and I want to go down this path, or I figured out, like, where did you feel like you figured it out for yourself?
I mean, I figured out that I was ready to leave my religion before I was 13, but I was allowed to
Oh,
leave
wow.
at 13.
Catholic?
No,
Oh,
Baha'i.
Jewish? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not well versed in all the world's religions.
yeah, Baha'i
But
is
13,
a kind of obscure
13's
one.
kind of, yeah, I'm just not Baptist, was it?
Not even Christian or nothing. It's a little different. It's like part 2 to Islam.
Do you like Kimmy Schmidt? Have you ever seen that show, Kimmy Schmidt?
Love that show.
Right? When she breaks out and realizes it's all fucking fake. It's a good show.
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. No, I think the thing is that a lot of people who grow up in the world, they don't even realize it's a belief system. They just believe it's the belief system. Right? So when you realize you're or the, I know it sounds like such a small English statement to make, but like the love of your life is a little bit different than a love of your life.
Right. The belief system. Yeah, I don't know that I've
Yeah, but not
come
even to
across
recognize that
the
like
belief system. But when I
but-
was young, I definitely steered away from any idea that there was a the, because I recognized there were so many to choose from, and they all seemed to be made up by humans. And
but aren't they all made up by humans without being condescending? Like,
that's what I mean.
yeah.
So, like,
I mean,
there's-
I believe in X-Men and Wolverine, but it doesn't mean that I am confident that the professor is saving me.
that's kind of how it started to look. I was also a fan of the X-Men, so.
Who's your favorite, though?
I don't know that I have a favorite.
Gambit.
I like
Please
Gambit.
say Gambit. Yes,
I
Gambit.
do like Gambit a lot.
Fuck yeah. He's the best. Only in the cartoons, though.
Mm-hmm.
In the cartoons, Gambit is the best. So they tried to make a movie. The powers that were against us prevented that. I hear that for 2027.
That would be amazing.
Right?
But yeah, I saw it as very, very, very similar to comic book stories, and couldn't understand why people would believe this is true, but the others aren't. Like, why are these worlds and these stories?
Like, you can expand your mind to believe in the ultimate, but you can't get your mind around this intersection.
Well, for me, I didn't understand why people would believe either one. But, yeah.
Now, do you?
But we are well, I understand why people say they do.
Oh, but they don't believe it.
Well, I don't know that.
Because you're not judgmental, or because it's not?
This is turning into Question the Questioner.
I'm sorry. I can drop. I'm
You're
sorry to
doing
be
fine,
boring.
Jess, but I appreciate you. Definitely not boring. You are anything
No,
but boring.
Thrayle, I just
I
appreciate
appreciate
you so much. And Rev, like, it's such a pleasure to see you again in real person. Like, TikTok is a fucking mind fuck. And honestly, I'm here between like care homes and like being in hospitals, and like my life is very different outside of this, obviously. So I love having this kind of, yeah, I'd love to sit here and philosophical dissect the universe. So
we could do it all night, but then my guest queue would fill up and never get to question another belief, and we'd just wax philosophical. I think we could, but I think we should move on, Jess. I do
good.
appreciate you so much.
No, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. I hope you take care and keep asking questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Big W's in the chat for Jess. She does question her beliefs and does so quite well, I think. I haven't spoken to her in a long time, but every time is a delight. I might have lit up two at once. Hey, Fish. You got a lot of background noise there.
Yeah, 1 second.
Get somewhere quiet. And while you do, I'm going to mute you. And I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody for the 65,000 times that you guys all tapped the screen. I appreciate all of you doing that. And of course, the more we do that, the more likely we'll get out to the FYPs of some other believers who have the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs. And Jess, if you're still around, you should join the Discord. I think you'd enjoy it there. Link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte bio, of course. Either one takes you there. There's voice chats there. It's a lot like this, less audience. And that way you can see what the rest of us get up to in the off hours from the Batcolyte. Of course, anybody can join. Just read the rules when you get there. Yeah, you do, PK. Okay, Fish, are you somewhere quiet?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Hello, Tav.
Hi, Thrayle.
I don't know if Fish is there.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I figured you was gonna go with him until but once he was up here, I was just gonna wait until.
Oh, well, I take one new guest at a time, and you're the new guest.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got to a quiet place.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can I get your age?
32.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Currently I would place it in more of a higher power. I was actually here, I think maybe last night or something.
You were up here on panel.
I think so, but I think it was this one.
And you have a belief in a higher power?
Yes.
And what does higher power mean?
Well, for me, it's just like power higher than myself, greater than what I can produce.
Power. What are you defining as power?
Power, I mean, I guess it would be like the force you have to change, like the force that you have to change, really, honestly, I guess.
The force you have to change. So like strength? Or...
Well, no, the power. I'm sorry, power, not force, power. The power, the power you have to change something.
Power is the power you have to change something.
The power is the extent of which you are able to change. How about it? Because you can't use a word in its definition. So
the extent of which you are able to change things. So anything that can change things more than you is a higher power.
Well, not for me. It would be like in a typical sense, and like but by the definition of the word, yes, but not for me myself. The only thing that I would consider as the terms higher power would be like I only consider the highest power like that is like there, you know. Anything else I would say.
What is the highest power that is there?
Well, honestly, I really don't know. And that's kind of where I believe that I question my beliefs, because I feel like to question something is to like inquire for a deeper understanding of it, you know?
And so, do you believe that there is a conscious power that is the highest power? Is it something conscious?
I don't know. I wouldn't even know like how to really like define
Does
conscious,
it think?
honestly.
Does it plan? Is it aware?
I wouldn't be able to say definitively, but currently I stand at like I would imagine that the power that I'm thinking that this power would be wouldn't really necessarily need any of those terms. You know, it wouldn't even
So
like
it's
fit
just
the
a
bill.
power, just a force, but
It
it's the
would,
highest force.
with the highest power, force and power. I wouldn't.
Two different things.
Yeah.
Okay, so the highest power, the highest ability to change.
That's how I think that's great. That's a great way to put it.
Does it communicate with you?
By communicate, are you saying like actually speak like actual words, or just like communicate in any fashion, form, or how? Like
Any
do
fashion, form, whatever. Just communication.
I believe so. Absolutely.
So is it conscious?
Well, I mean, with communication, like, would you have to be like have a conscience to be able to communicate?
I'd say you'd at least need the minimal amount of consciousness to compute whatever you want to communicate.
Well, no, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying, would you say, are you saying like you have to have some part of consciousness to communicate? I understand, like like I feel like you're saying it is that anyone communicating with you has consciousness, right? But it does, like, are you saying you have to, like, without like, then no, I don't think like. Not the way I believe this power to be. Again, I don't think it technically fits the bill for any of that. I
What do you
really,
think consciousness is?
well, like I stated earlier, I wouldn't really even know how to like explain consciousness.
So, you're not relating this to any kind of consciousness or agency, any
No,
kind of
no, it's mostly just to,
being.
like
It's just a power that is the highest.
it's something greater than myself.
Well, we already went back. We went over that, and
Right.
any power greater than yourself doesn't qualify with what you're talking about.
No, not any. There's
Right.
greater powers
A
than
car
myself, and
might be have a greater ability to cause change than you, or some machine, some
Hydraulic pressure?
I wouldn't doubt that, but for me, like, I guess maybe I could say that like I feel like I've like felt or experienced like an energy or like something like that is of this power that I have yet to be able to like explain and really like grasp the full understanding of, to like put it into an understandable way.
what? You're just saying that you don't understand what you're saying.
I'm
There's
saying that
something
I don't
there.
understand this higher power that I believe in.
Have you experienced anything that gives you reason to believe it's there?
Yes.
What?
I don't even know. I mean, have you ever heard of like what an empath would be? I feel like a lot of things that would align with like what an empath would be described as.
What do you mean by empath?
Just to like, I guess it's just I feel like it really connected to like everything all at once, sort of thing. You know, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really understand it enough to explain, and I was like, so that's how I know I can question my beliefs.
Because, I'm sorry, you had an experience of what?
I'm just weird. I don't know. Again, I can't really explain, but that's part of why I
You
believe I
can't
can question.
explain that you had an experience.
I can't
It leads you to
explain
believe
the
that you can't explain the experience.
Yes. Because it was not of my own volition. It wasn't something I intentionally like made happen. It wasn't any power that I had to change anything going on.
Right, you didn't plan to do anything, you didn't try to do anything, but what actually occurred?
It's I don't know, being able to just
Was it a
sometimes
feeling?
sometimes it's like a feeling. It comes in many different like fashion forms and hows. I mean, like, have you ever like looked in someone's eyes and been able to like tell them something very specific about themselves?
Are you drunk right now?
No, I'm not drunk. No, like I'm being dead. I'm being very serious. So like that's why like I believe in some higher power.
Because you can look in someone's eyes and tell them something specific about themselves.
That's part of it. Like that's not like I'm not. It's not just like I can look in anyone's eyes and I'll be able to know. But like there are times like like if it doesn't happen all the time, why does it happen sometimes, sort of thing. You know.
If it doesn't happen all the time, why does it happen some of the time? You got a lot of background noise, Fish.
Oh, so somebody came downstairs.
Fish.
My apologies. Yeah.
You're saying that because sometimes you have some kind of feeling or intuition about another person, then therefore there must be some higher power that you can't describe.
That's what gives me the belief of it. Yes.
How is that related at all?
Because I can't make that happen. And
Can't make what happen? Having an intuition?
It's I wouldn't call it an intuition.
Do you have like do you think you have some kind of psychic knowing?
I don't know what it is. I don't know. And again, that's where like knowing that I question my beliefs because I believe this to like actually occur. And
You believe what to actually occur, Fish?
These instances where a power greater than myself makes these things happen in my.
Why do you assume a power greater than yourself has anything to do with what's going on?
Well, because I wouldn't be able to say definitively there's anything that I am doing to like myself to make these things happen and be able to like do these things. Like I don't like
do what things? You're not communicating very clearly, Fish.
I know.
Here's what I might recommend. Why don't you write down the things that you claim that you've been able to do? Make a list of them.
I should have started doing that a long time ago.
Yeah, and then as you do it, check those things and question those things. I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now, Fish.
Thank you.
I
No,
think
that
we're
was
gonna go ahead and move
amazing.
on.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. Yeah, make a list of those incidences, and then as you make that list, question each of those things and see if they hold up to the supernatural expectations that you're placing on them. Yeah. Let's take a breath from that. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. If you have the curiosity or the courage to actually question what it is you believe, which I think our last guest is doing. I think he's demonstrating it, so we can throw some W's in the chat there. But also, if you have that, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your god or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? That was
So here's an
something.
interesting. I was scrolling Twitter last night, as you do, and again, I was reminded of another hadith. This one, you know the whole story of how Muhammad got the quote-unquote revelations, right? Fucking angel came to him in a cave, talked to him, told him to read, but gave him nothing to read. You know that story, right? So the details of that story are very blurry, and that specific telling is not canon in any way. The canon parts are: an angel came to him with 600 fucking wing on each side of his shoulders. The space between each wing and wing is like the space between the east and the west. I don't know what that means, but go with me. Once he saw that angel, he went running down to his wife, Khadija. He told her, cover me, I think I went insane. And she told him, what did you see? And he told her, and she said, I don't think God can be that cruel to you. Come sit on my lap. He sat on her. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is literal. I'm not being funny. He sat on her left leg, and he sat on her right leg, and he saw the angel again. But when he sat on her left leg, the angel disappeared, and she was like, "That's an angel from God. That's not a jinn or a fucking devil or a demon or whatever." And then she was like, "Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get Nufal, Warqa ibn Nufal, her nephew or cousin. It's not really clear. He's a Christian, someone who translates both the Old and the New Testament into Arabic. He came, Muhammad told him the story, and then Muhammad said, I might be going insane. Warqa ibn Nawfal said, if that's literally what happened, this is, the Arabic wording is Namus Musa, which translates roughly into something like the Testament of Moses or the Contract of Moses. So, you're a prophet, cousin. He didn't know he was prophet, and he thought he was going insane. How would you tell if your prophet is a prophet from that telling of the story? Would you trust that he was a prophet?
It sounds
he didn't
like
know himself?
the religious people around him convinced him that he was receiving visions from God.
So let's go some other hadiths that popped into my head the second I remembered that hadith. There's one where he said, when some of the Sahaba, the companions, people around him, were asking him about does it feel like to get revelations from God? And he said, I see flashings of light and I hear ringing of bells. Does that sound familiar?
Flashing of light and ringing of bells.
Yes.
Sounds like symptoms.
Exactly. And another time he said, fucking Gabriel, the angel, comes to me in a sometimes a human form, and other times in an angelic form, etc. He gives them like a lot of forms. One of them was Dahya al-Kalbi. His name is Dahya al-Kalbi, if you want to say it in English. He was known to be one of the most beautiful people there. Also known to be traveling around the world, especially the Levant, learning their lore and their religion and shit like that. But he always hung out with them. Usually, most of the revelations come after Muhammad hangouts with either Dahya al-Kalbi or the other guy. What is his name? Nufal. But Nufal died early on in his quote-unquote prophethood. So people say it's Salman al-Farsi, the Persian, because he also was a Persian and knows of the area's lore, traditions and stuff. So, again, makes you wonder, how could you tell if he's a prophet or not?
Right. Yeah, it's sounding like you're describing someone who might be suffering from some kind of neurological disorder.
Yep. Temporal loop epilepsy, to be specific. That's my theory. Don't ask me how I got there. But it's interesting. I actually, I'm curious to hear what Muslims think about it. How can you tell if someone is a prophet or not? How could you tell if I'm a prophet or not?
Where does the cave story come from?
The cave story, you mean the details of that specific story? I think it's folk lore around him. Like you have to keep in mind, most of these stories and hadiths and whatever came from a later era where Muslims were more open to other cultures and religions around them. And they didn't have much stories about the Prophet. So most of their stuff comes from the Quran. And the Quran is highly debated among them and stuff like that. So even the rulers, the caliphates of that time, they used to just make shit up to validate their own legitimacy.
I used to ask if they believed that their prophet received the revelation from an angel in a cave. I think I'm going to go back to asking that, especially now.
Yes. If you want, I can even send the resources in this Discord, like the other ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just have to do some Googling.
Throw them in the sources channel.
Did you know that there... Okay, so you know how Karl Marx, one of the most distorted sentences of his is that religion is the opium of masses? This is one of the most misunderstood sentences he ever said. The actual meaning of that, or that's my understanding of it at least, is that it's always easier to convince people that it's God's plan when they're not socioeconomically fit or well enough in this world. You just have to convince them that this is God's plan and they'll be better in the afterlife. So one of the hadith literally states that if your ruler, wali al-amr, the literal wording, wali al-amr, if your wali al-amr, ruler, is unjust, is fucking lashing you, taking your stuff, and humiliating you, that's part of the plan. You do not go against him. This is part of a God's plan. So this is one of the few hadith that led me through that rabbit hole. The more I look into it, the more legitimacy it gets. It's very interesting.
PK Heathen says convincing people to suffer for rewards when they are dead is diabolical. Yeah. Diabolical indeed. Do you think that Muhammad had Like, do you think that everything comes from Muhammad, or do you think that most of these things are from other people influencing him?
So this is where it gets a bit mucky because I don't know the specific naming of that, but the embarrassment criteria or something like that. There's a lot of embarrassing things to be just written about him. Some of it has to be true, but my whole this is my conspiracy theory. I usually hate conspiracy theory, but this is my conspiracy theory. He believed in himself that he was a prophet, but people around him, like what's his name? Umar ibn Khattab and Abu Bakr Siddiq, these two, were actual political, master manipulators. I believe those manipulated him into power and took away everything from him. Because the moment he was breathing his last breaths, he told them, give me a book, give me something to write on, I'll write something that my people wouldn't be lost afterwards. And they told him, you're going crazy, guy. I'm not giving you that book. We have the Quran. So it is theorized that what he was writing was giving the authority, the political power after him, his entire caliphate, to his bloodline, his nephew, Ali ibn Abi Talib. But they denied him, Umar and Abu Bakr, they denied him and took political power to themselves. Let that aside from every other thing they got during his time when he was alive. So I believe he believed some of the shit he did or said, but also he was manipulated a lot of it. The specifics of which ones he believed and which one he was manipulated through, that's very hard to distinguish.
I wonder if I have to ask you more questions that lead to inflammatory statements to get somebody to request up, because every time I click on the box where it says somebody's requested, they disappear. I hope that's people just tapping the screen, eagerly trying to get us out to the FYP, because we're already up to 79,000 likes, and that's pretty fucking awesome. Of course, the more we do that, the more likely somebody with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or something like that might actually request up and be capable of questioning their beliefs.
So I'm gonna give an inflammatory statement, but it's in the hadith.
Do it. You're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah. One of the fuck, I lost my train of thoughts. Okay, yeah. Going back to Khadija, that reminds me of Khadija. So, she was his first wife. One of the things people claim, like common everyday Muslims claim, that Muhammad was one of the of Quraysh, basically. He's one of the highest people there, the ruling class, whatever. Khadija had to get her father drunk enough to sign the papers for their marriage. Otherwise, when he was sober enough to realize what he did, he was like, how dare you? You fucked up your entire lineage. This would be a touch of shame on all of us. And there's about 20 other hadiths that support that. You want me to bring it up? There was one when he tried to marry his, I forgot her name. I think the daughter of one of his uncles or something like that. And his uncle said, good people are for good people. You're not one of us. Which is harsh, but, you know. I know the Al-Zat hadith, that's but that's too inflammatory.
It's too inflammatory.
That is too inflammatory.
I almost want to ask now because you said it's too inflammatory.
This is one of the things when you say people shut down their brains and just get defensive. So, yeah, it's that bad. But if you're curious, it involves riding the Prophet all night. Did you just Google it? I know. Oh no. If you just Google it, then yeah. You know why I couldn't say it.
I mean, all night? What is all night like?
Sun down, sun up. Right. The awkward sound. Oh my god. By the way, ask Hell about it or Nova. They were not 10. They were not 4. I mean, they were almost 10. It is theorized in the Islamic world, among scholars and whatnot, that Muslim are African people from Sudan, Somalia, and Nigeria. Sometimes even Ethiopia.
Are they jinn? Are these supposed to be jinn?
Sometimes it's thought of as jinn. Yes. So 10 jinn rode all night. Dude, I didn't want to say it. You're the one who's, poking at it.
Okay, just...
This is one of those moments, the God doesn't like happy people.
Sit within a circle and do not move, promising that he would not be harmed. And then men resembling Zut appeared to the Prophet. And they rode.
Oh my god, you're reading it.
The Prophet was left exhausted. And angels, everybody clapped. It literally ends with everybody clapped. Angels appeared to cheer him on.
Yeah. They were clapping. There was some clapping. Yes.
It's literally an everybody clap story.
Yep. I love how you Googled it. There was some clapping over. To be honest, if I didn't know it was a hadith, I would probably think it was a peep show skit or something.
It sounds like a joke.
Yep, it does.
No wonder you're not allowed to draw the prophet. Imagine how many depictions there would be of this one.
The Yahweh shippers are gonna have their day. That's all I'm gonna say.
Many men.
Many. Wishes upon me.
Yeah, dancing and duality. I think that answers the question. Are there any? I don't think there are. But if there are any, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on it. I'm not here. Oh God, my brain won't let me not do it. We're not here to ride you all night long. We just
No. Can't believe you did that. Like I was thinking you were about to say we're not gonna zip you or something, but right here.
It says road. And some people interpret it as them crowding around and questioning him. Eagerly listening. It's a weird way to say listening. They rode him all night long. As I was saying, we're not here to ride you all night long. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, if you even have a belief in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that, and you think you can, then go ahead and request on it.
I can't breathe, bro. I'm already flared up with my allergy. You can't do this to me.
I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't follow the apologetic and see what they're actually trying to say it is.
They don't dispute the hadith. They just say it's a new coin. But I know someone. He's a doctor. He's called Bahth. He's always using. Yeah, but whatever. Let's not get into him. He studied a lot of hadith mechanism and how to prove them or disprove them. He said that anyone saying that hadith is wrong or weak or unauthentic is undermining the Quran, because some of the people who said that hadith, the oral traditionalist, also imagine going through all the making sure that perfect just for a joke, as he said, perfect just for a joke. That is so.
So they say that this is similar behavior that jinns use in the Quran in 72:19.
72:19. Let's check it out. Also, they sometimes change the word road into like physically actually riding on his back, not the other road.
That's also Again, with the depictions, I understand.
Yeah.
There would be so many cartoons.
So the verse says, وَإِنَّهُ لَمَا قَامَ عَبْدُ اللَّهِ يَدْعُو كَادُوا يَكُونُونَ لَهُ لَبَدًا. Yet, the translation, when the servants of Allah stood up calling upon him alone, the pagans always swarmed over him. So this is the behavior of jinn. Interesting. They swarmed him, you know.
They swarmed him. Oh.
Yeah. Not sure if you're doing this on purpose or not.
Okay, hang on. I had another translation of that verse. And that is, as soon as the bondmen of Allah rose up invoking him, they almost densely packed upon him.
Someone has to be doing something on purpose here.
They pressed in on him, is another. These are real translations, folks.
No, I know.
This is girl.
This is kind of like the Jesus elevator story, but better. Now I want you to imagine my brain, like my thought process, talking to Muslims, logical fallacies and whatnot, like in a debate panels, not here. And they come up, and I'm thinking, yeah, all night riding, sure, logic, let's go with that. God damn it.
Oh, that's Yep. Just some dense packing in the middle of the desert.
Calm down, son of all that time.
Oh, no.
I mean, if you want some ridiculous story, there's ants speaking in the Quran. Literal
There are
ants
ants speaking.
Yep. That's in the Quran, not even the Hadith. Hadith usually are the most ridiculous ones. The ant was bargaining, or some army was coming to walk around that area. They had their, I don't know what an ant's home is, but the ant was bargaining with the army. Please don't walk over us. The ant was talking to Solomon, the prophet Solomon. 27:18. Yep. That's scientific miracle. It predicted Bug's life, exactly. So, the verse, if you're curious, is, and when they came across a valley of ants, an ant warned them, "All ants, go quickly into your home, so Solomon and his armies do not crush you unknowingly." The next verse, speaking about the ant talking to Solomon himself. me just find it. So Solomon smiled in amusement at her words and said, and prayed, "My Lord, inspire me always to be thankful for your favors, which you have blessed me with and my parents with." And so Solomon understood what the ant was saying. What is it meant by your merciful, your righteous servant? So yeah, an ant said that. Yeah, that's how they defeated the locust.
I can almost understand one ant warning the other ants. But if Solomon understands the ants, it's raising a lot more questions about Dr. Doolittle.
I remember my mother reading this surah to me as a child. Definitely, the ant had a conversation with Solomon. I just don't remember. Oh yeah, he also had a conversation with the bird. But anyways, I gotta go. I'll be back in an hour or so. Love you guys.
Later, Tev. Appreciate you. Hello, Rock. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Jesus, that is a voice on you. What did you ask my age? I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a God? I appreciate you.
It's on you.
Have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, and I would love for you guys to dissect and disseminate it. It's I would say closely. Let's just say Buddhism. Honestly, that's my closest title for my beliefs.
Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a belief in a God?
Title.
Is it a belief in a God or a higher power?
I think the concept of the highest point that you can get in Buddhism is nirvana. Which honestly I'm never going to achieve, but the tenets are kind of just where I'm attracted to the most. So I don't think Buddha is a god, more so kind of a guide. Guide person? Guide. I'll just say guide, yeah. Question my belief. I think that this is where shit gets sticky and I'm gonna sound stupid, but this is what I believe, yeah? Okay? It's a mixture of science and just like non-belief. And just I know it's gonna sound dumb, so I'm gonna stop as soon as you tell me to. I think that there's an ultimate source of energy, power, and all of that kind of is the quote unquote God. And that quote unquote God has the ability to replicate and spread and multiply, et cetera, bullshit, right? And that created the universe. Boom. I don't think there's a plan. I don't think they have human emotions. I don't think it's male or female. I just think it's just a source of energy.
What is energy?
Energy is just creation. It's everything that we kind of consume, exist in. You know, everything is energy. It's based off of energy. Yeah, I can't think of a single thing that I have, dealt with in my day-to-day life that's not based on energy.
What does the word energy mean?
Energy, okay, so when I'm saying energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Essentially, everything is based upon said... Are
you saying nothing can be created or destroyed?
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's what I'm saying.
Then what is energy?
Energy is what makes up... You can't...
It's an attribute.
Energy essentially is a building block of creation. I'll say that. Like, let's just make it as broad as I can be to not be wrong.
I'd like to be more specific. What do you mean by energy?
I'd like to just keep my definition. I don't know. It's the building blocks of creation. Like, everything is built.
What do you mean by building block?
Nothing within our day-to-day lives, or like no. Let's just keep it a sec. I don't think anything can exist without the concept or the insertion, rather, or the. Not even assertion. That sounds very sexual.
You're putting a lot of.
Yeah, let's change the word. I'm going to change the word.
Stop. You're putting a lot of. I'm speaking now. So you're putting a lot of weight on this word energy.
Mm-hmm.
What is the definition of the word?
I told you my definition. You want to be more specific? I changed the
Stop
word.
on this
I told you my definition. You want to be
building block of everything.
of creation. Yeah.
What is energy like a thing, an object? Can we find a single energy and like hold on to it, isolate it?
Can we
What
find a
is an
single energy and hold on to it and isolate it?
Yeah, what is energy? Because I'd like to know what it is. And you're kind of using it as sort of a vague descriptor of a lot of things that it doesn't seem like you really
Well,
know.
realistically, I don't know the scientific definition, but the way I kind of like
Then why
define
don't
it,
you use it as
I think,
sort of
no, I think you're
a
kind of looking for a
scientific way?
scientific definition, and that's
I'm
why I
not
said it gets
looking for a
scientific and with
scientific
spiritual.
definition. I'm just looking for a definition.
Enough, so I don't know what we're doing right now.
Your definition was building block of
The building blocks of
everything.
creation, like the building blocks of all creation, yeah.
Why are you using the word energy?
Because that's what it's defined as. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's the rule,
See
the
how
natural
that's
law.
stop. See how you're throwing things about science like energy cannot be created or destroyed, and you're using a definition that you just kind of pulled out of your ass. So I'm curious, are you saying that energy as you define it cannot be created or destroyed?
No, I think that's the scientific like
So what
proof,
is the
right? So, but
scientific
if you're asking me to define,
definition?
I
Yeah,
can
if
tell
you're
you in
going to
2
use
seconds. If you give me, I
you're
can
going to
tell you
use,
the scientific
that'd be great. Why
definition.
don't you go look it up instead of trying to talk over me, because you're not
I'm sorry, I don't mean to
accomplishing
talk over you, but I thought you asked me a
I'm just gonna
question.
go ahead and mute you while you look it up, since that's what you're gonna eventually go do anyways. So go look up energy, find the scientific definition, then come back and tell me that the definition is can't be created or destroyed or building block of everything. Instead of assuming that your definition and science's descriptions go hand in hand, why don't we actually try to stick to one or the other? I'd prefer to go back to your definition and why you're using it that way, since it quite clearly seems that you're not
Sorry, I wasn't listening, but like,
a scientist.
it's essentially like, first of all, I've been drinking. It's like the strength of vitality. Hold on.
Did you just come back to just talk
Vitality
at me?
or strength required
I
to
can't hear
sustain
you
physical.
when you're off the app. I can't hear you. So you've been talking like half this time. What are you reading? The strength or vitality? Is this the scientific definition you're reading, or is this just the stop? I was still talking. You seem to have this like need to just kind of gibber over the top of me while I'm talking, and I'd like you to just kind of stop doing that or go the fuck
My
away.
apologies.
Okay, so let's go with go the fuck away.
Oh.
It was a real ick feeling that whole time. Like an unwanted touching. But maybe that's just me. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why? Ra says it seems clear you're only prepared to question the larger religions. How does that seem clear? You watched one interaction. How does with somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about when they say energy? I'm prepared to question all kinds of belief systems, including ones you probably just made up. I encounter a lot of those. Including ones you probably... Because I harped on a definition, because the way it was being used, Ra, if you were paying attention, it was being used, both scientifically and spiritually, and I was curious why that intersection. It seems you should pay attention. Wonderful, Ra, but that doesn't actually explain anything if you're using energy in a way that isn't scientific. If you're going to use scientific evidence that energy can't be created or destroyed, which you said proof for some reason, I think you might want to look into what energy not being created or destroyed it relates to, what law that is, and what it actually states in its complete form, not just the quote that you get from your spiritualist newsletter. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. What? When? Where? That is tested and proven hypothesis. My goodness, you don't even know how to put scientific words together to sound convincing. Tested and proven hypothesis. Like hello. You should look into what you're saying there, Ra. You got a lot to say. The law of conservation of energy that states that energy cannot be created nor destroyed in a closed or isolated system. You should probably read the whole thing in its entirety and now look up how it relates to your energy that you're talking about. What is the energy you're calling it? It's quite literally natural law. That's not natural law. You should probably look into what that means. Natural law is a whole other thing. Meta-ethics. Words have usages and meaning, and people recognize them. And when you use them wrong, you sound silly. The natural law of gravity. Ra, you really should look into what you're saying before you say it. Yeah, Ra, you should look up what natural law is. He's baiting me. No, there's nobody in the queue. Oh, wait, there might be. Look at that. There's somebody to talk to. I'm sure this will be rewarding. Hello, Yordam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir. It's 19.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Okay, this is a God-only type of belief thing. Well,
Did you read the screen at all?
No. No, it just came up.
Goodbye. Screen name proves true.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
You requested up.
Yeah, I did, but I just genuinely I find it kind of like disingenuous that like I'm telling you these things and you're saying I don't know what natural law is, and I'm not going to overspeak you, and I do apologize for doing it.
Google natural law. Just Google the.
So
did you Google
before
it?
I do that, no. Before I do that, right?
You want
do that? No.
You aren't prepared to challenge anything that's not mainstream religion. It's not about challenging. Nobody's here to debate you, you moron. Oh, there I. Religion. Oh, breaking my rule. Nobody's here to debate you. It's not a debate. It's can you question your beliefs? Yeah, questioning your beliefs. And we'd get to questioning more of your belief, but you came up immediately wanting to dissect and disseminate. I think you should probably look up the word disseminate. I'm not trying to shame you for your vocabulary. I just think words have meanings. If you're going to constantly use words out of their meaning and then apply them as though the meaning was intended the whole time, it's disingenuous. To say energy is a thing that is the way you describe it and then use it and then throw the scientific law at it. But if you're saying energy is your definition, then the scientific law doesn't apply to your definition. It's disingenuous. Use it one way or the other. And we could talk about your belief in energy being the building block of everything. But if you're going to say it cannot be created or destroyed, well then why don't you use it the way that science uses it, since you're going to apply scientific law to it. He's not being very Buddhist, is he? He's very attached to his definitions. Very attached to his certainty. I don't think he can question his beliefs. But maybe our next guest can. Oh, Ghost. I was excited to move on. thinks it's a rage page. Oh my goodness. He really has no clue.
Hello, how's everyone doing?
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
My age, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
What month?
June.
You got a belief in a
23rd.
God. I didn't
Huh?
ask the day. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in Jesus Christ and God as the only God.
Have
I
you
can
read your
explain.
Bible from beginning to end?
Not to end.
Why not?
I just don't do it every day. Just put that.
You just don't do it every day.
Yeah, but I do read it.
Do you
but
believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
not literal, metaphorical specifically. Yeah.
They're all metaphorical.
Not every single one, but most
Are
of them
some
are.
of them literal?
Yeah. Some are literal, some are metaphorical. Like for example, the snakes talking to Eve. For example, the firmament.
Snakes.
Well,
Plural snakes.
the snake talking to Eve. You're a very literal person. I can tell just how you're talking to me. You're a very literal person. So that being said, if you're very literal, I want to first off state that I believe in God.
Stop.
Stop what? Talking?
Stop trying to dominate the conversation. Stop
What are you
trying to
doing?
stop. Like right now.
Stop.
Stop. Just stop.
Just stop.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Apparently, I'm a very literal person. Hello, Jessica. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm 31.
I can barely hear you, but I think I heard 31.
39.
Just, that was even less. I couldn't hear you. Your phone is probably the microphone. If you talk into it, I'll probably be able to hear you. Unless you got headphones. Even then, usually the phone picks you up. 39. Okay. Try your mic again, Jess. Okay, Jessica, if without the microphone, you might as well be in chat. You can't hear me well. Oh, well, get some headphones, Jessica, that helps. I'll set you down, and when you've got, an earbud in, or, I don't know, a quiet room, we could try it again. You were both describing equivocation. Energy is a sandwich. That is all. Isn't it more like sandwich has energy? Yes. Also sandwich. Because energy is the ability to do work, but it is also defined in spiritual ways. And there was that definition he was reading off of the Google AI. It was something about well, I think it was still basically the ability to do work. Either way, there are multiple definitions and usages of energy, and the way people layer it gives it a layered description, therefore sandwich. Compression makes the sandwich. I don't know about compression, Braden. I've heard this theory before of sandwiches needing to be pressed, but I don't think that that's a requirement for a sandwich to be sandwich. It also means essence. Like essential oils? Essence? What do you mean essence? Yes, Beck. Your energy sandwich can definitely have bacon on it. It's just another layer. Hot toast. Sebastian, isn't that? I mean, isn't that just called toast? If it's not hot toast, doesn't it just mean you're late for toast? Only because Barfing Toaster said that it makes sense, but I'm also not going to repeat it. If I'm everything from the top of my scalp to the bottom of my feet, am I a sandwich? Yes. I don't know why you stop at the top of your scalp unless you're shaved clean up there. If you've got hair, that could also be part of your sandwich. I see a couple requests. One I suspect to be a pocket request, but maybe not. I'm going to go ahead and take the new guest first, but hello, Heart. So no, we're not going to do that. Thank you for all of that. That was really, really unpleasant. I appreciate you, giving us the opportunity to interact in such a meaningful way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Harbor. Don't need your camera, but I do need your age.
Sorry. I just took 200 milligrams of edibles.
Well, this conversation probably isn't going to go anywhere.
Bro, yes it will. Yes it will.
Why not go enjoy it instead of I know it feels like a Saturday night. No, in fact, I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday. Tuesday morning, yeah. Right. I don't even think like the action he said was the problem. Usually, I'm sure that I've spoken to many people who have ingested far more of that and not made it a problem. It's the fact that he had to announce it that leads me to believe this is not going to be a fruitful discussion. Like, if that's enough to be a problem for you, then round two. Should we try it? Five minutes. We'll even give it a timer. Oh, no, I mean, like, he didn't come up, so, okay. I'm gonna say we'd give him 5 minutes to see if he can even handle the conversation, but no. You're gonna be disappointed. Yeah, I know. Like, I was gonna throw a timer up and everything, but are they equivocating the definition of equivocation? Are you sure you guys aren't making a category error? Gremlins would be awesome, Bex. I want some gremlins. A belief in gremlins or mermaids or Sasquatch or something like that. We haven't had that in a long time. But of course, we will start with the
Yeah, I
usual
believe
questions.
Hitler was right,
So, like,
and
that's
we
an
didn't kill
interesting
enough
thing.
Jews in World War II.
Interesting way to start off there. Thank you for raising your hand to be blocked. So we could tap the screen a whole lot more, I think, would be a good way to counteract trolls like that. That's what they do. kind of existence is that? Just walk into places and raise your hand to be kicked out. And to do so by being so exclusionary, so bigoted and hateful that people are repulsed by you and you get... Here I go, I'm gonna spiral into the paradox of tolerance. Well, thank you, Braden. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Braden. I'm almost out of blueberry coffee. I mean, this cup. More does exist, but... Well, both sides think you're such a literalist. I can already tell you're a literalist. Yeah, I think, I'd mentioned before buttons that I wanted to add to the soundboard. And I don't do it because I don't want to be taunting and mocking and cruel, but I do sometimes think of the have you ever had a dream kid, or the I award you no points line from Billy Madison. I also think of the you keep using that word from Princess Bride. It's another great button. I don't know. Maybe that one's a little less mocking. I have a feeling if I had Indigo Montoya saying you keep using that word, I do not think it means what you think it means. I think if I had that, it would be overused. you made to join us.
Hey man,
A lot of background noise and rubbing on the microphone. Are you doing that on purpose?
oh no, I have the AirPods in. You want me to take them out?
I don't know if it's the AirPods or the phone. You keep rubbing something and we can hear every sound.
Oh, sorry.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
Yeah, that. Whatever you just rubbed right there. Whatever you touched, that made a loud sound. I didn't hear your age.
I said 23. Somebody said my AirPods are on sandpaper.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, let me take them out. Hold on.
I don't think it's the AirPods. I think it's your phone. I think you moved your phone around. And your phone is the microphone. TikTok automatically sets it to be the microphone on your phone.
Okay, so
Unless you
does
go
it
in
sound
and
the
change
same?
it. What was that, Rom?
Does it sound the same now?
Kind of sounds the same. We'll know if you move your phone. And it sounds like sandpaper. So, can I get your age?
Yeah, I said 23.
There we go, without the sandpaper. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in a higher power.
What does higher power mean?
I believe in a creator.
A creator?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
What does a creator mean?
Mm-hmm. To you, when you're saying creator?
I mean, I can't define exactly these words because I don't have the definitions.
Sure, that's fine. So, when you're saying that something is a creator, what did it create?
Created us. It created everything.
And when you say that it created us and created everything, what do you mean by create?
Well, I mean, it's the same way humans create things. You know, like this phone that I'm using right now to speak to you on, it was created by a creator.
So you were crafted by hand?
I don't know if I was crafted by hand. I don't know how I was crafted, but I know that I'm here right now. That's what I do know. Well, I think I do.
Why do you assume that there was a crafter, a creator?
Well, I mean, why not assume that there's a creator if we create things? If humans can create things, who am I to say that?
The question is to see if you can question your beliefs at all here. So, asking why not doesn't really make much sense, kind of.
What, why not?
Yeah, it's kind of pointless to the conversation to say why not assume. Can you even question the assumption? Why do you assume that there is a creator?
Because I'm here. God, why are people in the comments? Some of you guys are so negative. Like, people can't even have conversations nowadays. Because the first thing people want to do is attack others for their beliefs.
Are you reading everything in the comments as attacks? I don't see attacks.
Well, I guess not.
If you read the comments, you might be distracted from the conversation. So did you hear the questions I was asking you?
Well, I read the comments because I like to be respectful.
What was the question I asked you?
Okay.
Respectful would be maintaining this conversation.
Okay.
I didn't see any attacks.
Okay, I got you. No problem. Do you believe in anything? I want to ask you that because I've
I had
watched you
just
grow.
asked you a question I asked you just now. Did you even remember the question I asked you? So I'm
No,
guessing you don't remember the question I asked you.
no, go ahead. Go ahead and ask
Okay.
it.
So you believe in a creator, right? I had asked you why you assume that there is a creator, a crafter.
Well, I thought I did answer previously because I said I'm here right
Because
now.
you're here, what does that have to do with a creator?
Well, I had gave an early example and said basically that we can create things. So who am I to say that I wasn't created?
I'm sorry, you're saying because we create things, who are you to say we aren't created? What does that even mean there? Why do you add that? Who am I to say that I'm not created? Why hold any assumption that there is a creator? What indicates that?
Well, I mean, we know that humans reproduce. We create each other by indulging in things.
So then why does there need to be anything other than that?
Well, there doesn't need to be anything more than that. But if there is, then why not try to understand it?
Right, why would you assume anything about it? Is that how you understand things, is by assuming things?
So
how can you understand it if you don't know it's there?
I mean, the same way we understand energy, but we don't know it's there.
I'm sorry, what is energy?
Okay, I'm gonna have to go get my other phone to get these definitions because you be asking to basically define words.
If you're going to use words, doesn't it make sense that you understand the words you're using and how they're
No, of course, I
used?
agree with you 100%. Hold on.
So you said like we don't understand energy, and yet there's that word energy. And I wonder if you looked it up, if there would be all kinds of applications of that word and understandings of how people talk about it. Maybe there's an actual thing, I don't know, an attribute of matter.
All right, let me sit back down here. All right, let's get the definitions here.
It's just going to be the all-night topic. I might as well just leave this as the screen all night. I don't know why I changed it. It's going to be every conversation. Did you find your definition?
Hold on a second. Sorry.
Is it a little more than you thought it was? I think while you look that up, Rome, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. But when you're ready to come back and talk about what you believe and why you believe it, we'll go ahead and take you back. Oh, well, never mind. You can request backup if you want. I thought I had more people in line, but they were ghosts. Must just be energy. American Rat Ass says, what is it that your beliefs are? What is it that your beliefs are? There's some redundancy in that sentence. But my beliefs don't matter. If you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, gremlins or goblins or ghouls or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your gremlins. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe in gremlins? I question my beliefs all the time. I question my actions and my inaction and my motivations. I question my knowledge constantly. I find it questionable. And I absolutely question my beliefs. Hello, Charles. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Something like that.
What do you mean by something like that?
I do believe in a higher power, a higher being of some sort, or a higher understanding. If it's frequency or energy, I believe in a higher something.
A higher something. You said frequency and energy. What do you mean by higher something?
I mean like energy waves and frequencies. It's like it goes very, very deep with just energies and frequencies. It's kind of where I'm at with it. It's like we're all like built up of all the things of the universe, you know, in our bodies. You know, I believe we're spiritual beings. I do believe we're spiritual beings in a human avatar to be on this plane. But it's all energy.
You used a lot of words there, but it's all energy is what you're about to say, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's energy.
What is energy?
Energy or frequencies or energy is life. Energy, you can't see it all the time. Sometimes you can. You can see like wind energy, because you know windmills, you know they turn, you know, because the winds, you know, making them turn. But you know, it's energy.
I'm sorry, the winds don't turn, is what you just
No,
said.
the windmills turn, or the
The
turbine.
windmills turn. Okay, I thought you were saying winds
Yeah,
don't turn.
no, not the wind. No, the turbine. That's how you can see it. That's what makes it visual.
That's what makes it visual.
Yeah, the windmills and the
What is
turbines.
energy?
Energy is like everything around us. You know, it's always energy and frequency. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but it's all energy. You know, at the end of
Everything
the day.
around us. Is there anything that isn't energy?
Not as far as I could think. Inanimate objects, perhaps. I guess they're metal, like nothing that's not carbon based. Anything that's not carbon based, I guess.
What does carbon have to do with energy?
It's all natural.
Carbon is just natural energy.
No, but I'm saying it's natural. That's what I'm saying. Carbon based. So you said what is not energy that around us? So I would say like a wagon or like a skateboard. Like, you know what I'm saying? Something that's an inanimate object, you know, something metal. It's not carbon based, which is, you know, anything that's breathing or living.
So metal things aren't carbon based. And because they're not carbon based, they don't have frequency. I'm just trying to understand what you said, Charles.
Well, what I was saying is that things that are like metal or inanimate objects don't really have energy, is what I was saying.
What does that have to do with carbon, though?
Nothing at all. I was speaking
So
about
does it-
carbon. Yeah, I
Does a
misspoke.
pencil? Okay, because yeah, pencil would have carbon in it. Does
I
it?
think I misspoke.
I wonder if it has energy.
Yeah, I misspoke. But I like where you go with that. That's you're on point with your. I fucks with you a little bit. I honestly, because I think I've been on your live once before, and
Charles, I think I asked you about energy before.
Potentially, and I had to think about it for a long time. Yeah, you can't just say anything to you because you pay attention to everything that's said. So, but I respect that if you pay attention. But yeah, I
I
said.
appreciate that, Charles. You've also said a few other things, and if we look past the conflation of the word energy that's kind of happening here, there's because it sounds like you're kind of using it as a blanket to throw at things that you're not sure how to describe otherwise. So you want to say energy. But you also said things like spirit and soul. You said vibration. I wonder if some of those aren't also blankets.
So I got quilts and comforters over here is what you're trying to tell me. I got quilts and comforters. That says, okay, that's funny. No, I like what you got with it. I know that I don't think they're blankets. I don't consider them to be blankets.
I don't mean like Linus and his security blanket, though maybe energy might be a little bit of that too. But what I actually mean is like a cover to kind of just cover up all these I don't knows and say, well, here's an idea that says it fits, and it covers over all of them.
So
So it's a blanket, right? It's covering all the I don't knows.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Energy.
I hear what you're saying. I hear exactly what you're saying. I do, and man, I don't think that's what I would be doing. But like you said, you have to be able to question your beliefs, right? That's the whole point. You have to question your beliefs. So if my belief is, say, it's energy, and then you say, well, it sounds like a blanket because I'm just, that's the safe way to go. Proving things about energy and how energy works and how we're energetic beings, i.e. with grounding and how you respond to the planet and your body responds to being grounded. Energy. Even vitamin D from the sun. Melanated people, that's melanin. It's good for us. Sun doesn't burn us up. We're okay in the sun. Some people can't do that.
Chuck, we're kind of getting off topic here quite a
Little
bit.
bit. You're
Little
right.
bit.
Little bit.
So, like, when you say energy, are you thinking of electricity? Are you thinking of solar power? Are you thinking of
like wind power? Are they
wind
spoken about
power?
wind
These are
power?
different, right? These are different.
Energy.
Is that what you're thinking of when you say energy?
I said energy, but there's multiple types of energy, which we just talked about a few of them. I said energy and frequencies. And that's what I said. So like, if you think that's a blanket or I'm scared of trying to say because I don't know, like, I mean, that's, you're welcome to think that, but.
Right. So not even trying to say that it's things that you, well, I mean, things that you don't know, the I don't knows. Maybe they don't feel like I don't knows to you because of the blanket. So you're and I'm not even saying you crafted it, Charles. I'm saying that maybe somebody else handed you this blanket.
Dude, dude. I gotta, hands down, you a G, man. You come up with some stuff I never expect how you come with it, but that's why I came up to give it just a listen.
Do you think it's possible, Charles, that the way that you're using energy and frequency, that you're kind of taking the idea of what science might call energy and mixing it with something someone spiritual might call energy and saying they're the same thing?
Well, I mean, energy is gonna be energy either way. So,
are you sure?
I mean, my thing is this: energy, like, that's spiritual. When is spiritual?
How is it spiritual?
If you're asking that question, then it means you just don't know.
Well, what does it mean to be spiritual?
If you don't know, I really can't explain it to you.
You get that it's not about whether or not I have knowledge or not on these matters. It's about seeing if you can question it, right? So,
I can question things.
So is it possible, Charles, that when I say what is spiritual or what is spirit, that describing it in any way other than energy is difficult for you?
I mean, I feel like that's the best way to describe it. Now, I could describe it. If you want me to describe it other ways, I guess I could.
Could you try?
I could try it, absolutely. Because I got to question my beliefs, right? So I got to be able to question my beliefs. So, other than energy, how could I describe spirits and these things outside of energy and frequency? Okay. I would say probably like it's kind of tough. Let's go with the only other way I can describe it would be reincarnation.
Oh, I had a background for spirit, but you're calling it reincarnation now. So is your belief, Charles, more about trying to explain how we get to have some kind of new life after this? Is that what the energy is all about for you?
No,
Some way to explain that.
I feel like the energy is about trying to find perfection. And then we don't, if you haven't found it yet, you're just forced to, not even forced, but you're kind of, I feel like it's forced. I don't know. It might not be forced. That might be too strong of a word to use, but it's like you come back again, and that's like the deja vu feelings, like, because like you've seen it already, and it's like it's already happened. Or you might get a vision or a thought or a vision of it, then it happens. So like if you really deep dive into that, it's like, well, that's actually literally like, how we can operate on multiple planes at the same time.
I don't know what that means, Charles. What do you mean operate on multiple planes?
At the same time.
What is a plane?
We're going on, we're on 3D right here, right now. We're on 3D. But there's, 4D.
I'm sorry.
5D.
You mean the fact that I can like reach in front of
three-dimensional.
Right. I can reach in front of me, I can look in front of me, I can see beside me and above me and below me. Because of that.
That's the plane that we're on right now.
That's a plane.
That's a plane. The three-dimensional plane is a
You're
plane.
saying there's another plane.
There's multiple other planes. Yes.
What does that mean though? Like to have other planes? What is a dimension? Like if this is 3D, right? That's third dimension.
Yeah, 3 dimensions. Yeah, so that's 4D. So there's fourth dimension. You go to fifth.
What is a dimension?
What is 3-dimensional? What do you want to say?
What is a dimension? Like even one. What is a dimension?
A dimension? But there's one-dimensional is very flat. So a dimension is like, I would think, is just like the rate of, well, not even a rate, but like just how things are perceived. So one dimension is flat, 2-dimensional, and have a little bit of shape. Where 3-dimensional is, like you said, it's 3 dimensions. So they can see, it's not just a shape, it's actually like a ball and not just a circle. It's a whole ball, it's a sphere, and not just a circle on a page. Because that'd be like 1-dimensional. 2-dimensional, I guess, would look kind of like I don't know, you make it round, but 3-dimensional is a whole ball.
It's sounding like there's an I don't know in there. Are you sure you've quite got
I don't know about what? What is the I don't know about? What is it that
dimension?
I don't know about?
When you start to describe the second dimension, what's
the second dimension? Like I said, because the second dimension is like 1-dimensional is like if I draw a box on just a square on a.
Are you sure that's 1 dimension?
That's 1 dimension.
How is it 1 dimension?
That's 1 dimension. So to make it 2-dimensional, I feel like it's more like drawing like a cube on a paper. Because now it's 2-dimensional because you can see multiple sides of it.
But wouldn't that be 3-dimensional? A representation of the 3 dimensions.
No, because it's on a paper.
On paper is 2-dimensional. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So then what's 1-dimensional?
Well, just not even, so, all right, so a cube on paper still looks like you can see all 6 sides. But a box on a paper or just a square rather on a paper, is what I mean, is a square on a paper. So it's just 1-dimensional.
How is it 1-dimensional?
Yeah, a cube on a paper.
How is a square 1-dimensional?
It's like 4 lines that connect.
How is that 1-dimensional?
It's 1-dimensional.
Are you sure?
I mean, it has a length and a width, if that's
So
what
that
you
would be.
want to say about.
So would that be
But the
two
square, they're all the
dimensions?
same.
Wait, if
They're
it's
all the
length.
same dimensions.
But wait, if it's length and width, wouldn't that be two dimensions? I think you're really thinking right now, Charles, and I appreciate that. I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, though. Thank you for being here and answering the questions. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's throw some W's in the chat for Charles. Even there at the end, I think he questioned something. One of the more pleasant guests of the evening. So, if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got tired of arguing in the comments. I figured if I came up, then maybe someone might come up as well.
Oh. Well, it has been a quiet night for questioners. Haven't had very many questionees either. Very many, not many that lasted past a couple of questions. I couldn't stop doing the whole over talk and argument thing. Hello, Mr. Lee. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to request it? I'm gonna guess not.
Oopsie.
That's alright. We've got an odd frog. Hello, odd frog. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And what is it you believe in?
I believe that we live in a I believe in panpsychism. Are you familiar?
Panpsychism?
Yes.
So you believe everything is consciousness, and
I think that if
consciousness.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let's start with what is consciousness.
That's a good question. Where is it? That's not what is it. Where is it? Let's start there.
Before we do the where, what is it we're looking for? What are we calling conscious?
Awareness. To be aware. Maybe. That's a good question. You know, what exactly is consciousness? What do you think it is?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not here to make any claims about what it is or isn't. But I do think it's a good enough question to make a background over. So
yeah. Okay, so if we're not sure where it is or what it is, do you think that your consciousness resides in the gray matter in your head, in your heart? Where do you think it
Well, see,
That
that's just it. If you're asking where something is, and I don't know what the thing is,
yeah.
then I don't know how to tell where it is. Like,
Then how do you know it? How do you know it exists
that's
if you
that's
can't
a great
define it at
question.
all?
That's a great question, which would then I would ask you, what is consciousness? If you can't define it, how do you know it exists? And how would you then go on to say that everything is this thing you don't know of?
Well, I think that my consciousness, whatever it is, right, at it's my energy, it's my electromagnetic field, right? Call it what you want. You know, what exactly is it? I believe it's my resonant frequency is my consciousness, and I don't think that it's located inside of my body. I think it's outside of my body. I think my body is the form that it has taken right now, right? I think
I'm
that
sorry,
I have
you say your
existed.
resonant frequency is your consciousness. What does
That
that mean,
possibly,
resonant frequency?
possibly. Well, everything has its own resonant frequency. A table, right? A glass has a
I'm sorry,
frequency,
what is a
doesn't it?
frequency?
It's a
What?
vibration.
So a vibration.
Yes, a vibration.
What's vibrating?
Everything, all the time, always. Every cell
Every cell is vibrating.
has to. Everything spins, from planets to
I'm sorry,
cells.
were we spinning or vibrating? Is it a
Well,
wiggle, a wobble, or a
no,
whirl?
it's a spin, right? But it's lots of things spinning, right? Which creates a vibration.
The wiggling, I'm sorry, the
Just like
whirling is causing a wobbling.
no,
Or is it
it's
wiggling?
like it's a warble. It's a warble.
What the
Yeah,
fuck is a warble?
squiggly. A warble is like a wobble, except oblong.
So everything's warbling because it's whirling. And
No.
the whirling, oh, I thought there was whirling going on.
No, sir. Everything spins.
Isn't that what
Cells.
whirling is?
I don't know. You're the one who said whirling.
Right,
I was
the
just repeating
tilt-a-whirl
your
is
words.
tilting and whirling. So that's kind of what you're describing as everything is a tilt-a-whirl.
Kinda. You could, if you want to bring it right on down to the
Well, if it's not
the
whirling,
carnival rides, then yeah, that's what. If you want to call it that, give it a name. It doesn't matter as long as we understand what we're talking about.
I have no fucking clue what we're talking about.
Me neither, bro.
So
We're
then
leading
why
each
would you
other.
believe in it?
We're leading each other down a rabbit hole of which we know
Right.
not where we go.
So
You know.
if you don't know what we're talking about, like you say things are warbling, wobbling, spinning.
No, you
do
say
know that
you
they-
don't know. You said you don't know what
Oh,
we're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about.
You do know.
I know what I'm talking about.
What are you
I know what I'm
talking
trying. I know what I'm trying to imply. Right. I'm trying to imply that cells, right, vibrate around each other. They move around each other.
Cells vibrate around each other.
Yeah. All your
Are
blood
you
cells
sure
are
the
moving
cells
around
are the cells spinning too?
Yes, I suppose. We're talking about a resonant frequency. What do you think? What do you think a resonant frequency is? I think a
I
tree
have
has
no
a resonant.
clue. You were the one who brought it up and started talking about cells doing like tilt-a-whirl
I'm
dances.
trying. Well, if I have to dumb it down to the tilt-a-whirl thing, then we can do that. But we got to build
Is
up
that
off of
dumbing
that.
it down? Is
Yes,
that really
sir, I
dumbing it
believe
down?
so.
You're talking
Yeah.
about cells spinning and wobbling and warbling.
Don't
so if
they?
cells,
What do cells do?
I'm not here to tell you that you're right or wrong about anything, but
Yes.
I really want to know where you get the idea that cells spin around and warble. So what is a cell?
protons, neutrons. You can go down
Those are
even
cells.
farther. They make up. They are your cells. Yes, you have protons and neutrons in your body. Yes,
I'm
going
sorry,
through there all
protons and
around you.
neutrons, are they cells or are cells something else?
Cells
Because
are
you said cells.
something else, but I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about anything that's that small.
that small. So you're
Anything
saying
when
protons
microscopic.
are you saying protons and cells are on the same scale? That they're both like just as small?
No, one is smaller than the other. I'm not sure which. Would you
You're
like me
not
to find
sure?
out for you?
It seems like odd if you're going to use these as a basis for a belief system.
I'm not using them as a basis for belief system.
You're
I'm
talking
using.
about energies and
I'm talking about. We started talking about energy. Yes, yes.
And so
Where does energy come from?
I didn't ask that.
I'm asking that.
Right, because you're not actually capable of carrying on the conversation we were having.
I'm trying really hard. I'm trying really hard.
I wonder
to find a starting point with you, sir.
Okay, but I don't know why you're trying to find a starting point. We've started a long time ago. It's
I
not
know,
about trying to.
But we haven't really.
It's not about. No, we have. We have. You believe in energies and.
I believe the energy exists.
Cells
yes, I believe the energy.
And
you
believe
haven't
really answered too many questions very clearly.
Okay, let's start
other
again.
Than
Let's,
right now, how I'm talking and you're talking. Is like I don't think you're actually here for the conversation, Odd.
I'm trying really hard. Yes, sir.
What are you trying hard to do?
To have a conversation with you.
Why are you trying so hard?
Because these are things that I'm interested in hearing other people's opinion about.
So that's not what this live is. This live is not my opinions on these things.
It's my opinions then?
It's to see if you can question your beliefs. And so far, Odd, it doesn't sound like you can.
How come we haven't?
You've got some ideas.
You've asked me what
I've asked you a lot of ideas about what you believe in, and you've so far kind of just locked in on, your knowledge being absolute on these things.
No, I never said that, brother.
Oh, so then, what is this spinning cells and protons like? You didn't know the difference between the size, but what makes you think that you know anything about cells or protons spinning at all?
So, how does one thing have anything? Because I don't know what a horse eats doesn't mean I can't ride it.
If you've never ridden a horse, I would definitely recommend not just trying.
I ride horses every day.
Right. If you'd never done it before, I wouldn't recommend just trying it though.
That's how I learned.
Just by walking up and doing it without any knowledge or understanding
or
experience.
Yes, sir. I got ran off with for 4 miles, and when I finally got off,
you never watched anybody else ride a horse. You never.
Yeah,
had
but
any
watching
somebody.
That's like watching somebody play a guitar and thinking you can do it.
If you didn't even know what a horse was, you probably shouldn't ride one. Was kind of my point. And so you're kind of just arguing with everything I
I'm
said.
trying not to argue, but I get this. I'm getting my information, right? The double slit experiment.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I think it has everything to do with everything.
What is the double slit experiment?
If I could explain it to you with any logic, there'd be a Nobel Prize in it for me.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive. Because you
I'm
can't.
Sorry. Because you don't.
It's the observer effect. It's the observer effect.
Do you?
No.
What is? I'm sorry. Are you saying because you don't understand something, then if you did understand it, you would get a Nobel Prize? Didn't people performing the experiment seem to understand what they were?
Nobody can explain what the experiment has shown them. Nobody can explain how that's possible. No, not really. No, not with any. If, like I said, if you can explain it,
How
there's a
what's
Nobel
possible?
Prize. How it's possible that everything is in superposition all the time, and
What does that mean?
that means that until you look at it, Schrodinger's cat. Are you familiar with Schrodinger's cat? So if there's a cat in a box, right?
Yeah, what is
And
Schrodinger's cat?
Schrodinger's cat is it's a thought experiment. It's a
Is it a thought experiment?
yes, that tries to describe the different states something can be in
Are you
when
sure
you're
it's
not
not
looking at it.
Are you sure it's not a satirical approach to something? It's
Um,
not meant to. It's not meant to
No,
mock
this
something.
it's not mocking anything.
Oh, it's
Sure.
not.
No, it's not mocking anything. It's trying to
Have
define
you ever looked
something.
up where the idea of Schrodinger's cat comes from? What the story actually is behind this? Or do you just hear other people say it?
Schrodinger. Well, everybody heard other people say it.
Yeah, have you ever looked into the origins of this?
I know that Schrodinger was a brilliant man and came up with lots of brilliant
Man.
ideas. That
What was
some
his
are.
field?
His field was quantum mechanics. He's like Federico Fagan. You know, he's like one of these guys that I read. You know, Federico Fagan. He's newer. He's still alive today, right? And he's it is not easy to have this conversation when I feel like you are questioning details that may be semantical, because we have to agree on the words that we are saying to each other. We have to agree on lots of things so that we can have a conversation. If we're going to have a conversation, we have to agree that words mean. Well, we don't have to. If you don't agree that the word motorcycle helmet means motorcycle helmet, well, then we may have a difficulty in this conversation if we happen to talk about motorcycle helmets.
Right. So far, we haven't talked about motorcycle helmets. Are you about
No,
to?
we have not. No, we have not, sir.
Okay.
So what about my beliefs? I do question my beliefs. My beliefs evolve and change all the time. I used to be Catholic.
What belief now do you question?
Anything that I question any belief that because of it.
I would wonder if you could question your belief that you No, I'm not going to say that.
Any belief system or thought process that I have that keeps leading me down a negative road, I definitely question it. And once I'm aware of it,
So just
once
the
I
ones,
notice it.
Just the ones that lead you down negative roads.
Yeah, just the ones that I definitely look at those quickest.
So you never question the other beliefs, the beliefs that don't seem to
No,
do
I
anything.
question every belief.
What does it
Everything that I think. It means to reevaluate, your thought processes on whatever subject that may be, to see if there's any new information or relevant information that may, kind of be a sort of resistor to that information. So if you're religious, or if you're Baptist, or if you're Islamic, one of these two, and somebody starts talking to you about Catholicism and you're Islamic, or somebody starts talking to you about Islamic and you're Catholic, where you're going to have all of these beliefs that are going to act as resistors to this new energy that somebody's trying to bring at you, right? Yeah.
There's that word again.
Information is energy.
Oh, it's information too. I don't have any more
Yeah.
questions for you, Odd, but I bet Morgan might have a couple.
Actually, I do not. Oddly enough.
Oh, well, fair enough. Yeah, appreciate you being here, Odd. But I feel like this isn't the conversation you were looking for. I'm not here to express my opinions or give you something to agree with or disagree with. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And for the most part, you seem very evasive about questioning your beliefs and energy and
What would give you that? Just from my own opinion, just so I
literally
know.
the last 10 minutes gives me that impression. Everything.
Name something. Can you name something in particular?
Yeah, every time I asked you to clarify things that you were saying, you'd lead it down another road or try to back it up with some misunderstood level of science, which I then question.
Do you want me to say you're right, sir? I cannot
Has
question my
nothing
beliefs.
to do with. I'm not asking for any kind of validation, Odd, and that's kind of weird. That I'm not trying to. Yeah.
I'm just here sharing.
Being awkward. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not trying to make you look like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? I don't know that the previous guest can't question their beliefs. It just didn't sound like that's what they're doing here. It sounds like they just want to talk to someone who either agrees or disagrees so they can have an opinionated back and forth and exploration. And I just want to know if you can question what you're presenting here. And as I try to seek out understanding where you gain your belief or supposed knowledge from, I met with resistance and defensiveness. So, call it what you want, but it didn't seem like you could question here today. I know.
What the fuck is going on today?
Trolls be trolling. That's what they do.
I feel like it's been like this for 2 weeks.
You want another one? No, I'm guessing he's a ghost now. Yeah.
Oh.
Moved on. I got called rage bait earlier.
Did you really? Why?
Because somebody couldn't stop talking over me long enough to hear the questions, make their assumptions, and get booted off the panel. What's your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
What month?
October.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So, I believe in a god. I don't believe in a specific religion. But I feel like with all the stuff that's going on in the world right now, it's giving me a reason to be Christian.
You believe in a god, not a specific one, but something about things in the world right now makes you think you should be Christian. Have you read the Bible?
Especially with the new files that are dropping. It's all Satanist stuff.
Have you read the Bible?
I have not read the Bible, no.
What does Satanist mean?
To be a worshiper of Satan, I assume?
Who is Satan? What is Satan?
He's a archangel Lucifer, if I'm not mistaken, and he was banished from heaven for tempting Adam and Eve with the apple.
Where do you get that story from?
The Bible?
The one that you just said you've never read.
Well, I've heard stories. I've just never read the whole
Why
thing.
do you believe what people are saying about a book you've never read?
How do you even know they've
Well,
given the right information?
I don't know. I just assume what they're saying is correct because
Why would you do that?
it's in the Bible.
It's
I don't know.
not in
I
the
could
Bible, though.
probably pretty easily. I could probably pretty easily look it up and see if it's
Why
really
don't
in the
you do
Bible or
that?
not.
Why don't you try doing that before basing any kind of rash decisions like following Christianity based on world events if you don't know how those world events relate to Christianity or the Bible, or how Christianity today even relates to the Bible? Why would you make any decisions if you don't understand any of that?
I've also heard a lot of prophecies are coming true in the Bible. Like war in Israel.
I'm sorry, prophecies from the Bible. What are you even talking about? You've never read the book. How can you talk about prophecies from a book you've never read?
People are
Did you just listen to
talking
people?
about. Well, I listen to a bunch of religious debates. So.
And you just listen to what the people say and believe them? How old did you say you were?
I'm 18.
Do you think it's wise to involve yourself in a way of life that you don't understand?
Yeah, maybe I should read the Bible. Yeah, I see what y'all are getting at. Maybe I should read the Bible, do some more research before I make an educated decision.
Don't limit yourself to just one option. Do research across the entire thing, see what fits.
Yeah, I will do. Y'all take care, y'all. Y'all take care.
Appreciate you, Boston. Take care.
Nicely done, Boston, honestly.
Well done for Boston. Way to find a limit.
Mm-hmm. But seriously, if you're looking for any kind of faith or belief and you're not sure where to start, please, please just don't limit yourself to one option. Explore the entire thing. There's so many different ways to do this. Or to not. Who's Sir Charles?
He was a guest earlier. Who might have been inebriated, but did better than most of the other sober guests before him.
You need to reset your goal.
Oh, I see. I see. That's a bad sign.
Yeah, that is a bad sign.
Ended but not achieved. Well, thank you, Stephen Ernest. Just what I heard. Insomnia, Jay, Stanley, Graxan, Morgan Le Fay, for trying. We got close, but not quite.
What's not what believers should do, Lyrical Mind? Explore? Understand their own belief?
Believe blindly and just believe and ignore all the questions and don't question anything. Don't you dare question anything at all.
I mean, that's certainly a life choice.
Asking questions is a sin or something. Because somebody said it was, and maybe it's in a
Don't
book somewhere.
explore other options. I see.
Stick your head in the sand.
Must
That's
be
what
warm in
Jesus
there.
wanted.
Hello, Azure. And the Bible was written by man, and man is fallible.
Hello.
Hello, Sagrav. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we ended up with 2.
Can you hear me good?
I can hear you. Can I get your age?
23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm a Muslim.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
I haven't got there yet, I guess. I only take what I need whenever I'm feeling something. I go and look it up. But I do try and read, you know.
How long have you been Muslim?
About a year now.
What made you choose this religion?
The belief in one God.
There are other religions that only believe in one God. Why this one?
Why this one? Because well, I believe, well, you know, as a Muslim, we believe that we believe in all the prophets. I don't believe in just one person, you know. What do you guys
So-
have to say about that?
What we have to say doesn't matter. We're just seeing if you can question. So, so you believe the Quran is the breathed word of God?
Is the what?
Do you believe this is the breathed word of God, the true message of
The
Allah?
breathe? Do you say breathe the word
I've
of
heard
God?
people. Yes, I've heard other Muslims refer to it as the breathed word, like
Oh,
the
so
spoken word.
I
Is this the word of
didn't
Allah?
know God could speak.
Sure. So
But from
are
my
these
understanding
God's
is that the
words?
angel Jibrail or Gabriel came down to the Prophet Muhammad and gave the word to him. So I don't think it was God himself. You know, as an angel, yes, but
Was this the story about him coming down to a cave?
yeah, it's called El Kaf. Yeah, not really a cave, but yeah. Well, I guess you could say that. Yeah, the end. You know.
Where does that story come from? Haru got called a succubus. No way.
Mm-hmm.
actually see Haru in the queue. We can bring her up.
Hello, my darlings.
Hello, Haru. It's been a while.
Friend.
I know. Long time no see. I'm sorry I've been like MIA. I've been so busy being, you know, a succubus.
A succubus, apparently.
Allah.
Yeah.
What do they do?
Oh, do you want me to explain that to you?
We don't need to go down that road. Sagrov,
Yeah.
did you find the answer to that question?
What?
Did you forget the question already? You've been off app.
My
Looking up.
friend, we can't hear you when you're off app.
He's Googling again.
Oh no! I was looking. I didn't want to tell you guys anything wrong.
Yeah.
So it's fine. That's fine. So did you find your answer? Where the cave story came from?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's in the Quran. It's the
Sebastian.
Look at
I'm sorry. I'm so
Tab is
sorry.
here.
I had to
I
play
didn't-
along with it.
I didn't realize Tab was back up on the panel.
Yeah, same.
Morgan!
I'm sorry. Fuck, I feel mean.
It's all out of love.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We like.
If we don't bully you, then we probably don't like you.
I love this background music. It's very, very relaxing.
How come Allah isn't in it? Thrayle?
Why isn't Allah in the background music? Why isn't Allah in the background?
Bro, I could not.
So I almost put, there's one of them. Which one is it? Why? Which one is it? There was a version of this one. Yes, this one that had which one? And it had the greatest name in it, which was a symbol that I grew up with as a Baha'i. And I imagine I imagine it's not much different in Islam. There's probably a symbol of how to say Allah or how to write Allah that's kind of sacred, isn't there?
Well, not really. The word Allah in Arabic is just considered sacred regardless of how you
Mm. There's a symbol in the Baha'i faith. It is Allah in Arabic, but it is how it's written. It's
That one down there, the one that Tab just put in.
that's part of the symbol.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
See, I'm not religious in any sort of the word. However, instead of saying, oh my god, I've graduated to oh my Hades. That way, I'm not associated with Christianity.
God is a blanket word.
I know, but like, when people hear the word God, do they not typically think of Christianity?
I mean, yeah, but that makes the conversation way more fun, in my opinion.
This is true. I've said it a couple times, and a couple of people have turned around to me and been like, which God? And I'm like, I don't fucking know.
You think I fucking know? Because I don't.
Literally. I'm sitting there like, bro, I'm just chilling.
I have questioned you before. It's been a long time though.
Oh no. I'm being put on the spot. Yes, Thrayle, what can I do for you?
I'm just gonna ask a couple of the standard questions real quick.
Oh no, not again!
I know you've probably asked the exact same questions too, but just for TikTok TOS and everyone's edification, can I get your age? You already said it like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm 20. I'll be 21 on Saturday.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
And why the hell not?
Why would I? It makes no sense. I don't know. I just cannot fathom the idea of like this big invisible thing or many big invisible things up in the sky just watching the chaos with their popcorn.
You're not convinced of the existence of a Sky Daddy? How dare you?
No, I'm not convinced in the existence of a Sky Daddy or a Sky Mommy or a Sky Thing.
Convinced of a Sky Mommy?
Yeah, exactly.
For baby.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
I'm just not convinced in the existence of a higher power because, like, I don't know. In my view, if there was a higher power, the world would not be nearly as fucked. If there was, either that or it would be more fucked. There is no in between.
Why are you so certain?
I honestly couldn't tell you. am a very stubborn person, but like I feel the need to have some sort of proof before I make a claim or I start believing in something. But that's just me.
Okay, I'm not being ironic, but did you guys seriously say something right now? Because I can't hear you.
We have been talking, yes.
Yes, we have been talking.
There's been a lot of talking. Can you hear any of us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I think you did it to yourself.
Okay, victim blaming now. That's where we at. Thank you.
Goddamn,
Did you
this
see
is
what
what
he
they
was
do,
wearing?
folks.
Haru, what do you think might convince you that a god or higher power does exist?
I honestly couldn't tell you. But for like definitive proof, I would need them to come down and be like, "I'm real, bitch. Hi." Something along those lines. I don't know. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but you get what I mean.
Would you actually believe that though? He just shows up and, "Sup, I'm God."
I mean,
good?
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. I would cross that bridge when I get there, you know.
Just shows up and, "What's up, my guy?"
What is up,
bro?
my guy? Sorry, Tabby, what were you saying, honey?
This is not funny anymore. Come on.
No, I genuinely couldn't hear you.
I get it. I said, "What's up, Haru? I'm God. Wanna believe in me?"
Yeah, no, I would need like some sort of like face-to-face interaction with this, and I quote, divine being, for me to even remotely consider its existence.
Does it have to be polite?
No, I'm a bitch, so I can handle it.
So, if it were be able to speak to you in a way you understand, and not like, "Oh, you can speak English," like not like that. I mean, like spoke on your level, at your level, in your language. Would that be more convincing than if it came down and said, "Do not fear me, I am thy God," blah blah blah?
Yeah, very much so.
Mm.
Very much so. Everyone, excuse you. I loved the Lorax. That was my shit growing up.
I was preferential to the places you would go.
Hmm.
Still stuck on. It's not a cave. It's a cave. What is that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Yeah, guys, it's not a cave. It's a cave, but in Arabic. Deal with it, please.
That's what I thought the word meant. I wasn't gonna call him out on it, but
Nah, the second he said that, I was like, "Ooh, I need to get Tav."
All you stickers, so cute.
Did people tell him that calf is something else? That's what. I'm sorry. You guys can go ahead and finish your conversation.
I need your stickers like on a shirt, please. I beg.
it's in the works, actually.
Wait, for real?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, there's a plan.
See, this is what happens when you leave.
You should join the Discord.
Mm-hmm. Link in the bio.
I shall.
But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. Batcolyte used to mean something. It still means something, Valen. What is your weird negative turn in the comments about? Seeking attention, are we? Now you have it.
Thrayle, have you ever considered potentially reading books to people?
I have.
Haru, didn't you ask him the same question last time you were on panel?
Fucking no, dude. It's been a while.
Okay. Anyway, Morgan, did you see the comment? I think you're gonna love this one.
For what?
Look at the comments.
Used to be more serious.
God damn it. Why
Talking
did you
about
do that,
Yamaku.
Tav?
Tav didn't do it.
I know you're gonna love.
Mr. E did it. It's a mystery.
No, there's no fucking mystery about it. It's all a conspiracy.
If your beliefs aren't a mystery, but you can question them, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Valen is really trying to, I don't know. What are you trying to do, Valen?
Come up and say it to my face, baby. We'll get you some gobble.
Come say it.
You'll have to remember that Valen is quite literally just a pawn. Like, that is the chess piece that they
Quite
have
literally.
in their fucking profile picture. They're literally just a pawn. The most useless piece in chess, by the way.
I wouldn't say useless.
I wouldn't say useless.
Pawns can become
No.
queens.
Just a pawn.
Sure.
I play a lot of chess. Oh, Valen's saying my friends aren't serious, so you're going to be disrespectful to the people on panel. It's not me
Valen,
that's the problem. It's
I
my
am
friends.
curious though what they mean by serious, that we're not serious.
Right.
I'm the only unserious one on this panel. And that's mainly because I'm not a regular.
Mm.
And I'm just kind of here for the ride.
You're the most unserious one on the panel. Is that so?
I mean, probably. I don't know. I don't want to make that a challenge for y'all to be unserious.
I'll take that.
Listen, I don't know, man. I had a serious conversation with a person earlier, and I ended up getting called a succubus in the middle of my conversation with them.
Sounds
So,
serious.
yeah. He was like, you literally drain the life out of people, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, does that make me a sex demon? Hello?
My mother's a literal clown.
What? Okay.
But you know, literally, I'm the least serious person.
And Valen says also you are a succubus. So Valen's just going like doubling down on the disrespect in the chat.
Oh, hang on, give me 2
I mean,
seconds.
that's a compliment in my opinion.
I mean, you were called the succubus by the last guest. I wasn't hurt by the last guest.
Darling, I'm gonna break it down for you to make this a little bit easier to understand. I'm aware. I'm well and truly aware, sweetheart. Like, I painted myself red for the shits and gigs and put on bat wings. I am well aware.
Oh yeah.
I wonder why. I don't know. I wonder why somebody has to be disrespectful to people on panel to get the attention that they desire. If you ever respected this channel, you clearly don't now. So not really interested in what you have to say anymore. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your belief instead of just trolling the chat, then go ahead and request on it.
Will require hearing everyone on panel. We had this is like no
It's
selective
honestly
hearing.
It's honestly really endearing when people try and take a jab at somebody, or well, personally, anyways, when someone tries to take a jab at me, and I'm sitting here just like, honey, I make $5K an hour. What are you doing in your free time? It makes no sense.
Interesting. Bridget
Also,
Biddy says, "What happened to respecting each other's beliefs and agreeing to disagree?" I don't know about agreeing to disagree. I respect people,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
I respect people who respect me.
well,
yeah. Oh my god, I'm here.
Valen, what is echo? You came up, but you're just echoing. If you want to fix the echo,
that's definitely an intro, I would say.
it's one way to do it. It sounded almost intentional, like you set the speaker up next to the mic.
You can unmute when you're ready to talk. I'll make a noise.
Are you ready to unmute and make your introduction here, Valen? I'm gonna need your age for TikTok TOS. And Valen going once. Valen going twice. Valen, I would say normally back to the comments, but you know, you lost that privilege.
Damn.
That's too bad.
But yes, Morgan, we can talk finances.
Yes, please.
In the Discord.
Obviously.
Yes, I'll join the bloody Discord, okay? Damn.
We're not heathens. Well,
Haru, I was asking you before we were all so rudely interrupted by Tav. Do you you don't know what would you don't know what would convince you of the existence of a god, but if something did, if somehow a god came down and compelled you that it existed, it is God, and that you should follow it, would you follow it just for that, or would you need something more?
If it could convince me that it is, in fact, the Holy Divine Trinity, if you will, and it gave me a list of what following it would entail and what it does, and if I believe it to be moral, which morals are subjective, I'm aware, but if I find it suitable enough, sure, I'd follow it, but I would acknowledge its existence regardless. Did I explain that right?
You'd be like, fine, I guess you exist, but now you've got to prove yourself.
Pretty much.
What kind of god would you actually want to follow or worship?
I honestly haven't really thought about it all too much. Mainly because I don't know if I have told you or not, but I grew up in a Jehovah's Witness household. Actually, no, that was one of our first conversations. I think that was our first conversation when I first got here. That's the kind of household I grew up in, and that was so many contradictions. but I also grew up learning about the Greek pantheon, and I found that a little bit more interesting, but they are still just as fucked as each other. So I honestly couldn't tell you.
Can you think of what might convince you that the God you grew up with exists?
I don't know. Like, getting my brain working in the middle of the night is crazy work, Thrayle. How dare you? You know, I honestly couldn't tell you.
Is there any possibility in your mind that that God could exist still, somehow?
Absolutely not.
Is there any particular, I think we kind of touched on this earlier, but is there any particular reason why?
I don't think there's really any particular reason as to why, but I think it's just more so like, it seems like the whole idea of just like this big thing in the sky that wow. And the echoes less this time. We love that.
Much less. Still echo. I can barely hear you, Valen.
What if I speak this loud?
I would say try to disconnect your. I would say try to disconnect your speaker and speak away from it.
It sounds like what is it?
A heart rate.
Like a heart.
Heart rate.
Like a heart. Yeah, like a heart monitor, or like a
with a bad defect, with a patent ductus arteriosus, let's say. Machinery murmur. That's very specific.
Machinery murmur, yeah.
Yep.
It sounds like it's getting better, though. Valen, try talking into the microphone on your phone, even if you're using headphones. Surprises me how often people don't think of that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Wow.
It's quite peculiar.
Hear you just fine. So can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power?
Of course I do.
Like that? You say, of course you do. Which god do you believe in?
All of them.
What do you mean by all of them?
It's all universal. It's
What do
the
you mean
same
it's
thing.
all? Every god
Think
that
about
anybody
it.
believes in is the same god.
So you have Allah, Hare Krishna, you got it all the same.
We're kind of cutting up.
Moses, the same vibration.
Yeah, we're not hearing. You're cutting out a lot. Like, it looks like you've got a low signal.
Moses wasn't a god.
So are you saying Moses and Odin are the same character as Aphrodite and the flying spaghetti monster?
And Allah.
And Allah.
All right, riddle me this. Let's go back to Adam and Eve, the serpent.
I didn't say anything about Adam and Eve. I was asking if Odin.
I was
asking a question that you've completely avoided. Is Odin the same
Odin
as
Master of the Wind?
Flying spaghetti monster is.
Spaghetti monster, what?
Yeah, is Aphrodite the same thing as the celestial skeletal bat goddess? Are they
It's a good
all the
question.
same? Is it all
Yeah.
Allah? It's all Allah to
It's
you.
all the same. Every story, everything's the same.
Every god, every story, everything's the same.
Yes, sir.
So you don't actually notice nuances or really differences of any kind.
Well, I have a question for you. What's the first religion ever?
Valen, I'm not here to answer your questions. If you actually respected the show like you
You're
claim
right.
to in the chat, then you'd know that.
You're not wrong. That's correct. Sun worship. Think about it. Everything comes from the sun. Without it, the crops do not grow. We do not see.
Are you sure sun worship was first?
I would like to think it was.
Why do you like to think that?
Hey, prove me wrong.
Is this how you operate in...
We're agricultural society.
Right. Is this how you operate in every aspect of life? Just kind of...
For what it's worth,
asserting things.
You're woman.
Insulting people and then saying, prove me. Didn't hear what you said because you cut out.
I like challenging. I like a challenge. And I think that's what we should do with everybody. We should challenge. If you guys took it insulting, I was just calling people out. Seriously, your channel used to be very
calling people out.
It's fun. It's nice to talk about things and debate and think.
This isn't a debate, though.
I know you know what I'm talking about. So sun worship was the first religion, if you ask me. That's just me.
Are you drunk, Phelan?
Oh, hell no. I am not.
Fascinating.
So
Maybe
then
it's just the lag.
Like an answer to the question that I asked, what did we as humans worship prior to agrarian societies?
I'm sorry, agrarian? I don't know what that means.
Farming.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Without the sun, you couldn't grow the crops. You couldn't get food. That's why we worship the sun. That's where it all comes from. Horus.
Nope, that wasn't my question. My question is, what did we worship before agrarian societies?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Where's your I don't know, Thrayle?
Probably nothing. You just hoped everything worked out.
W's I don't know in the chat. Thanks for coming up, Phelan. We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody who's capable of questioning their beliefs and doesn't think the room's a debate or about them.
Honestly, I'll thank God if it exists. I'm moving on quickly.
For anybody interested, the answer is animism, and there was no central focus. It wasn't until we started farming that we centralized the sun.
I like the I don't know, though. I mean, at least we got an I don't know. W's for Valen for saying I don't know to something after coming up here. Oh, I'm not going to say the thing I was going to say. No. Breathalyzer available in the TikTok shop.
Oh, we dropped Haro. Okay. Bye, Haro. I was excited for listening.
Haru left. Maybe she was a succubus and Valen was her prey.
Sounds accurate enough.
Oh, I knew that would get her to come by.
And My fucking TikTok timed out, but I came back in saying that I was a succubus and what's his face? Valen was my prey. It's crazy shit.
I said maybe. I don't know. Speculated.
I mean, listen.
It's all speculative conjecture, okay?
Listen, he would have tasted very, very plain. That's all I have to say. Very bland.
Not even salt.
I know this uncomfortably close eyeball. Hello, Wisdom Eye.
Hello, man. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good, good. I just came to a new realization not so long ago where I was questioning my beliefs in a way, but I still need to believe what I'm thinking, right? So I have been thinking lately that, I don't believe in this anthropomorphized, personified God in a human form or something like that. What I do believe is an identifiable God. Since I observe patterns of nesting, I experience myself from my perspective, and I have a body which of many things. So I was asking a question: do these things experience themselves with me? And thus, my whole experience is based on what I am made of. And if I would experience the planet, that would be a next layer of existence. Since I see this nesting pattern, it took me to believe that there is totality to it. Since I believe in this absolute system, right? And the God for me would be like in the pantheism, the whole system experiencing itself, but yet not beholding me as its unit. Everybody thinks it's like it can just affect you in any way. The same way, if I claim that I can affect my liver, for example, I can. It's part of me. I can affect it. I can just take something. But what about the top? If there is an absolute top, what would be then? What would that corporeal body be using to affect me? A small, miserable, non-noticeable part of it, right? Anyway, that was my next take on belief, because I cannot prove that the system is absolute or infinite in nature. Thus, I need to say I believe.
Before I question that, I do need to thank Z Witch, Polly, and Dancing and Duality for helping with the goal. Appreciate you guys so much. Wisdom Eye, you can't be sure of really what to conclude about the system, correct?
Yes, because I can maybe conceive of the totality of the absolute system, but I cannot prove it, right? As of this moment, right? I can conceive of the bare minimum which takes to create all the complexities, but is that the most one can conceive and experience in my form? This is the question. Can I experience and conceive of everything? But based on my current conceivability and experienceability, I concluded that the system is absolute due to this nested bodily system, right? A planet and inside the solar system, solar system inside the galaxy inside a cluster or whatnot. So there's this pattern, observable pattern, right? But the question is that without my body or parts of my body, would I be able to experience myself as self to the same degree? I would presume no.
Without your body, what would be experiencing anything?
Yeah, that's my actual question. So, or not a question. It's my belief that we are only capable to experience our experiential reality is based on our body. Without the body, our experiential reality would completely be different in nature, if there is any beyond the body, right? So, as I believe that my parts of my body, which I'm made of, are experiencing their own reality, I experience the totality of my nested structure as one whole reality, right? So I'm not perceiving myself as my liver. My liver is part of me, and thus without the liver, I cannot perceive the totality of me. You would feel different. So that's my argument. And for me to experience anything more, I need to become that more, right? The planet or the sun or whatever.
Right. So since you can't become a planet, since you can't become a sun, since you can't become the universe, then you can't experience what it is to be those things. But you can observe those things existing. Do you feel that you should be able to observe the totality of existence?
Yes, yes, and because even if there is an absolute system, you have to still have something to reflect on to see yourself. If you would inhibit the totality of it, right? That would indicate that there is an edge where something is experiencing the totality without anything other than self. And due to the limitations of non-reflectability, it cannot see itself, so thus it's just experiencing self, just in its purest form. The bare minimum and maximum at the same time. This is what be.
Does there have to be a totality, like an encompassment of existence? Does there have to be a wall or limit, an edge?
Yes, my argument for that would be the wavelength and the light spectrum, because if you keep stretching the light spectrum, the wavelength, or compressing the wavelength, there is in my opinion, an absolute limit from one perspective. But you can always keep zooming in and then stretching it again, right? So into infinity. But based on my understanding of the elemental structure, the sizes which we know of, and the wavelengths which actually help us define anything, I would argue that there is an absolute amount of wavelengths which we can experience, observe, and use to define anything.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Tavium and Paniac for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. What is it that... Well, actually, I feel like if I ask you a what is it question, you're going to give me a long explanation that's not actually to satisfaction. It'll be to illustrate the dissatisfaction, and that's not what I'm aiming for. So I'm curious, what is it that... Hang on, I have to formulate the question in the right way. Why do you think there must be a limitation, a totality, an edge of existence?
Yeah, I think because of, like I said, I'm centering, how to say, anthropocentric, right? I don't even know what the term for that is. I'm centering everything based on my conceivability,
right,
and the experience. So
could
I
it be
think
that there is? Could it be that there is no limitation, that there is no end, that there is no edge, that existence is unconfined, uncontained,
Yeah, I actually do believe that it is infinite, but it is absolute based on the relative perspective of oneself. So from my perspective, everything is absolute, but I can always zoom in on the fractalization level and find self-similarity, and then I'm still going to infinity, right?
Is that still going to infinity?
Yeah. Actually, you can test it yourself, based on the angle of your viewport. So if you keep dividing something, you can get more patterns, right, from the divisions. But the moment you zoom in into one square pattern based on your angle of view, you get into self-similar patterns, which again limit you to the exhibitable pattern amount.
You say self-similar patterns. Is that? Do you think that is a an infinite certainty that as you zoom in, you will always find self-similar patterns?
I don't know if it's certain, but it's testable. You can test it even with software. You can try to make a division of two, and then you divide, and you zoom in on the two corpuscles which you have been dividing to, let's say, a billion. And when you come to the two, you still are ending up in the same pattern of two, and it is the same pattern, right? You can just make two of two.
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying from a mathematical standpoint. I'm asking if you think that works in reality with physical matter. Do you think as you zoom in on physical matter that it maintains this sort of self-similar pattern structure all the way down?
Yeah, I would presume not, because of my inconceivability. I cannot conceive, you know, it's very hard to explain. I don't want to give you a long run, right? So I just imagine the cube, the minimum of defining a cube without no spaces in between the points is 4 or 8, sorry, 8 points which are connected. There is no spaces in between. So there must be some kind of limit to the container size and the maximum size. So the maximum size is the question, not the minimum size. That would be my argument for believing and not knowing the maximum. You know. But in the nutshell, I know you are asking if I can question it. I have tried to question it, but I'm stuck in my own conceivability and experienceability limits, which I cannot somehow extend. So I don't know if I can maybe with something, meditations, or maybe to experience and see more range. Maybe thus it will let me to see more reality. I don't know. But from my personal
Why do you think that meditation would lead you to to see more range, as you said? Would that not just be your imagination of a greater range?
Yes, that's also true. But this is the question: how much of complexity can I imagine? This is because I can say I cannot see based on the wavelength the amount my eye socket can absorb, but then I'm not seeing with my eye. I'm just receiving the impulse, and then my brain is doing the seeing, right? But can my brain actually conceive more smaller patterns, or more patterns than it is actually its size of the neurons? I'm limited to the size of the neurons in a specific space. How much of it I can exhibit? But then they unwrap the Einstein's brain, right? And they notice that it has more wrinkles. So basically, we are able to fold our brains. Thus, makes me to believe maybe we can exhibit more patterns and imagine more things. I don't know. But I didn't manage to do it myself, so that's why I'm still believing but questioning.
When you say still believing but questioning, what would you say is the focus of your belief? What is it you're believing?
Yeah, I'm stuck into this absolute system, right? And until I saw the absolute system based from my perspective, but I'm trying to find an absolute system, objective absolute system, which I cannot find
How is
since
it
I cannot
absolute
experience.
from your perspective?
Like I stated beforehand, when you keep dividing something, division, which we all know it must be, you have to have an opposite inverse shape for having a shape anyway. But from my perspective, if I keep dividing something, I can end up in the infinite. Sorry.
Infinite regression, yeah.
I mean, I end up in infinite pattern imagination. So I can exhibit infinite amount of patterns just by I'm thinking about them, because I can see these dots getting smaller and smaller, and I can have more combinations. So it's like combinatorics, right? But the moment I zoom in, and I lose sight. The moment the more you're dividing something, you're losing sight of what is actually there. But what I'm trying to argue is that the moment you zoom in, everything starts from the beginning.
mean, you say yourself that you can't verify this at microscopic scales. This is something that works mathematically. I don't know exactly what it is that you're wanting to question here, what it is that...
I want to question my belief on my experiential ideology, because I see my experience as the sum of every atom, everything which I'm composed of. So this summation of these experiences is what I experience as one global whole. While I can argue that I don't have the necessary component to experience a planet, because I'm missing a lot of components, to experience a planet with I don't know how many billion people and plants and all the diversity of the life on it, and all its layers and whatnot in relations to the sun. So I cannot experience that because I don't have the physical construct. I don't have the physical structure to experience that. Thus, I will never know, and I need to believe that I can never know. I don't know. It's this is why I'm believing.
That you
How
can
do I
never
question
know.
that?
How do you question that you can never know? I mean,
No, how do I question that axiom that I cannot experience a higher structure being,
the only question I had for that was if you could observe it, if it exists and you can observe it. If you're saying, for instance, if you're saying that we are somehow part of some micro scale cosmos in a macro existence for some other higher level being, some higher thing, how can we even how could we understand that, being that we can't experience it? We could try to observe it if it exists, but that would cause us to question, why would we assume that such a thing exists in the way that we do? Why would we assume that it is in any way like us, as I think you've pointed out, talking about the anthropocentrism or the anthrocentrism? I don't know why we would assume there is any higher being there at all. I mean, we might as well assume that it is all just on the wing of the celestial skeletal bat goddess, expanding as in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics or some other explanation.
Yes. I mean, it's one thing to see, but another thing to experience the feeling of it, right? So we are talking about feeling. I have a necessary structure to experience the feeling of my body and my existence towards anything else. While, the vision is also questionable, because you can have this shrimp which sees more range than we do. What is his reality like? I would never know because I cannot see the range, or I assume I cannot see the range with my eyes, right? But then again, the eye is not doing the seeing; it's the brain. So, I don't know. I don't know what's a good answer.
I don't know. Seems like the biggest. I mean, the most attainable answer, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Clearly, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But I do appreciate your wisdom. It is a unique perspective, I'll tell you that. But that is kind of the point of it, isn't it? That it is all a unique perspective.
Story, you can tell me a train is going our way, and I can tell you it's a hippo, right? Both of us are right in our own selves, but if there is no other to confront the quantity, the quanta, right? Many against one, you have no reality at all. You have just your statement against mine, right? We are both equally gonna get hit, but you're gonna get hit by a train. I'm gonna get hit by a hippo.
Well,
So,
I think that the difference there is that if you don't get hit by it, and you end up inside of it, there's going to be a very big difference between a hippo and a train.
yeah.
But I appreciate your wisdom.
Anyway, man, thank you for having me up, and you can let me down. So thank you for the time, and it's always fun to listen, question people who are coming with axioms with no backing. But
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm
Well, I think you've got about as good a backing as most of us. Well, at least those of us that question. So thank you, Wisdom. I appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. And big W's for Wisdom. He's definitely questioning. Sometimes faster than we can keep up with, but he's questioning.
I get it.
I always like hearing him speak, and it's just hard for me to keep up with sometimes, but it's definitely enjoyable.
He's asking the same question as most of us are. How do we conceive of the grander being if our experience is limited as it is? And we can make assumptions based upon mathematics and frameworks of our perception from our perception, but those are all from our perception. So how do you decide what is at any grander scale than that perception? How can you even be certain of the things that you are perceiving?
How can you even be certain of all of the parameters?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I heard you, Wisdom. I did. It's hard to come up with the right questions when those are already the questions.
We all have.
Right. But, and we lost the music. Let me get that back. I still haven't figured out why this device just dumps the Bluetooth every few hours.
Is it the whatever it's connecting to, maybe?
I don't know if it's the phone or the mixer. One of them does not like to stay connected for more than a few hours at a time. But hey, Serendipity, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Serendipity, can I get your age?
Hi, I'm 36.
36. Don't feel bad, that's around where I lost count too. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh, look, I grew up in Christianity. But having said that, I'm also Aboriginal, and scientifically are the oldest living culture in the world. So there's that. Are you familiar with that? Or from Australia, by the way?
Yes, but what do you believe? Do you believe in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that?
Oh, I just read the question. It's like, can you question your beliefs? And it's like, what is your belief and what do you believe? And
But the question I asked was, do you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that?
I do believe there is a higher power, but then I'm also torn because
You were
science
raised
says
Christian and you had Aboriginal.
yes.
So are you torn between the Aboriginal and the Christian and the science? Is it kind of a three-way
How does
tie
that
for
make
you?
sense? But I also believe that when it comes to Christianity, beliefs don't. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one's belief makes sense because. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
No one's belief makes sense to you. Like, because it just doesn't quite explain or answer the questions.
Yeah, because everyone believes a different part of this, a different part of that. Like,
Like Braden Timothy thinks that mermen are not approachable, and some people might think they are. I'm sorry, I just could not read that comment out loud. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just but anyways, so people have different beliefs. Everybody has different perspectives on things. And
yeah, I think everyone takes a different part of every religion, and then, or is that not? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know.
you think people just take different parts of their own religions, or?
People take different parts of everything, and that's what makes them feel. That's what makes them live. Yeah, like, I don't know.
Is that what makes them live?
Maybe.
What about people who don't take any part of any religion? Are they not living?
I mean, obviously they are because they're here, but I feel like people. I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I've never thought about it like that. I've never thought about it from an atheist perspective because I always had to believe there was a higher power.
Why would there be a higher power?
Why wouldn't there be?
And why would there be?
I don't know. I just feel like what else is there then? If not that, then what? I guess.
Why would there be something? What is it you're expecting?
I don't know. I guess it's just what you've grown up being told and what you've been influenced by, and
What you've been told.
Can I ask? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Like, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know.
I don't know is a great answer. I don't know is probably the best answer.
Can I ask what you believe?
What I believe doesn't really make any difference to the conversation.
Okay.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Does it matter to me if a God exists or not? See, to me, that says that you don't believe in anything.
You're assuming my questions have some reflection of my own beliefs.
Yeah, and that's only because
I'll tell you serendipity. I think it would be a mistake to assume my questions reflect my beliefs, though sometimes they might. I think it would be a mistake to make that assumption.
Okay, and I think that's probably only because I don't know what I fully believe.
That's fair, not knowing what you believe.
But that's only because, like, can you understand where I'm coming from? Is that there's Aboriginal people in Australia are supposed to be the first people in the whole entire world. Do you know what I mean?
Are they the first people in the whole world? Where did you get that?
Well, they're the oldest living culture.
Is that the same thing? Oldest surviving culture is the same as first?
Scientifically, yeah.
How is that the same?
Scientifically, they're the oldest living people in the whole entire world.
Oldest living?
By what metric? Is this genetics? Is this like what is the metric that's being measured by?
Australia. But having said that,
I have to say your answer, well, I heard the word, sounded very American.
me.
Yeah. So what I mean is, let's try to think this one through a little better. When you say they are the oldest living people, do you mean that the individual people who are Aboriginal live longer to older ages? Are you saying that the culture is one of the oldest still surviving cultures? Or are you saying something entirely different than either of those?
Oh no, we won't live longer. We've been here the longest.
Is that so? When you say oldest living culture, you mean been here the longest? But do you mean been here the longest of any human culture, or do you mean been here the longest of any surviving human culture?
Yeah, the oldest living culture.
So there are cultures, or are there cultures that were older that did not survive?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
So saying the first isn't quite accurate.
No, I think it is the first.
How is that accurate?
Pardon?
You said being the oldest living culture equals being the first culture. How is that the same?
Alright, it's hard to explain.
Are you speaking globally or isolated to Australia?
I think the way that I've heard it has been globally.
The way you've heard it, or the way you have researched and understood and found the answers?
I think heard and then researched. So if you look up the oldest living culture in the world, it is Aboriginal Australians, but when it comes to belief, as in Christianity and everything, you'll find that a lot of Aboriginal people do believe in Christianity. So that's why I found this live interesting to come into.
Is civilization and culture the same thing to you?
I don't know. Is it not?
I was asking you to see if you thought there was a distinction between the two.
I think so. Is it not?
I keep hearing the words "I think" and not the words "I know."
Well, that's why I came into this live, because it says, "Can you question your beliefs?" And I'm obviously questioning it. So, I don't know. Maybe I came to the wrong place looking for answers. I don't know.
Understanding the history between Australian Aboriginal societies and Christianity, and the things that happen between those two belief systems. Why do you feel you need to choose one?
Need to what? Sorry, I missed that.
Why do you feel you need to choose one or the other?
Well, I don't know. I don't think I do, because I think when it comes to religion, everyone believes different things. Like, you can take a part of this, you can take a part of that. Some people believe in God, and their God is good, and they believe that, gay people can marry other gay people. I don't know.
I'm just of taking older beliefs and incorporating them into a new one.
Sorry, I missed that again.
What is the purpose of taking parts and pieces from older belief systems to incorporate into a new one? Why would that happen?
Why would taking older beliefs happen? I don't know.
I think you're at a point where some research would do you some good.
Okay.
Okay, so this is besides this topic. I'm just curious. What was that about gay people? Serendipity. Did you hear me?
Sorry. Say again.
I said that's besides the topic. Can you say what you said about gay people again? Can I hear you there?
No, I was just saying that people can choose what they believe, whether they believe in God, and God says that, you know, people of the same sex can't marry, yeah?
Where did you say that?
I don't know, man.
Thrayle, are you with us?
I'm still here. I heard an I don't know.
Yeah, you got your item.
You heard quite a few I don't knows.
I wasn't trying for it. Does the age of a culture give it some more credence to being right about things like gods?
Oh. Okay, bye, Serendipity.
Oh, that was for you, Serendipity. Thank you, though. Do appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions.
That appears to be the case, Sebastian.
I guess W's for serendipity. I mean, she was questioning. And I didn't mean to be discouraging with the silence. I was actually double checking on something. The Aboriginal culture is purported to be 65,000 years old, which would make it the oldest living culture.
Yes.
And likely one of
animistic beliefs.
And one of the likely oldest cultures we can record. There are some in Africa that may have been older, and would be by quite a bit, but I would need to look further into these.
The metrics, what they're measuring it by, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
100,000 years or so.
Yeah. No, that was the difference between the civilization and the culture. When she said civilization, it's two different things. That's why I asked that question, because the civilization wise is definitely Egypt, but the culture is definitely the Aborigines from Australia.
I mean, you can go even further back than Egypt.
I'm sure, but it's more recorded.
Yeah, you could easily get back to the
Assyria, Babylonian, yeah.
Ghost and Q. Turns out they weren't a ghost. Welcome back, Valen. Did you mean to request again?
Yes, sir.
And why?
I wanted to add on to what she was just saying.
Why?
It's two things, really. I think...
But that's not the way this life works. What is the topic of my life?
Well, I waited a long time, like at least... Let me get it out real quick.
What is the topic of my life?
Well, we convince each other
Do you
that
want
there's a
comment
heaven...
privileges back? Is that what the topic of my life?
Well, I waited a long time, like at least... Let me get it out. Convince each other
Do you
that
want
there's a
comment
heaven...
privileges back? Is that what this is? Is you wanted to make a comment?
I would... may I? If not, okay.
Let's do that. But keep it respectful.
How is everyone? Doing okay?
Doing great.
Gotta make sure we check in every once in a while.
That interaction right there was almost as good as my cup of coffee this morning.
I hit my heart so hard. I hit my head so hard earlier. I'm glad I have the mic muted.
Good morning, Huggy. Hope you're doing well this morning. I'm thinking of making another cup of coffee.
Yeah, I'm starting.
I was hoping we'd have a good questioning of a believer with a belief that could question going on right now, and I could step away without anybody noticing.
Without nobody noticing.
Without nobody. So I could get the cup of ice required to make my blueberry coffee. I could make it hot, but that seems wrong.
You're committing so many sins.
There's no person in the queue.
There's nobody in queue right now.
Oh.
Not a one.
Pressing.
I know.
You know what, Thrayle? I wish my mom could understand English or speak it, just so she could hear how you make your coffee.
I start with a cup of ice, and I put the cup of ice.
Okay, she's gonna stop you right there.
The cup of ice is full, by the way, all the way to the top.
Well, of course, because it's gonna melt when you pour the.
Most of it's gonna melt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually take that back. I'm glad she doesn't understand English, otherwise she might have a heart attack.
Valen's back in the queue. I wonder why. He can comment again. Welcome back, Valen.
So, heaven and hell's like, it's a challenge to make you good. Go to heaven, see all your friends, your dogs,
Pretty sure I
family.
gave you comment. Sorry, hang on there. I gave you comment privileges back. You could have typed this up. I'm actually up here to question your beliefs. Oh, we can't hear you. You gotta unmute.
Yo.
There you go. You got yourself on mute.
Well, no, I meant it was like religion is like a scare tactic. It wants you to be good. And if you're good, follow the rules, go to heaven. If you're bad, well, you burn. Go to hell. You know, it's a scare tactic at the end of the day. And I think that goes for, I would like to think, a majority of the religions. Am I wrong?
Is he cutting out or is it me?
He's cutting out a bit.
There's like a Max Headroom moment where it was like a major, and then where is it? What is it you're saying, Balin? That people are believing because they're afraid of hell? Or we still hear all the background noise? You're still there. You're over it. You'll sit back. Okay.
The dumbest thing ever is thinking that there isn't a wall behind you, flexing your back so hard to try to stretch and hitting your head.
I've done that. That's not fun.
Yep, it's never fun.
Did you just do that?
Yep, twice actually. I'm that stupid.
Yeah, Valen. We can always try again another time. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We can try right now to see if you actually can question. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
I think you're cutting up a bit there.
Probably. Possibly. Oh yeah. Like a full 2-second delay.
All good now.
Hello,
Hello?
Jeb. Can I get your
Hey,
age
man.
for TikTok TOS?
Oh, yeah, I was born 2005, May 15th.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the Christian God. I believe in Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. No, not really. I've gotten pretty far, but...
Why haven't you?
I don't know. I just haven't gotten to it there.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yeah.
So you believe in the 6-day creation?
Say that again, you cut out.
The garden, those are true stories.
Sorry, can you say that again? You cut out.
And the 6-day creation. You believe those?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It's like as in the Bible?
Because it says in the Bible.
Yeah.
Does it matter to you if those stories contradict each other?
No, not really.
So even if the stories say different things or things that can't be true together, you still believe them?
Yeah, because Jesus is the only Almighty God.
I'm not sure that answers the question. So because Jesus is God, then therefore things that contradict each other can still be true.
Yeah, sure.
Jeb, can you question your beliefs?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Can you question your beliefs, Jeb?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Does it mean I'll be getting free V-Bucks?
Like, do you think that this is funny? Oh, what the? I expected.
Yeah.
Understandable when dealing with a child.
True.
Hello, Osprey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm going to be 20 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I would say no. And I think that even if I finished reading it beginning to end, I would have to like probably do it more than once and study it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Why haven't you read it from beginning to end?
Well, I'm working on it. You know what I mean? And I just,
Do you
you know,
believe the
when it
stories from it to be true and literal?
do I believe? Honestly, I can't say that I stand firm on like specific instances. Like if you asked me if the story of Adam and Eve was true, I would say that I'm leaning towards symbolic, and so, or you know, it's kind of stuff like that. But I think at the core of it, I kind of like can stand firm on like the account of Jesus and what he did for us.
Which account? Okay.
V-Bucks for you either.
No V-Bucks. I'm gonna go ahead, boot myself, and bring myself.
So Thrayle isn't here. Wanna go? What you guys? Some rules?
Thrayle. No idea where he could be.
Holy shit, it's a ghost. Ghost Thrayle.
Real.
It is really odd to not see him on the panel, but then I can hear his voice. It's like it's in my brain.
I second that. Yeah, that's a real statement. Right now.
If Thrayle is in your mind, does Thrayle even really exist?
So true. This is a fever dream right now. I'm inclined to believe that since I've hit my head twice.
I'm also inclined to believe that because you hit your head twice.
Fair enough, I guess.
How can you be sure you even hit your head at all?
Because it still hurts.
Fuck, he's right. I mean, but that doesn't mean anything.
Might not mean anything to you, but I'm sure it has a lot of meaning for Tav.
No, because pain doesn't exist if he chooses it doesn't exist.
Are you certain you even had a head?
Shit, he's back.
Okay, he's back.
I'm no longer in an existential crisis mode.
Joined.
My head still hurts, but I believe this life exists now. Thrayle is like the anchor to this life. This life is real only when Thrayle exists.
Valen says everything exists if you say it loud enough. Or if you say it out loud. Just out loud.
Okay, let me try. Thrayle! Okay, Thrayle exists.
I already existed.
Yes, you did, because I said your name out loud. You're welcome, Thrayle.
Tavium's headache.
World peace.
Tavium's headache. Tavium's headache.
What the? Why? Why would you do that?
We went very different directions there, Heretical.
We both may be skeletons, but it's two sides of the same coin. There has to be a balance.
How do you know that Thrayle is your balance?
Because
something feels off here, like we're missing the moon pickles. Like, isn't this just manifestation?
I definitely don't have a jar of moon pickles next to me at all.
You have a jar of moon pickles.
Fuck yeah, I do.
Are they from the moon?
No, they just sat out in the full moonlight.
You do that?
Yeah.
Okay, fair. No further questions.
None at all?
Nope.
Claire asks, is Thrayle unbalanced? No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know what balanced would mean.
You can't ask somebody if they're unbalanced because they're always going to tell you no, that they're fine and they don't want to go back.
I don't need to go to the doctor.
can question it. I wonder if our next guest can question their beliefs, though. Hello, M. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
They're not loaded all the way for me.
And they're gone.
No, Tav fell off.
Tav fell.
MDel is also off.
Mm-hmm.
Tav, I'm sorry about the headache joke. I love you.
Word shop. Sort of. It's probably a placebo effect, if I'm honest.
I know my daughter and my mother-in-law do like this sun tea thing, and they say it.
I love
changes.
making sun tea in the summer.
Yeah, they do that. I don't taste too much of a difference, but I mean, they're happy about it. That's all that matters.
The difference is it has to still be warm when you pour it over the ice. That's, in my opinion, what makes it taste different than like a regular like pot of tea, or not pot of tea, but like a pitcher of like iced tea.
She wrote that down.
No, that's actually, it's one of the big things that I do for midsummer is my kids and I will go around and forage a bunch of like wild herbs and flowers and stuff to put in the tea, and then we'll toss a couple tea bags in a big jar and sit it out in the sun.
Despite that, Claire just said that she has never had iced tea, and I don't know how to react to that statement.
Not everyone's from Texas, gentlemen.
I'm not from Texas. Clearly, I'm not from Texas.
Might as well be.
What the fuck? What?
I don't know that Texas would claim him, but he might fit in. Do you put beans in your chili?
No further questions.
The fuck is
So that's a yes.
Okay, I put beans in my chili because that's what I grew up with, but I also have heard people and I've seen people eat it with a peanut butter sandwich, and I'm just absolutely appalled by that.
It's so good. The only reason I add beans to my chili is because my daughter doesn't get enough protein in her diet, so we have to put it wherever we can.
I may sound like a disgruntled gatekeeper of chili.
You're welcome to be, by all means.
I actually do enjoy a tomato-based chili with beans in it from time to time.
Yeah.
From time to time. But like, why is that called chili? Where's the chili?
It's the chili peppers that you put in the chili.
Some people put in the chili, but like, it's practically just like a bolognese.
That's the type of chili my wife makes.
It's just a bolognese with beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, new peppers instead. That's chili. And then you can leave the beans and the veg out, or just saute the veg down real small. Cook it in there with the meat and the chili. And then you have chili. The kind you could break down and put on a hot dog. And this has been Cooking with Thrayle. If you have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your belief. Go ahead and request on up.
Now that's some content I would engage with for sure. Cooking with Thrayle.
I'm gonna need the infomercial on Cooking with Thrayle.
I need the first thing to be a sandwich.
No, that's the thing. Everything ends up being a fucking sandwich.
Yeah, every episode is the sandwich.
It's like today we're making chili, but it's a sandwich, and
But
this is the reason why.
Chili.
And it always just culminates in the same image of the same sandwich every single time.
Yeah, no matter what it. Yeah, he could be cooking something completely off topic, and it just ends up being the same picture of the same original sandwich from the first episode.
Good.
No matter what, of the same original sandwich from the first episode. And then we'll have like an episode where Thrayle goes to like Subway and Quiznos, questions their sandwiches and how they make their sandwiches.
Firehouse subs.
I don't enjoy Firehouse subs. Maybe it's just the one around here to me, but that could just be the ones around here.
Not sponsored in any way possible.
Quiznos, hit us up, dog.
Hello, Wezzy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Wezzy, are you with us? Did you mean to join? I'm gonna set you down. I'm guessing not. But if you did mean to, you can always request backup. And so can anybody else with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. If that sounds like you, and you think that you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate you or tear you down. I don't want to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question them, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Thrayle, somebody mentioned hot dogs on the comments. Have we done the experiment yet?
I have not made the Paniac yet. No.
Okay.
I went to the store the other day, specifically, well, not specifically, but it was on my list to get cottage cheese and hot dogs and okra, and they were out of cottage cheese, which I think is kind of the prime ingredient, so I skipped the other two until they restock. The hot dogs must be all beef. I saw that. But I will document it on the Discord when I do it. We will.
I'm supposed to get 5 more inches of snow today. So later this week I'll go to the store.
This is supposed to be my warmest day this week. And the high is 27.
No.
No.
No. I don't think outside would exist.
You'd be cocooned in your shed.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean the shed is outside too. It wouldn't exist.
I was gonna say, have you ever gotten stuck in the shed trying to open the door and it just like iced over?
No.
That's
that
good.
hasn't happened.
Like I can picture it, Thrayle going up to the door and just going dunk, 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 just him just.
It's a sliding door.
Yep, exactly like that.
If I did get stuck in here, I mean, I could manage for a while.
So now we're on the Thrayle survival show.
No.
Yeah, you're right. No.
I've always wondered. So I'm sorry, I'm going back to the sun tea topic. If, like, because obviously you're using the like light and warmth from the sun to brew the tea, and the sun is one of the only like natural resources of vitamin D we get. There can't be any correlation, right? That's not a thing.
Can you repeat that one more time? I got lost for just like 2 seconds.
Where did you get lost?
I just don't
say the
don't
beginning, it's okay.
Don't ask that. No, I heard the T and then I fell and then I got up. Just don't ask. Just please.
No, so one of
What do you
the
think the sun is doing in sun tea?
Well, I realize it's like heat that is basically cooking and warming the water, which then cooks the tea leaves and whatever.
Is it?
Yeah. I would imagine so. I can't think of any other reason or thing, unless there is one that I don't know of. Then I wouldn't be able to think of it still, though.
Is the sunlight doing anything, or is it just the heat?
I don't know, and that's my question.
So, like, if it was a cloudy day, or if you set it under an overhang, and the direct sun never got it,
Then it wouldn't work.
what wouldn't work?
It wouldn't become tea, or at least it would take 5 bajillion years for it to achieve tea status.
Kira says, ew, cloudy day sun tea, bad vibes.
Well, but radiation is still a heat source. It's so Yes, Claire, that is how you spell bajillion. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it would take just a little bit longer to do it at a colder temperature.
I mean, yeah, because you have things like cold brew.
Mm-hmm.
But even with cold brew, those are...
Why are we questioning tea?
We're not questioning tea. We're questioning what the sun does to the tea and why that might be interpreted as a religious experience.
Probably because it's the ideal temperature for bacterial growth. So maybe people are getting some kind of foodborne illness that causes them to deliriously associate it with some sort of religious experience.
That makes sense. Calling it radiation tea from now on.
I'm pretty sure if you look it up, you'll find that that is one of the safety concerns of sun tea.
I mean, obviously, bacterial growth. We want to have a sterile environment for safety, but we know that now. Interesting that should be the exact temperature, though.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how's it going?
Life.
Hello, Avenue Christus Rex. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I am a Catholic.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I am working on it. I only became Catholic within the past 5 years, and so there's a lot I'm still learning. I'd
Did
say
you come
I'm
from another Christian faith before that?
No, I came from being, I guess, more of just kind of agnostic spiritual.
And so, in 5 years, you haven't quite finished reading the Bible.
Honestly, I don't believe I'll ever be finished.
I just meant in a broad sense, having read it through.
Oh, enough to have a fairly decent understanding of the faith, yes. As far as really diving into the theology of all of the scripture, no, I'm not. I'm I still have a long way to go.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
It depends on what you mean by that. Not all of the Bible is meant to be taken in a literal sense.
Do you believe in the 6-day creation, or Adam and Eve as the first two humans?
It's possible, but my faith teaches, and I'll answer your questions from the belief of the faith, because I know there's a lot of Christian denominations out there, but if you're familiar with Catholicism, we're pretty, we follow not only just the scripture, but also the tradition of church teaching and dogma. But according to church teaching and dogma, the creation story, I guess, so one of the ways that when we approach scripture and we read scripture from the Old Testament and the New Testament is to, especially during like Genesis and the creation of the universe, is to understand that sometimes there's a word for it. I can actually pull it up for you right here. I have my little study Bible in front of me. So it says, in order to reveal himself, God used what theologians over the past nearly 2 millennium call accommodation. Sometimes the Lord stoops down to communicate by condescension. That is, he speaks as humans speak, as if he had the same passions and weaknesses that we do. For example, God says he was
I'm
sorry
sorry,
that he
can you
made
stop
man.
for a moment? I don't need you to read your study Bible to me. I asked you a question about what you believe.
Well, I'm just trying to give you the context to understand where my beliefs are coming from,
It'd
and not
be a
just...
lot easier if you just answered the question.
It's possible that it's literal, but it doesn't really necessarily matter.
It's possible that it's literal, but it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter to you if the days are days, or if the order is true, or if Adam actually ate the fruit, or if Eve ate the fruit, or if Adam was first, or if Eve was first. None of that really matters to you.
It does matter, but it doesn't necessarily mean that things happen as they were explained. A lot of it is allegorical in the sense that we're supposed to help us understand. As far as the fall and the first sin, yes, I do believe that to be true. As far as the creation of the universe, I don't believe it to be created in 6 days. I follow what the Catholic scientists have put forward, which is the Big Bang Theory, that I think is the most logical explanation of the creation of the universe.
I'm sorry, you said Catholic scientists have put forward the Big Bang Theory.
It was a Catholic monk who invented the Big Bang Theory.
Still in the middle of my question. What is the current model of the Big Bang Theory?
That the universe began in a single singularity.
Where does it say that?
I don't know off the top of my head, man. I'm not going to have the fucking study verbatim or the theory verbatim in my mind. I don't have notes in a binder here. I'm just answering your questions based off of the knowledge I have.
Is the Big Bang Theory the name of the current model for the idea of...
Unless it changed, then I'm pretty sure that's what I was tracking.
What does the name Big Bang Theory mean?
That the universe came from a single singularity that then exploded in throwing the universe into creation of the steps that would lead to form the creation of the earth.
Exploded.
Where does it say it will explode or it had exploded?
Like I said, I don't know. I don't have it. I'm going off base of my general, very vague, very broad knowledge of the Big Bang Theory. I'm not a scholar of the Big Bang Theory. So if you want very in-depth information, I recommend you Google it.
Right, we're not trying to get you to teach us. Do you understand that we're trying to see if you can question your beliefs?
Yeah, I have a very broad understanding of the Big Bang Theory as it was taught in school.
And do you think that it's possible that you have a misunderstanding of it? That you might have some assumptions about it that correlate with your belief system that don't correlate with the actual scientific understanding?
Not really, no, because I believed in the Big Bang Theory before I became religious. Is it possible that it's incorrect? Of course, it's a theory. We don't have...
I was asking is it possible that your understanding of it is incorrect?
So that my understanding of it is incorrect? Yeah, probably, yeah. I'm not going to say my knowledge and everything is absolute. I'm not an expert. But so, yeah, maybe my understanding of it is incorrect.
You were pretty emphatic that it's a Catholic scientist that discovered that it was created by this, or in the singularity, that was the beginning.
I'm just saying that it was he put forward the theory of the Big Bang Theory.
He put forth what theory? Like when you say Big Bang, what did he actually put forth?
The process of which I honestly don't know how to explain it. Like I said, I know what it is. I remember from when I learned it in school, just that the universe is infinitely expanding because it originated from a single singularity, however many millions of years ago.
Have you ever heard of the hypothesis of the primeval atom?
I have not, but enlighten me.
So the Catholic priest, do you know his name?
Not off the top of my head.
Would you have put so much, I guess, stock into what this conversation's about if it was a different religious sect that found these things out versus just the Catholic one?
In the sense of you're saying that like these discoveries originated from another group of people with different religious beliefs?
Yeah, if it came from a different religious group, would you believe or disbelieve?
If it's founded in logic and reasoning, then I would believe it. Most of the, even back hundreds of years ago, most of the revolutionary scientific discoveries that came out, if it was true and accurate knowledge, the church accepted it. So I'm not going to be anti-knowledge simply because someone with a different set of beliefs discovered it.
If you're comfortable answering, what made you choose Catholicism? And I apologize if you've answered that already.
No, you're good. I enjoyed the conversation. When I was, without giving the full backstory, it was a very low point in my life, and just when I was having this kind of point in my life where I felt connected to something and I didn't know exactly what it was, I went to studying, and after all of my historical reading and contemplating in conversations I had with people in my community at the time, I came to the conclusion that my faith was the way.
So, you had said prior to being Catholic that you came from not necessarily lack of belief, but agnostic, yes?
Yeah, like I've always had that when I was growing up. I was like, hey, there's something out there. What it is exactly, I don't know. God, for sure. Just what does that mean? What does that look like? I'm not, it was kind of, I don't know what the word would be, agnostically spiritual.
I get it. I struggle with trying to define my belief system to most laymen as well. What had you been exposed to Catholicism prior to this?
Other than just knowing some people and family members that were Catholic, but I didn't grow up in a Catholic household. We were very lukewarm. I had a lot of familial
Agnostic,
issues.
yeah.
Yeah, I love my father. He's sober now, but he had severe alcohol and drug issues growing up. They always fought. It was,
Just
it was
be
a
careful with those words. If things are illegal, it tends not to be a great thing to speak about on TikTok.
yeah. So yeah, we had our issues. So it's not like I grew up in like a very influential household. If anything, a lot of things in my childhood actually pushed me away from God.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering
why specifically Catholicism, I guess?
I guess just in my pursuit of knowledge and understanding of God, it was Catholicism that gave me the clearest answer and the clearest guidance.
Okay. What other practices and faiths did you look into, if any?
Pretty much every form of Protestantism, Methodist, Lutheran. I even looked at the Mormons for a little bit, and as well as Buddhism, and just I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It was a little while ago. So
Okay,
most of the
no,
Christian
that's fine.
denominations, and then Buddhism.
Why didn't you explore outside of monotheistic?
Just didn't really. I don't know. Just didn't really see. Interacts with this subject example. And for the most part, patients in own relationships, whereas human, the sense of we are there as slaves for sexual purposes or to be kind of used and thrown away, where that kind of really differed for me when it came to monotheism in the sense of Christianity, and even in Buddhism, kind of held that too, was that kind of that interpersonal connection with the idea of having that interpersonal connection with your creator.
Interesting that you chose those examples, because I can think of a few examples in Christianity that reflect those same values.
We can talk about that if you'd like.
I'm more wondering. Why would those still come up in Christianity?
Because the Bible, at the end of the day, is what a lot of people fail to do when they read it, is to read the Bible within context and to understand what it is
What
that
do you mean by
actually is
in
trying to be said.
context?
In context of understanding what we read today by our standards might be taken one way, but when we understand the message was being conveyed to at the time, it makes a lot more sense. And especially, there's also a lot of difficulty when it comes to the translations, because the original Old Testament we get from the Aramaic, not Aramaic, ancient Israelite manuscripts versus the New Testament, which we can get from Aramaic and Greek, which then there's.
Were you looking for the word Hebrew?
Hebrew, yes. Sorry, it's I'm trying to adjust because I have overnight shift tonight, so I've been staying up all night tonight so I can sleep during the day. So my mind's like mush right now.
Understand.
But yeah, so in with that, there's also a lot of language barriers in the sense of where in English we can say high means this, but there might be 4 different words for high in Greek that depend on the context and the situation in which you're using them. So it definitely requires a lot of more in-depth understanding to not misrepresent scripture.
Is the translation error only between languages, like between Spanish and English, for example?
No, so in terms of the modern languages, everything is kind of set in stone. The only time we ever get revisions of scripture, primarily when I'm speaking, through the Catholic faith, I know there's other Bibles outside of Catholicism that exist, is whenever science shows, or there's a development in linguistics, in the study of linguistics, that shows that there was a word that might have had a more specific meaning, So kind of like saying, instead of, like, hey, it was cold outside, we can say, hey, it was absolutely freezing outside. And if there's words that can better describe those things, then we'll make those adjustments with the linguistics.
I have no further questions. I'm satisfied. Did you both abandon me? God damn it.
I mean, if you have other questions, I'm more like, I love talking about this stuff. So, and you don't have to be afraid
No,
about offending me or anything.
No, and I'm similarly, I'm of the same worldview, but not of the same faith, if that makes any sense.
I get you. Although I will say, I guess my understanding maybe is a little more different than the typical person, just because I'm a history teacher. So I do study everything else outside of that.
Hell yeah. I'm
Yeah.
dropping you a follow. I'm gonna shamelessly plug myself right now. I'm rebuilding my account around comparative mythology and religion and
that's
cultural
wonderful.
anthropology. So
that's absolutely wonderful. And it's important too. I'm reading this book right now. It's by a very, very famous Catholic theologian. I think it's James Hitchcock. I know Hitchcock is his last name, but it's the history of the Catholic Church from apostolic age to the third millennium. And it talks about the pivotal turning point right after the fall of Rome and the rise of Christianity taking over the Roman Empire, where they were initially, there were the groups of Christians that were saying, hey, like all these Hellenistic Greek knowledge and philosophy and all that stuff, we need to stay away from that stuff because it's going to taint the current Christians. It's going to mess up the church that we're trying so hard to build. And then there was the other portion of the church at the time, the very early church, that was like, no, this is important. Knowledge is knowledge. And there was a bunch of councils where it very much, like, if had it gone differently, Catholicism could have been very anti-knowledge, anti-science, like a lot of other Christian sects are. But they ultimately held the firm belief that Christians are able to navigate the knowledge of the Hellenistic world without compromising their faith, which led to a flourishment of artwork and transfer of knowledge from the Romans and the Greeks. So it's really cool to see how they influence each other and how the knowledge evolves all over time.
I could listen to you talk forever. I'm sorry.
Well, I followed you too.
And I'm sorry, Morgan. You didn't have any questions about anything you've heard?
No, not a single one, because I agree.
Single
one, because I agree.
And I'm more than happy to talk about it anytime you want.
No, but I definitely, I want to look into that book. I would like to do some more research. Because I have questions, but I don't know what the questions are.
Yeah, and that's how I was with that book too. Like, there were things I didn't even think about, and it's like, because I always, like, in my subconscious, I was like, oh, like the Vatican's very organized. Like, they got the guard, they got the robes, they got the artwork and everything. And then Hitchcock makes the connection that's like, hey, the Roman Empire did have its influence in terms of its societal stuff. So like the Romans were very organized, very disciplined, very, very methodical. Hence why Roman Catholicism is.
So, I'm sorry, I did miss quite a bit, I guess, because I was distracted. When did we question beliefs? What were the beliefs being questioned here?
Oh, I mean, she was just going into questions about, like, I guess where my faith stems from, as well as I can't think of it. I'm sorry, my mind's bugging out about the question you asked.
I heard something about language.
Oh, yes, there we go.
And you said because of the Hebrew and the Greek and
so that's where the questioning started, where I asked if the translation errors are limited to only like the languages we speak, and that's when he answered that, as time progresses, we eventually develop language or identify reasonings.
Yeah, so basically, kind of like how, like, for the Christian community, I know, like.
So, I'm sorry. Before you, no, I don't need more TED talk. I want to know what it is you believe and why. And so far, I've heard a little bit about your take on church history, but I'm not hearing anywhere in there why you believe that there is this God, why you believe in the Catholic version of it. And I thought the question was originally about why Catholicism.
Oh, okay, well, I can definitely go into that. So it was kind of multiple things that came together to culminate and make my decision to go into Catholicism. The one thing, which isn't necessarily exclusive to Catholicism, but it is exclusive to was the explanation of human creation and the relationship to the Creator. Something struck a chord in my heart when I was 21, 22, reading for the first time. And, and I have to, this is the history teacher in me, I have to imagine that there were some people thousands of years ago that were disappointed because they thought they displeased their
You say the
God.
history teacher in you. Are you actually a working history teacher? Is
Yes.
that something you do as a profession?
Yes, it is. Yes. I'm currently not right now because I'm on active duty status because I'm a reservist and I'm on Title 10 orders. But when I'm not doing
I
this,
smelled you from a mile away. I fucking knew it.
So when I'm not doing this, I am a full-time history teacher. But what I was saying was I imagine that there were some people that were upset that their valley got flooded, and the explanation from everyone around them was, well, you must have done something to piss the gods off. And to imagine that at some point, whenever Judaism entered the scene to the Middle East, because I recognize Christianity stems from Judaism, that there was probably some people, and I'm sure the conversation didn't go like this, but essentially they're like, hey, why don't you come follow my religion? They're like, oh, okay, well, what's up with your God? And what does it say about how we were created? And what does he represent? Are we his subjects? He's like, no. It's like, no, one God, and he created you in his own image because he wants to share in that relationship with you. You are his greatest creation, and he wants to give you the fullness of life and love because he is love.
I'm sorry, stop giving me this sermon.
I'm giving you my reasoning. That's what turned me. That was why. That was the first reason.
Love?
Because of the explanation of human origin. Why we were created, that we weren't just playthings for the gods, that we were created with intention, specifically to share in a loving relationship with our Creator.
There's other religions that have a origin story of equalness or something similar. Why not one of those versus this one?
So that's where it goes into my other reasonings, which is when I actually started researching Catholicism, and the history very much intrigued me. The historical accounts of the saints and the martyrdom that took place very much made me feel connected and close, and the explanation of human nature is also what connected with me the most.
To be clear, you don't take the creation story literally, as we explored in the beginning of this conversation.
The creation of the universe, as far as Adam and Eve, I do take that literally.
First two humans created, one from dust and the other from a rib.
Mm-hmm.
In the creation of the universe, do you take any of that story to be true? Does the order matter if the days are not days?
And by days, do you mean the literal days of the week, or do you mean in terms of the order in which things were created?
What is it you do take from that story? What is true?
Well, the central teaching that we take away as Catholics is that God created the universe.
Just that he created. So none of the order doesn't matter, the days don't matter.
The days of the week matter, but as far as what was created on what day, and that's not the central point of the narrative. It's just that God created the universe. it's
that is interesting. So for you, it doesn't matter at all if there are contradictions in the text, because at least half of that story isn't true.
What contradictions are you pointing to? The first part of Genesis and the second part of Genesis?
Right, the order given in Genesis 1 versus the order given in Genesis 2. How man comes before plants in Genesis 2. So do you believe that to be literal then? Then man, before there were plants, he makes a man. That's not just a contradictory story with the other text, but yet you believe that to be the true story.
It's not contradicting, it's just not literal. So, and when you examine the two parts of Genesis,
you don't
one
take
is
the first part as literal, so it's not a contradiction if you imagine the other is just a metaphor.
Yeah, well, the whole point of the reason why it's restated twice is that it's essentially macro and micro. So you have the macro, which is the general overall creation of the universe in the beginning of Genesis, and then it goes into the micro, which is the kind of zoomed in part of creation where you get the story of Adam and Eve.
I'm sorry, how do you zoom into the micro and change the order?
It's not changing. Well, like I said, the order's not literal, but it's like me saying World War II was fought.
But you're still saying that it's not a contradiction.
Yeah, because it's not literal, but it's micro and macro. So it's like
how
me
does
saying
micro and macro doesn't actually explain it. The not literal.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Here's the thing. I don't get why you would go after it's not literal and then try to give it yet another reason why it's not a contradiction. If it's just not literal, then it's not literal.
I'm not giving you a reason. You're saying it contradicts itself. And the one thing is the reason why it doesn't contradict itself is it's not literal. And the other thing I'm trying to tell you is that the reason a lot of people think it's a contradiction is because they don't understand it's macro and micro.
Macro and micro doesn't explain it. Do you know what contradiction I'm even pointing to? Like how does it explain it if you don't know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about how in the first mention of the creation of the universe, the order is different than when it's micro zoomed in to the discussions with Adam and how God created and ordered the things.
What is the order given in Genesis 2?
I don't know off the top of my head. So, but I do understand that the order is different.
Genesis 1.
I don't know off the top of my head.
How does zooming in change the order?
So, if you will let me finish explaining, I can tell you. So, it's because the order is not the important part. You're putting a lot of emphasis on the order when the order is not literal. The whole point of me saying that it's micro and macro.
Yeah,
so, if you want me, yeah. So the whole point of why I'm saying micro and macro is it's like me saying, hey, World War II happened. Now let's go micro and talk about the Battle of the Bulge. So that's what the beginning of Genesis is. Hey, God created the universe. Okay, now let's go look at the interactions of God and Adam and Eve and the fall of man.
So are Adam and Eve represented in Genesis 1?
I'm pretty sure on one of the days he creates humans, or like I said, I don't have the scripture off the top of my head, so I can't give you a verbatim answer.
So they're the man and woman created in the sixth day.
Mm-hmm.
That's Adam and Eve.
Yes, but it's like I said, it's the zoomed out, and then when you go into the micro,
I'm just
then
gonna,
you learn about how.
I want to lay out to understand. Okay,
mm-hmm.
Let's lay it out. So on the third day, he makes the plants.
Mm-hmm.
On the fifth day, he makes the beasts of he makes the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea, right? And then on the sixth day, he makes the beasts of the land and the man and the woman, right? In the second chapter, before there were plants, he makes
there was man.
So before plants, before day 3, day 6. And if you keep going, it's not good that man should be alone. I'll make him a helper. And so he makes the animals, day 5 and 6.
Yes.
Before the man. How is that zoomed in?
Because like I said, the
If he's
order is not
including
the
day
important.
3,
The order,
day 5, and day 6, how is
the
that zoomed
order,
in?
because the order is not important. The important part of the story is to show that God created the universe and that there was a process of which man and woman came to be. It's the emphasis you're putting is on the order, which doesn't matter. That's not the part of the story that matters. We're talking about just the universe was created, and then Adam and Eve were created. Simply saying that something that is of no relevance to the faith that you're questioning, like you know, that's like, it's like we don't concern ourselves with that. That's not important to us. That contradiction, which isn't a contradiction because the order doesn't matter in the faith, is
You're saying it's
doesn't
not a
disprove
contradiction
anything.
because the order doesn't matter. So if the order mattered, then it would be a contradiction.
If God had explicitly said in the scripture that the order of which I say things matters, then yes. But we understand that not everything in the Bible is meant to be taken as an encyclopedia of an examination of the physical sciences. We're not looking at it to be an almanac.
Do you believe the first 2 chapters of Genesis to be written by the same hand?
It could be possible, could be not. You know, it could be more than one author. Do I believe they're divinely inspired to be the word of God? Yes.
So you think they are both divinely inspired?
All scripture is written with the belief that it is divinely inspired.
That's the belief, but what is the knowledge? Is that it needs to be true, right?
The knowledge is that it conveys the word of God, and the word of God is true. But what it's not saying is that it's true in a literal sense. There's 3 or 4, I have to remember off the top of it, there's 3 or 4 different ways in which scripture is read and studied, and it's not taken in a literal sense.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't really care, but I'm just trying to figure out the answer to my question there. It's written because it's inspired, but it's not, inspiration isn't always the truth source, right?
No, we believe it is the true source. We believe that it is intervened by the Holy Spirit, that when the prophets and those who wrote the books of the Old and New Testament.
Collectively, it sounds like you're talking about Catholicism as a whole. What about you specifically?
What about what specifically?
You. How do you feel about it? What do you think? It's
Oh, well, my belief is in belief with Catholic dogma. That is part of my faith. And the Catholics and the Catholic Church's interpretation of Scripture. It's why, in case you didn't know this, every Catholic church around the world on any given Sunday, it doesn't matter if it's Iraq, Russia, or the US, they are reading the same exact Scripture. The interpretation that's taught by the church is uniform throughout the entire world. So I can call anyone up around the world, and on Sunday they will have heard the same
I interview
Scripture.
Catholics every day, and their beliefs are different. I understand that there's a uniformity. I think it's interesting that you're relying on it as a conglomerative, that everything that I ask you about you questioning your beliefs is a we answer.
Because in any other Catholic, I can tell you, any other Catholic you interview, if they disagree with Catholic dogma, then they're not in line with Catholicism.
Are you certain that you are fully up to date with all of your Catholic dogma, that everything that you believe is in line with what is decided as dogma?
About 99% sure, unless there's something I've gotten wrong. But if there's something I've gotten wrong and I learned what it actually is, then that will be my dogma, because that's part of being a Catholic.
Fascinating. So you don't think for yourself at all?
I do think for myself. I willingly choose this.
You willingly choose to not think for yourself, is what it sounds like.
Homie, be so for real. We both signed that fucking paperwork.
I willingly choose to accept this as my faith, and I accept the truths of Catholicism as my beliefs. I can leave the church anytime I want. It's not like Scientology or Mormonism where I'm going to get haunted by fucking angry letters and emails. I can leave the faith anytime I want. I choose it of my own accord. I read it, I reflect on it, and I come to the conclusion that yes, this is something that I accept, and I fall in line with my beliefs.
Is it encouraged in the Catholic faith to interpret by yourself, or do you have to adhere to all of the Catholic dogma?
So there's dogma, and then there's, I forget, there's another word for it. So it's like, if it's in, excuse me, sorry, I just choked on my spit. If there is an official church declaration, so like, for example, that Jesus died and rose on the third day and ascended into heaven, that is, when it's dogma, that is something that it doesn't matter how I feel about it. That is a core part. That is a core dogmatic part of the Catholic faith. If I don't accept that, then I'm not in line with Catholicism. You know, then there's other theological discussions where people take scripture and apply it to the current situations and times to kind of understand how our life fits into that. You know, that's stuff that's kind of up for debate. Like, you know, if I'm taking scripture now and I'm trying to, for example, analyze what my faith might say about the situation going on in Minnesota, you know, with ICE and everything, that's completely up to, you know, there's certain beliefs that I cannot cross being a Catholic because it's part of our dogma, like the sanctity of life, that, you know, all of those human lives matter. Doesn't matter what my political beliefs may be. You know, the people working on ICE have equal value to the people that are being arrested. They're human beings created by God. But I can still analyze the political situation and try to apply my values to that in different ways. There's just no crossing the dogmatic lines. If that makes sense.
It's fucking gross. It's weird. Like what you just said at the end, sure, that was a plea for human empathy that most people can relate to. But everything else about being absolutely stuck in this dogma that you will not question, that there's no stepping out of line like a soldier, yes, sir, to the Catholic Church. Why?
Because I willingly make this decision. It's not just that someday some random person in the Vatican said that, okay, this is going to be the new dogma belief that we have. This is after years, decades, sometimes centuries of discussions in councils that are recorded and can be read upon, of councils where theologians that are 1,000 times smarter than I am in the Catholic faith have come together and debated.
Every dogmatic decision.
Every dogmatic decision, there's probably at least 5 councils on it in terms of the Catholic faith. I mean, that's like, I was just learning the other day, the belief that Jesus has 2 natures, fully divine and fully human, even though he's one person, goes back to a council in the 3rd or 4th century. And it's also where a funny Catholic meme comes from, because Santa Claus, who's based off of St. Nicholas, punched a bishop in the face at the council, Arius, who said that Jesus was not fully divine, and so he punched him in the face. So he's the only person on the face of planet Earth to be punched by Santa Claus. So it's like a Catholic meme. But there's dozens.
I'm sorry. You think? Do you hear the way that you leap to conclusions? Do you hear the way that you? The only person on the face of the earth to be punched by Santa Claus, assuming this St. Nicholas is Santa Claus, which leads to questions. I understand what you're saying.
It's just a joke.
Right, but to say the only person, it doesn't even make sense. It's a demonstration of the way that this whole conversation has gone.
Not really, no, because I'm not really saying that, you know, I'm pretty sure he might have punched someone else in his lifetime, but I'm just saying it's a joke that we tell.
Sure. The way that...
what I'm saying is my beliefs are not just accepting something that someone tells me in a room blindly. It's centuries and centuries of knowledge and debate from very intelligent theologians who have debated this matter.
You found that out after that people debated it, and then you still are just following what they decided.
Yeah.
Without questioning yourself.
Not questioning it. The things I believe in, I research.
Can you question your beliefs?
Of course I can question my beliefs. I did question my beliefs before, leading up to the road of coming to Catholicism. And every day I question my beliefs.
Can you question your current belief that there is this creator, that it is this God?
I do every day.
Can you give me an example?
See, because the way you're picking it up and is that you're saying I am this blind soldier that just follows this God willy-nilly and doesn't question anything of my humanity or the current situation of the earth.
You chose to do it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I struggle. That doesn't mean I don't hear about the things going on in the world, whether it be.
See, I'm not asking you about your current events knowledge.
I'm not talking about the current events. But if you let me finish, you'll understand I'm not talking about current events.
What did
I'm
I
answering
ask
your
you?
question if you let me finish.
What was it? Can you repeat the question and then answer it?
Can I question my beliefs? How do I question my beliefs? And I'm telling you why, like, how I end up questioning my beliefs every day. And I'm trying to answer your question. And just like how when you're speaking and asking me the question, I'm giving you the time to speak. So I will tell you, I question my beliefs every day whenever there's a situation where it's sometimes hard for me to reconcile how things can occur in the world with the creator and understanding the reason and the purposes behind it. And sometimes it's very difficult, especially when I have difficulties in my own life, whether it's through my family and family members that are, going through cancer or whatever, and a lot of other things. It creates questions, it creates doubts, and I have to reconcile that and research and come to conclusions. And that happens every day.
How is that you questioning your belief?
Hold on one second.
Just a reminder while we're holding on one sec. There's a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen with a few seconds left on it. And also, thank you all for tapping the screen over 100,000 times. Oops, that poll's over. Thank you all. I appreciate you tapping the screen. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely we'll get someone in here who actually can question their beliefs.
So sorry about that. My wife was talking to me. But it questions my beliefs in the sense of trying to reconcile how things can happen in the world with there being a God.
The problem of evil.
Yeah, and that's a very natural thing of anyone who says they're faithful, who doesn't question their faith when faced with the problem of evil. They're straight up lying.
Well, how is the problem of evil a problem if your God says he created evil?
So, he didn't create evil. It was there. Evil is the absence of God.
What did he say in Isaiah 45:7?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. Evil was created in the sense that evil does exist where God is not present. Evil is just the absence of God.
I wonder if you would read your Bible and find otherwise. But we did have a poll, and it is time to move on. Isaiah 45:7 says, I form the light and create the darkness. I make the evil. I am the Lord who... Hang on. This is the wrong translation. There we go, 45:7. I form the light, I create the darkness, I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Looks like Thrayle has begun preaching early. I don't know about preaching, just was trying to get to questioning beliefs, but it is time to move on to the next guest. Maybe another time we can question his beliefs a little more. Hello, Tiffany. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, guess Tiffany's not there. And the next one's a ghost, too. Was I preaching? Maybe there was a little. I can question that.
Is it preaching if you're just reading aloud? Is it preaching if you don't have any conviction behind it?
Traumatogenic imprintation. Oh my goodness.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's right. You only have a week left.
Oh, is it a week until I begin preaching?
Mm-hmm.
I see. I wonder what the first sermon will be. But I do need to make sure that I thank Claire and Polly, Paniac, and Father Henny. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal, and anybody else who helped. I do appreciate all of you. If I didn't see your name, it's because you're on a private account. But you're still amazing, and I thank you.
The thing about Thrayle's sermons is that none of it would have any answers. It would just be nothing but a question the entire time, and then you leave with more questions and no answers.
If I'm doing it right. I did do a celestial skeletal bat goddess sermon one time.
Did you really?
Yeah. I don't think it was more than a year ago. Maybe it was more than a year ago.
Anybody with a belief counts for this hypnotic mind. Or without a belief, for that matter. Ooh.
Wow, Father Annie, thank you. Thank you, and Cat the Witch. I appreciate you both so much for helping with that goal. That was fast. was in no way a complaint. No, we had a ghost in the queue again.
Oh dear.
Second time.
Oh, this is going to be your first time experiencing this thrill.
Thank you, Insomnia. I see. I see. Thank you, Morgan. Or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate. But interesting, it's in a poetic way.
You're going to get real tired of thinking me.
No, I'm not. I found one in here. That. Thank you, Morgan. I found one in here that made me question the wisdom of the writer. And without opening your door, you can know the whole world. Without looking out your window, you can understand the way of the Tao, which to me doesn't make sense. Because doesn't Tao mean way?
I believe
the more knowledge you seek, the less you will understand. Now that one has a certain poignancy. The master understands without leaving, sees clearly without looking, accomplishes much without doing anything. I get some of the poignancy of that, but the first line, maybe it's meant to make you question it so that you pay attention to the stuff that follows. said, be right back. Sue says, host, what is your belief and can you question it? My belief is in asking questions and questioning the answers. Can most certainly question that. I also have a belief in blueberry coffee, and I believe that blueberry coffee is about to need to be made.
I have a belief that I tried my wife's strawberry chocolate creamer, and I did not like it.
Thank you, Bats. Oh my. Thank you, Morgan.
You are so welcome, Thrayle. You deserve it.
Wow. Thank you so much. Wow.
Just wait.
Hello, Toad Modu. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, March 28th of 2000, that would be 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I've been up here a few times, and I don't know if y'all remember me or not. But I have accepted at this point that I enjoy listening and learning. However, I am not equipped at the moment to give a definitive belief that I follow at the moment. I just want to say that I appreciate you, Thrayle, and I hope you enjoy your blueberry coffee. However, I think you should try coffee with like some ground up peppers in with the grain. It surprisingly helps the flavor. It really brings out the flavor of the coffee, much like
I might have to try
chocolate
that.
if you've done that.
I might have to try that with actual blueberry in the grain. Father Henny, thank you so much.
That would be a really good idea too. Like ground up some dried blueberries in with the grain. That'd be neat. Either way, I will drop down. I just wanted to say hello to you and that I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Toad Modu. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Take care. Big W's for Toad Modu. I mean, if you're trying to enhance blueberry coffee, I can't be mad at you. Especially if it's just by adding more blueberries. More chocolate. I have not tried the mushroom coffees. I'm not sure about that. I mean, if I can add blueberries to it, then... But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, blueberry god or otherwise, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, wow. Wow, Morgan.
Yes.
Thank you.
I meant what I said. You deserve it.
I'm very interested in this proverbial junk measuring contest between Morgan and Father Henny.
What did you didn't hear the beginning of that?
You're just measuring it out. You're just slapping meat on the table and seeing who's is bigger, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger to where there's gonna be no more table. It's just gonna be just meat.
Got him. I always win this game.
I'm not mad about the game at all. I appreciate you both so much. Never been happier to be caught in the crossfire.
We do this for a lot of our friends if we end up in the same live. We'll just gift war with each other. But it's because we love the content. We love our friends and we want to be able to support them in everything they do.
Well, thank you. I really do appreciate it. As Kira said, the most pleasant collateral damage ever.
What a wholesome way to argue.
Isn't it?
Right.
But fuck you.
Well, I really can't thank you both enough. Thank you so much. And what better way to thank you than providing more of that content? 80s man, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am from Florida and I'm 50 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That's what I was going to ask you. I've been following you for a little minute here. Like every day I see you for a little.
It's really what it says, questioning beliefs, to see if you can question what it is that you believe.
Well, I'm Hispanic. So in America, we were raised to believe in God. We're Catholic, but when you get older, you start thinking, okay, if there is a higher power, why are there diseases? Why bad things happen to good people? You start thinking when you get older, but you were raised believing in God, and it's like, how dare you even think things like that? Because you were raised Catholic. So I feel you. It's crazy.
Do you still believe in the Catholic God?
Of course, I'm Catholic, bro. I'm Puerto Rican.
Do you feel that that's a necessity of being?
Of course. When you're raised in it and you've gone to church all your life as a child, I don't go now as an adult as much as I should, but, your beliefs are your beliefs because you were raised to believe that all your life,
Have you
And
read
in
the Bible?
Florida, it's a Hispanic state, so you're not around atheists, or you're not surrounded by people that don't believe.
Have you read your Bible?
Of course, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm Catholic. And let me ask you something. Do you know, and I ask this to a lot of people that do not know. They're not educated. Do you know how long it takes to read the whole Bible and to understand it? I actually went to Jerusalem. I actually went to these places and did studies, and I've had big people that worked actually in the Vatican tell me this.
Fascinating.
Tell me, what do you think? How
Hades,
long does
man.
it take to read the Bible?
I've got to ask you a question, because I'm not up here to answer yours. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. So, are you currently inebriated? Is that what's going on right now?
Excuse me?
Are you drunk?
Hell's no, dude. It's freaking 8:30 in the morning. Why would you say that? I'm asking you a question. How long does it take to read the Bible?
It's going to be different for different people. I said that right at the beginning when you started asking it, before you told me about all the places
You're funny,
you've been.
dude. Am I drunk? Are you fucking kidding me? I asked you a simple question, bro. How long does it take to, if you're avoiding the question, that means you don't know.
It took
Okay,
me
that's very clear.
80s,
from
80s,
cover
man.
to cover
I
to
just said
understand it.
it's going to be different for different people.
I thought this was going to be an intelligent conversation.
Are you wanting me to tell you it takes...
Takes what? How long does it take and to understand to read the Bible? How long?
You got a phone call. Calm down.
Tell me.
Oh, did I get muted somehow?
Yes, you did.
Fascinating.
Answer the question. Very simple question.
80s,
How
man.
long does it
80s,
take
man.
to read the Bible and to understand?
Stop belligerently, drunkenly shouting all over me. I'd like you to stop. Okay. I'm not here to answer your questions, as I said. I did say earlier that I'd like you to stop. That I did, when you first asked, say that it's going to be different for different people. So for each person, it's going to take a different amount of time, right? It could take somebody 2 weeks. It could take them 10 years. What answer are you looking for? It doesn't make a difference what my answer is here, because I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. Is that something you're capable of?
You don't know the answer. Just admit it. That's why you're saying shit like that.
Bro.
Holy fucking shit. How long does it take to read it? I don't know is a sufficient answer. You're right. It's a great answer. Nothing wrong with I don't know. You seem to think that I need to provide you some kind of answer. To think that
Not any of our jobs.
I don't know how long it takes you to read the Bible. I don't know how long it takes Morgan to read it, or Heretical. I don't know how long it takes different people to read it, 80s.
It also depends on the version.
I don't think he realizes that he's muted.
Probably not. You can unmute when you're ready to speak.
You just gotta press the mute button. Only you can unmute you. Drunk people usually get muted for being drunk and incoherent, for not recognizing that this isn't their stage. So, are you capable of questioning your beliefs, 80s man?
Yeah, right.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Of course, dude. Seriously?
What does that
I
mean
just
to
told
you?
you my beliefs. It's a Catholic.
You said it.
Okay, but
I'm a Catholic, raised a Catholic.
80s.
Okay.
80s. So when I say, can you question your beliefs, what does that mean to you?
If I can question my beliefs, of course I can question my beliefs, but I don't have to question my
What
beliefs.
does it mean?
These are my beliefs.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Wow, bro. This guy's a trip.
If you're
Okay,
not
just to
willing
let
to
you
question
know,
your
you
beliefs, why
idiot,
would you request
it
that prayer?
takes 3 years to read the Bible and to understand it.
Wow.
Not other people can read a book in 3 days and think they can understand it. Educate yourself.
Oh. Sounds like you need to go to work. We also thought we were going to get an intelligent conversation.
No, not from somebody that drunk.
I don't 100% believe he was intoxicated. I think that he was just a rude ass motherfucker.
Yeah, I think that's more likely the case.
Then you're missing part of the descriptor there. Because it's not just a rude ass motherfucker. There's something else going on there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to use one of those inflammatory words for a deficiency of intellect or a mental capacity because I don't think that's helpful. But there's something going on there that makes me think he's drunk. There is that. Maybe it's Florida. It might be Florida, Kira.
Yeah. And also, Joe makes a good point as well.
Morning.
Good morning, Philly.
Good morning, Philly. How are you?
Laughing at that last interaction.
Yes, it was obnoxious. It was only somewhat. Are you a sadist, Philly?
What?
That's it. Throw it up on the board. Is Philly a sadist? Can you question that?
I'm not sure it needs to be questioned. Do you believe it's a lifestyle, Kira?
It's not a... It's who I am, Mom.
I think I made Philly laugh too hard, or I broke Philly. I didn't mean to break Philly.
I just don't know where that question came from.
I don't know. I was determined to ask it, apparently.
Thrayle, why do you think Philly could or could not be a sadist?
I don't assume either way.
I need a 3-page essay on it by tomorrow morning.
Was there
What
a certain...
prompted that question?
I think Philly perhaps just enjoys a little bit of Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an association with Schadenfreude and sadism?
Yeah, a little bit. Happiness at the misery of others is the English translation of that word.
So was my question really that far out of left field?
Only if it's outside of my theory that you're a masochist for being on here for over 14 hours a night. Good morning, Thrayle, by the way. Also, I hope you received the coffee.
Oh, yes, thank you. Appreciate you.
Hi, Bats. Good morning. I just think it's important to also to make sure that everyone remembers that there's not just gifting, there's also Venmo and there's Cash App. If you want to, help your favorite, if you want your Socratic questioner to keep his energy up, it might be worth looking into.
I did step away for just a second to start coffee, so if you hear that in the background, that is coffee brewing. Paniac says without coffee, does his voice get lower? How much lower should it get?
Blueberry coffee.
Sebastian asks, what about blueberry tea, Thrayle?
What about blueberry tea?
That would get so uncomfortable so fast.
I think that without coffee, he reverts back to like a Draugr type state, and then just walks around, just saying coffee.
A coffee zombie?
Coffee.
Yeah, just like that. He's just like quietly like tapping at the door. You just hear the.
Coffee.
And then you'll feel like the slow, like just the drag of the nails and like the bones hitting the door. That it just slumps down and just like lays there until someone gives him coffee.
Is this turning into a thriller with a coffee skeleton? What?
What do you mean turning into? Oh, that's a big stretch, friend.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like Trust.
It's supposed to be good at good.
That's just ridiculous.
Why would you put any berry in a coffee that's not blue? Actually, raspberry coffee does sound rather pleasant. Blueberry's better.
But you haven't tried it yet. It could be amazing.
I'm scared of new things, so I don't think so.
This is how pineapple ended up on pizza, isn't it?
Worse than that, apparently sweet corn is also landed on pizza too.
I'll say, have you seen the videos of like the South American pizzas and what they put on there? It's just fucking wild to me.
Good morning, both sidesing.
Good morning, wonderful people.
How are you doing?
I'm pondering everything and anything.
What ponderous pontifications have caused you to wander your way up here?
Well, I wanted to ask a question. Does anybody here, are any of you familiar with music theory?
Yes.
I just had a circle of fifths flash through my brain.
Okay.
No.
Fantastic.
I didn't teach it for more than a decade now.
This has to do with beliefs, all right? And you having been a teacher, this is excellent. I feel like this might be an excellent exercise. Have you, whenever I say I'm playing in the key of F, a 1-4-5, you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
But a lot of people won't because they don't have the experience with music theory. So I think a lot of people might be trying to explain things like that without the web of knowledge underneath it. Like, how do you think somebody else who doesn't have the music theory language would explain a key?
I don't know. It's just a sound.
With a slight less familiarity, they might use something like solfege, right? The do re mi's, do a deer. With even less, I think they might.
With no familiarity,
For someone
they
who
just
has
listen to
any
music.
kind of knowledge with music
They
theory.
might use emotions.
That's a valid.
They might use something feels harmonious. This feels tense. This feels like a release. This feels.
They might
like
also
a lead.
relate it to a song
This
that
feels
starts
like
in that key.
But then again, I might not be the one who should be answering these because I think I know where both is going.
Well, I don't have any musical talent or know anything about music theory. I've heard of the term, but I've never actually looked anything into it. So I mean, I can try to answer questions about it, but it's not going to go very far.
If I ask you musically, what is a key? What do you think I'm referring to?
I believe it would be a key on a piano. It would be my first instinct to just, piano keys or keyboard.
Okay. And what would you say if I told you I was referring to the change in music and the structure that's fit within for that song?
So like, probably I'm gonna fuck up so many words, but I guess like the beat is what it would be changing. The key changing the beat, is that what it is?
Do you see how hard this is to explain?
Yes.
To somebody who doesn't have the references.
Well, a key is like a run of notes of 10 notes. Well, not quite 10, but like it over and over. Oh my god! See, this is hard to explain.
Are you familiar with what a note is?
A key is a bass line for the entire song. And it starts based on one note.
When she says note, do you... Yeah.
What's a note, Morgan?
I'm asking if Heretical knows what a note is.
Yeah, I send them all the time to people.
You see, with the web of knowledge, because the more the more you learn about it, the more descriptive you can be. With the vibration of the string, the frequency, 432 hertz, you're tuned to E standard. Like there's so much that you have that's stacked a framework of knowledge to even have an idea of what a key could possibly be musically. And I think that's where a lot of this comes from.
You know what I really I'm gonna shed some light. My mother actually works for a music company, so I have access to all kinds of instruments if I wanted to, but I just have no musical inclination because I'm really bad at it.
That's wild.
I think the more language you have and the more descriptive models you have, the easier it is for you to explain things and for others to grasp them quickly if they have that same structure.
I think with a skill like piano, you kind of need to be in front of the piano just to learn to play it. You need to be able to hear the sounds, to hear the harmony, hear the noise of hitting C and then going up 5 notes and 7 notes and finding C again. You need to be able to hear that. You can't just explain that sound to somebody who's never heard music.
Yes.
I mean, you can teach that to someone, but if they have no other understanding of it, it's just not. It's going to be noise.
You need an experience of it.
I really enjoy a lot of music, and I have a really large portfolio of music that I listen to, and none of it is really similar. But I could never sit down and try to play the guitar. I can't sit down and do I just don't have that. I don't have. I wouldn't say talent. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I've tried.
I had the belief when I was teaching that anybody could learn. If you had functioning fingers and a functioning brain.
I don't have one of those. You can guess which one I don't have.
You'd be surprised.
That's part of it is I don't think all brains are the same, certainly, at all.
Exactly. I can
develop.
Go ahead.
IQ or intelligence, though, isn't a good level to determine whether someone can eventually understand music, because there's people with disabilities to the mental level who can play music brilliantly with hardly ever any teaching.
Absolutely. And when I said functioning brain, I just meant capable of operating your fingers.
No, I can't do that.
I'm not saying it's a lack of IQ. I'm saying it's a lack of building a particular muscle, maybe, or maybe just something that wasn't exposed to in development. The earlier you get exposed to music and music theory, the quicker you can pick it up.
We'll see.
At an early age.
I want to argue that for just a moment. Like I said, my mother has been in this music industry, and like she does renting out for like schools and things like that for all kinds of instruments. I had access to music and instruments at a very young age. She's been there for over 40 years. I'm only 34. She's been there longer than I've been alive. I have no music inclination whatsoever, and I've been exposed to it, and I attempted. I just couldn't do it.
Unfortunately, there's so many variables involved in that you can't really put it all to one thing
I think it just goes back to the non-functioning brain that Thrayle accused me of, which is
I did not accuse you of.
But I think it's a way that particular people perceive patterns and make a map of the world. I think part of why I never believed was because of the way I conceptualize language. For me, it's a map, but trying to explain it to people without the other background knowledge that I have of things that I've studied is almost impossible, because what people do is whenever they land on a concept that they don't understand, they try to map it to something that they have in their framework.
I will tell you that was a method I used as a teacher, was to find other maps. to help explain the music, to get it to start to make sense, to bring them into it.
And language is very full of shorthand. I think our brains are pretty lazy, actually. The way that language is used isn't really explained whenever it's taught. Like, I think it really evolves down to the definition of a thing, and if you have any idea of what ontology is, but trying to explain that to someone without the other knowledge that I have is very difficult, and it gets very convoluted trying to have a discussion whenever I have to explain every concept that I'm trying to relay. Because it's like trying to start at a key and working your way all the way backwards. First, I have to tell you what a note is, and then I have to tell you how many of them there are, and then I have to tell you that they're A, B, C, and then you just have to build on from there until you can get to the eventual framework. I'm not saying that I'm figured anything out better or smarter than anybody. It's just really helped me understand how people learn things, and it's helped me learn things faster.
Could I challenge this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
No.
because
Renee.
good morning, everybody. I wonder if a person can stop learning how to play music. If they knew how to play music, can they no longer learn? Like no longer progress in it, or can they forget how to play?
I think you can forget. I think you can become stagnant, because I've progressed to a level where I've learned the music theory, but I've spent about 6 years doing it, and I've taught myself everything, and it's been a little bit more difficult that way, but I'm not particularly good at rhythm or timing, or tone, or particularly, the physical part of it, because I haven't spent enough time building that muscle memory. So I have kind of stopped learning in a way.
Do you think that religion is about, or belief, do you think that belief is about muscle memory then? Like that it's about practice and continuous, I guess, yeah, just continuous practice?
No. I think it can sort of be the ritual part, the actions can be muscle memory, but the beliefs themselves are sort of a development of the mind, where they're trying to describe the world with the language that they have.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this is because I had early exposure to both music and beliefs. I got very good at beliefs, not so good at music. I'm like heretical here.
The opposite direction.
Yeah, opposite of Morgan. Yeah, very, very good at believing with all my heart, all my mind, all my strength. And often what I was told after leaving is that I just never believed. Lost my faith because I either wasn't practicing, or so I think that maybe challenge it, because I don't know that it's helpful.
I would explain why I said no, kind of in a different way, because of what brain is kind of like muscle. I wouldn't say it's exactly muscle memory in the same way, but the neural pathways that develop can be reinforced or they can be atrophied from neglect. And sometimes other pathways are formed that are stronger off of those branches. So, like, the reason why I can remember that the musical scale is A through G, and it doesn't have a H and things after that, is because I've repeatedly exposed myself to those ideas and read it over and over again and thought about it over and over again. But if I stop doing that, eventually at some point that will sort of atrophy, and because the brain is trying to conserve energy, and what's not being used, it will kind of lapse.
Could somebody stop learning how to play music in the middle of playing music? Because I was praying when I lost my faith. I was literally praying in the middle of prayer.
You said, can someone stop knowing how to play music in the middle of playing music?
Yeah, that's the question.
Well,
maybe.
I'm not seeing the analogy there.
I suppose a stroke is always plausible, but improbable.
Because for me, the music is not a belief. It's a knowledge. It's reinforced. It's an experience.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
The belief for me isn't as reinforced because I don't see where a lot of the terms are actually attached to anything that you can interact with. Like, that's why a lot of these concepts go over people's heads, is because, like, with energy, they don't have any experience with the math, the formulas, the scientific ideas, but they have heard of vibes and experience, and they have heard that energy is conserved. So they go with that and kind of map it onto whatever else they understand, which is usually mostly feeling, like the way they would if they hadn't been exposed to the knowledge behind it.
Okay, so then it's not that I ever lost how to talk about faith, maybe. How to talk about
you were experiencing, weren't, or were getting. Like, there's so many. That's why we don't really think of the world the way it is so much, as we just have little shorthand ideas for it. Like, if I ask you, if I say cat, that brings up something, a representation to you in some way. It's probably going to be a thought. I don't know. Everybody doesn't seem to be able to form mental images, so it could function not the same way it does in me and other people. But I was exposed to trying to visually represent things and imagine things by reading books at a very early age. So I think that might have helped. Some people just may not be born with it. I don't see that as a deficit or anything, but it just makes you, it makes your brain operate slightly differently. So you may conceive of things in a different way. Does everybody else here get mental images whenever I say cat of a small furry thing, or you just automatically know what I'm talking about?
Nope. I see the word cat, like C-A-T, as though I'm watching Sesame Street. And then sometimes it has a tail.
That's your that's your representation of a cat in your mind. Whenever I say it, that's your shorthand. But if I were to expose language for what it is and describe it to you, because language is descriptive, I would tell you it's what we call matter which is formed from what we call energy, into a ontological category from other things. And that is really expensive, like verbally and thought-wise. So it's easier just to call it a cat and think of the letters or the image. And because can you imagine trying to survive while you're being chased by something and saying, hey, shape of matter that I refer to as Frank, in the direction, it would just be too expensive. So we kind of shorthand everything. Like a lot of people, whenever I say thing, because of the way language is taught, and because, I mean, if I tell you, too expensive.
First, or is that like the kind of in order to understand the knowledge behind it?
I'm saying that if you don't have anything to actually observe, attach it to a concept. So that's how you get category errors.
No, you're good both sides. I don't mean to interrupt, but when you were talking about earlier, when we say the word cat, and a lot of people were saying like, I picture this, I picture that, I picture this. I have trouble picturing anything because it depends on where I'm at, and this may be a weird thing for me, but because I'm on TikTok, I'm on my phone, I'm looking at my phone, there's a few people on here named Cat that I know. Those are the first things I think of because you're on TikTok. When you say the word cat, that's what I think of. But if I'm outside of TikTok,
like that.
yeah, and I'm sitting on my couch and one of my kids says, "Hey, the cat," or "Hey, look at the cat," I'm like, "Oh, I'm not thinking of TikTok cat. I'm thinking of my cats because I have 4 of them. So which one of these damn cats is doing something?" And so it depends on the place and where I'm at and who I'm talking to, is what I picture in my head or what I think of.
Oh, like too much context or too much knowledge and different places where that context would matter.
That's also because beliefs aren't a solid thing either. They're stored as patterns in the brain, and every time you bring them up, you have to reframe them. And and new experiences can reshape those ideas. And if you feel a different way or you've learned different things later, whenever you bring that idea back up, it's framed in that way. It's kind of deceptive. It's why you hear a lot of. It's why you hear a lot of the time that I chose this religion, and it was exactly what I believed before. It's just shorthand.
I mean, I had a similar, I guess, thought generation to hereticals where it's situational depending on location and like context of my surroundings, but I don't necessarily picture something. Basically what ends up happening is my brain opens up a filing cabinet on the word cat, and that, then it expands it down or expands it out into like, okay, these are all of the files that we have associated with the word cat, and then everything that's not situationally related gets pushed to the side, and then that's what happens in my brain. But I rate brain.
Yeah, that reminds me. Where he stored everything.
That's pretty accurate.
But we only have so much bandwidth for things, and everything's narrowed down pretty small. Like if you had to conceptualize of every bit of everything every time you considered it, it would just take up way too much energy.
I want to go I want to go into the idea then that, so you began by asking if we could explain what the key of F is if we don't have music theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Analogous to that, if you were to say to somebody who is Catholic but not familiar with other religions, they would understand maybe only the key of F because that's the one that they knew. Is that possible? Like, is that kind of what you're going with?
Is this an analogy?
Maybe.
Or are you being literal?
I guess maybe also literal, but like if they only, I don't know if Catholics only sing their hymns in the key of F, so not literal. But
well, if you learned it only in the key of F, you wouldn't know that there were any other keys. Maybe if you only learned the key of F, you might even have instruments that were only arranged to play that particular key. It happens all the
You
time.
would like be going to a music theory class, learning
It's
exactly
the harmonica.
Yeah, learning exactly one instrument and then leaving.
Yeah.
A harmonic is a great example, actually, because it's only the key of C if you have a C, right? You know, like that would be, you can't go beyond that. And there's only so many notes that you can hit on a given instrument.
See,
yeah, I get that then.
That's kind of really where I see the limitations is how we model things. Like whenever I say reality isn't physical, it usually causes people to panic and think that I'm kind of metaphysicalist or dualist or cognitivist or something like that. I don't know if everybody's familiar with those terms, but I know many of you have heard them before here. But I'm not. I say that reality isn't physical in so much as that's not what it is. It's kind of strange to me to say something like reality is physical because the system that we use to describe reality would be a physical system, but reality itself isn't that system or our description of it. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
Communication is different than what is being communicated.
Right. That's why whenever we get to the quantum, it's so confounding to people because what we're communicating is the measurements. There's no ontological or empirical way to access it. So we have to relate it to what we know empirically already. Unless you're actually there participating in the mathematics and the measurement and you understand how all the equipment functions and you know all the things that come with playing the key of F.
Do you think that efficacy has anything to do with your knowledge then?
Efficacy?
Like your ability, I guess is the word maybe I'm looking for, like your skill level, your
I would say efficacy is a measure. That's kind of why I think a lot of people misunderstand pragmatism because they have already put that onto other concepts. For me, pragmatism is things that I test every day. A lot of people all the time question me my epistemology and my shape of reality and how I understand the world. But I think it all really goes down to the language and how you understand how it's being used. Because what their ineffable description is the distance between the description and the actual thing that they're describing. Like, because a cat being a thing to them is an ontological category. But to me, it's an arrangement of matter, well, what we call matter, how we describe the things that we have measured. And that, I hate to say arrangement because some people might think that implies that someone arranged it, but it's energy in a particular state. And we point to that and we label it a cat. And we can all point to that and each say that yes, that is a cat. So that's how that concept is formed in our mind, just by the thing and not the robust explanation of it, because that's just too heavy for communication and too much baggage for the brain to carry around all the time for referring to everything. I hope I'm not just rambling.
I'm following along, I think.
I'm following. I'm following you 100%, both sides.
I'm a little confused on how this ties back to beliefs. That's the only part I'm confused about.
Well, because the way that you're going to understand reality, your map of your worldview is what a lot of people refer to it, is the map that you carry around in your head that tells you how the world works. And if you only have limited access to information or just religious information, you're probably going to use that map. And the brain is kind of going to use the self as a shorthand for the constantly rearranging thermodynamic system that is the arrangement of what we call matter that is you. It's just too much to consider all that all the time.
I have to ask both sides, saying it's a fascinating thought, and I'm understanding worldviews are shaped upon our understandings and the maps that we can use, and that when we describe what we believe, we're going to use the language, the metaphors, the descriptors that we understand, the maps that we understand. While I understand it and I understand the relevancy, why?
Why the topic?
Yeah, why the shift from, questioning belief to questioning the language of explaining belief? Is it to be questioned, or is it to enlightening questioners?
Sometimes it's to see if I'm questioned, if I'm questioning myself in a way that I can make sense of, and if anybody might have any questions that I can't answer about it, or that doesn't make sense to them, and I might not be explaining myself, or maybe I'm just maybe I have an incorrect idea and I need to go back and examine it.
I see.
Does it operate for you as an ability to say, you don't speak my language and can't ask questions that will challenge me?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
So it's not
No.
an ability to put up a barrier between questions. If somebody else doesn't understand your terminology or the language that you're speaking, it's not a barrier.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it can be in communication, but like it's not only because of that, or it's not because they don't have the tools to understand it all the time. But that's why I ask to see if I'm being clear. And this is something that I actually am applying to the way that I question other people, and I think it should be questionable because it's something that I think I know about reality or believe about reality, and if I can't, and you guys are the only ones that I can come up to and speak to who might actually have considered some of the things that I considered, because I witness you doing it night after night. And you don't have a problem with telling people if they're full of it.
If you're asking us to tell you if you're full of it, I don't think that's going to happen.
Is there?
And that's not a it's not withholding any opinion of you or anything or of your belief. I just don't think that that is a thought that occurs. And I mean, if anybody else disagrees, please
Yeah, I
correct me.
mean, I can question the usefulness of the analogy, but I actually understand and appreciate the usefulness of the music theory analogy. But I'm not sure about the application or the
Okay. Well, if I did an error, I
You
apologize.
didn't. No, both sides. You're fine. You're questioning something, and I think what you, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're questioning is if this framework or this assumption of the way we apply frameworks is
if it's sound.
pointless, if it's sound.
Yeah, or if like,
is the demonstration with heretical or Renee about with comparing the way someone with musical training thinks about music to someone without, is that to show the way someone with scientific understanding might be approaching someone without, who's holding on to a faith?
actually, it's more about the difference in access to language and the language that they have to use. Like, if you only have those words like spirit and sacred and divine to describe things, that's how you're going to describe them. And
you're saying the same things as each other.
Sometimes it is so similar. I just want to go, they're almost saying the exact same thing, but with a complete different meaning somehow. And that usually seems to be like just like an idea that's put together with another.
Maybe the only thing I question is the usefulness for someone who would hear it and say, I don't speak your same language. We're speaking we're using the same concepts, but with different words. And those words are not getting through to each other. They're not helping each other understand each other better. In that case, does it push the conversation closer together or further away to provide this analogy? Like, does it help us to get any closer to that understanding? I guess that's my only question about it.
I think it does in a way, because it might help you it helps me form better questions.
Okay.
Knowing how kind of beliefs work together and how the underlying framework really helps form the belief. Like, if it's just I'm always trying to make a more precise map of reality, and I think that we're all kind of mapping the same thing in different ways.
I wonder if we are mapping the same thing in different ways, or if some of us are adding sea serpents to our maps.
Possibly.
They're cute though.
But I've just spent a lot of time questioning. Listening to people question and questioning everything that I believe, from every category of belief that I can get access to. And to me, everybody's kind of yelling the same thing with a little extra sometimes. But
I think the only thing you can believe is your own personal experience.
Mark.
If you believe
Hey,
in
Mark.
something other
Hey, Mark.
than your own personal experience,
Mark.
then you're being misled.
Mark, both sides was still speaking.
I know, and I've been
Okay.
kicked off your platform before. Sorry, my friend.
But yeah, like I said, there's the similarities too, like in personal experience. That's kind of what I'm actually really saying in a way, but I don't think I mean it the same way, because it's not just that. You know, it's also subjective too. We have access to each other. At least we have the experience of it, that appears. So it's kind of intersubjective too.
I think I hear you looking for common ground. And when you're questioning beliefs with somebody who is not on common ground with you, it can help to understand their level of knowledge so that you know where to start. Like with a teacher, you're able to say, let me meet you where you're at before I can continue. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I reflecting that back right?
Yeah, that's a lot of what it is. But part of it is it's not really particularly reducible to any one thing, because of the way that I think it's very unfortunate that we and this is nothing against the way you stated. I just think it's the way the brain works. We try to categorize things, and a lot of times whenever I do explain things, they get reduced to so you're just saying I want to know better how to communicate with people, and I think coming up here questioning like this helps me see if I'm actually making the connections that I think I am with other people, in trying to relay the way that I think and the way that I believe, or what people refer to.
Oh, sorry. No, finish your sentence. I'm so sorry. That was my ADHD. I haven't had my medication yet.
It's okay. I don't come from a religious background, so for me, religious understanding has all been received through mainly language and symbolic representation. So I have really worked hard to try and see the other side.
Is it to convince?
It's maybe to understand and communicate better.
Mm-hmm. Paul McCartney came from not having any music theory. And when he started to want to arrange things with George Martin, who understood music theory very well, George Martin is the producer of many of their albums. He was able to kind of explain a little bit of what he wanted to do by going like, it would go like do 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 do, and then George Martin would go, okay, I understand what you're trying to do here, and then he would apply his own knowledge to make that happen, right? He would act in a way without having to explain back to Paul McCartney, here's the music theory behind it. and just sort of follow what it was that he was looking for. I wonder if you might be looking for ways to explain back the theory when it might just be that you could just move forward with the person and still end up with the same result.
Well, sort of an analogy to that analogy is I don't like saying I'm an atheist because a lot of that has a preconceived idea to it, and I don't really think it's a concept that I would say that I hold to. But like, if I say I'm an atheist and somebody already has an idea of what they think an atheist is, that's going to be have to be the ground where we start. Because if I think it's something different and we just say atheist, we're going to be talking past each other. So really, it matters where the information we have when we start the conversation. Like, I don't know if I answered your question.
Would you say that I guess line of questioning, that thematic questioning that you apply this to, are you just trying to identify the language they're speaking so you can speak to them?
Maybe, so I can understand them better too. Maybe, like, I don't like talking at people, and it's always a difficulty for me whenever I come up on a word that I say that people don't know, because I either need to change it to a word that they do know or something they're more familiar with.
Or define it in a way they understand.
And I don't want to ask them, because then, there's the whole social standards behind presuming somebody doesn't know something. So this is sort of a practice in being able to be questioned and also be able to form questions in a way that's not guided or with a goal, but just to get an understanding of what they're trying to communicate. And maybe like not here, but whenever I do my own channel, my goal is going to be to kind of not really question their beliefs so much as have a back and forth about what we think about different topics. And I have a hard time speaking just socially, because I'm not really into a lot of social things anymore. As I've gotten older, a lot of my references are older. I've spent a lot of time studying stuff, so I'm trying to spend time talking to other people so that I can get better at it and a little more comfortable. It's much easier in the comment section because I can think of my own answer for a while and maybe consider from the outside view of the question being asked and the question being answered. It's a little different.
We also have a backspace down there, which is nice. I often have to use that.
I can take it back. I don't have to send it. No, I have a similar experience with communication where I struggle more so with verbal than I do with written, because I can sit there and think about written, and I don't have the same buffer time when it comes to verbal.
Yeah, and For me, it's my beliefs are kind of conceptually heavy, so it's kind of hard to reduce them.
Mhm.
And I, it's people don't want to be talked at with philosophical language if they aren't asking to have that conversation. So like referring to like Wittgenstein and things like that just seems arrogant sometimes. Um, you know, so I've tried to adapt my way of thinking so that I can better state what I'm trying to say or ask what I'm trying to ask from someone else.
Is this about an insecurity in your own conclusions or your own self? Who? Is that what I meant?
Cognition.
Is that my dichotomy?
It doesn't have to be a true dichotomy.
I think it's
sometimes
about.
I throw those questions out with a false dichotomy to see if the person will object and provide their own answer.
I think it's because I'm a social animal and I have to exist in the world, and if I can't express myself to people, it's really hard to function with other people and work together and collaborate. So I want to make sure that whenever I'm saying something, it can be understood by most people. And hopefully not.
Would you say? Minimal editing?
I'm sorry? Yes. And it's just frustrating when I'm trying to convey something and you spend 45 minutes just repeating the same thing over and over again. It doesn't get you anywhere. So I've tried to be able to reform my questions in a way that might appeal to somebody who is less familiar with some of the topics that I am.
Have you ever tried being a kazoo?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever tried being a kazoo in the conversation?
A kazoo. I love it.
A kazoo?
Like, have you ever thought about contributing to the conversation with your voice, as imperfect as it may be, and seeing if it can just work within the conversation still, within the flow, and not trying to match anything, not trying to, I don't know. I wonder if we aren't, if that's not maybe the goal that you're really looking for, is to just be able to speak freely as you want to speak without being misunderstood.
That's true in a way too. I would like to be able to communicate in an effective manner. But it also helps me, I think, thinking this way to be more patient. And I've learned to be less stressed out about um, bad interactions with people because I've kind of gotten a better idea of why we get upset when we're communicating concepts and neither one of us is getting it. Sometimes it's good to take a breather and I don't know how to get past certain concepts because they don't seem tied to anything that I can observe in any way.
That's where you be a kazoo. Really quickly, because I've been very negligent, I need to make sure and thank Heretical Apothecary, Dragon Daddy, also Bats, Father Henny, and Cat the Witch for the previous goal, because I let that one stand far too long without thanking you guys. Thank you. Both sides, I think you're doing what you're nervous about doing right now, and I think you're doing all right.
I appreciate the critique.
Want to try with Mark again?
Shoot.
Hey, Mark, can you remind me your age for TikTok
Hello,
TOS?
Fred. Yeah, I'm 66.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a belief in God's higher power and anything like that.
What god or higher power or thing like that do you believe, Mark?
Well, I've studied a lot of different philosophies, and of all the philosophies I've studied, Hinduism has the most misunderstandable explanation of everything. But more importantly, I believe in myself, my friend.
So, you believe in yourself, not Hinduism?
No, I
Or do you
don't
believe
believe
in
Hinduism, but for people who seek belief in something, then there is a very clear explanation of what and how God, the universe, and all of us exist. There's a very clear explanation. I'm not saying I believe it, but I have read it, I've learnt it, I've studied it.
So what is it you believe, Mark?
I believe that we're all here now, in this present moment, to learn a lesson.
What lesson are we here to learn, Mark?
We're here to learn how to be our true self.
Why is that the reason we're here for?
What other reason could there be?
I don't know, Mark. Why do you assume there is a reason?
So tell me, Thrayle, what do you know?
Why do you assume there's a reason, Mark? Was the question I asked.
And the question I ask of you, Thrayle, is what do you believe?
What I believe doesn't make any difference to questioning your beliefs, Mark.
Likewise, what I believe makes no difference to this discussion or debate. But if we
Mark,
share...
here's the thing. It's not a debate. It is to see if you can question your beliefs.
No,
My
I'm
friend
not
both sides just demonstrated questioning his own beliefs and his
I got
own way
shut down for that
approaching
before.
the world.
Because
No,
you're no more
you get
interested
shot down
in
because you
questioning
do
your
this.
belief
You get
than
shut
I
down.
am
Sorry,
in
Mark.
questioning mine.
The reason why you get
You
shut down
just
is
want
because you come up here not to have a discussion in good faith, but you come up to shout over the top of me. And you come up here not to question your beliefs, which is kind of antithetical to the topic of the live. So I'd prefer that you not shout over me. And if we could resume, seeing if you can question your beliefs, or is this the end of the conversation? Can you not? You're done. Are you done? I guess you don't know where the mute button is to unmute. Can you question your beliefs, Mark?
I believe in myself. Can I question whether it's worthwhile believing in myself? Yes, I can, but I don't choose to believe in any other being or any other truth or any other reality than that which I have personally experienced.
I see. So you don't believe in a being or a reality besides what you've experienced. Have you experienced a God or some other reality than the one most of
Every
us?
day I experience a God reality.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm alive, I breathe, and I didn't create that.
How is that a God reality?
Well, tell me, who created it? Who created me?
I gotta know, Mark, are you inebriated right now?
What does inebriated mean? I have every day smoked cigarettes, smoked marijuana, and drank alcohol, and that is part of my existential reality. And
Mark.
I have nothing to hide or be afraid of.
Right. The question is just really,
I
are you drunk right
understand.
now? Because it seems like you might be
Am
drunk.
I drunk right now? I have drunk some beer. Yes. And does that exclude me from the human population?
No, I don't think that excludes you from the human population at all, Mark. It does,
Thank you.
however, tend to exclude people from questioning their beliefs in a coherent manner.
I am
Such as
100% totally coherent. And if you have followed me as I have followed you, you'll know that I am 100% a coherent person.
I don't know that you're 100% a coherent person, Mark. But I do know.
Are you?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm.
Because you never question yourself.
No, I
Do you
I
ever
do
question
myself.
yourself?
Yeah, all the time. I do it
Good.
constantly throughout this life.
And I follow
To your
you and I
ability, if
see
you're-
this page regularly.
Then if you follow me and see the page, you know I do question myself. I even have a whole background I put up where other people can question me. But like if you watch the live, you'll hear me question myself all the time.
Yes, and I do appreciate this page, and I appreciate that you have let me up, and I appreciate also you've told me to fuck off before.
I have,
right?
Because again,
And
you were drunk and
that's
kind of
okay.
belligerent that time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convert you to anything, nor am I trying to convince anybody they should think like I do.
What is it you're trying to do then, Mark?
I'm trying to find a place of unity and peace.
A place of unity and peace.
A place of unity and peace.
What does that
amongst
mean?
all living beings upon this planet.
Just living beings. Unity and peace amongst living beings on this planet. And what is the end result of that?
The end result of that is unity and peace.
I see. Do you expect that you will find a place? Is this a physical place, or is this a some kind of understanding that you're trying to allude to?
Well, 100% it's got to be metaphysical, because, you know, anything I experience can only exist in me.
What does that mean 100% has to be metaphysical?
It means that in my experience of 66 years living on this so-called planet, flat, round or otherwise, and listening to 1,000 different religions, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Egyptian, that the only thing that I know that is real, that the only thing that I can trust or believe in is my own personal experience. And should I question that? I ask you, should I question my own personal experience? Because I have read all the different religions.
What personal experience are you talking about?
Just 66 years of life.
Why wouldn't you question your own experience and your perspective of it?
So what, I haven't lived these 66 years?
She didn't say that. She said, why wouldn't you question it?
Well, I am questioning it. I'm here on your page, prepared to hear and listen from you, not to challenge myself. You know, I know 100% I'm a good person with flaws. And I do the best that I can. And I don't sell myself or whatever to any God, to any religion, to any politics, to any, truth outside of myself. So I guess what I believe in is myself. And I ask you, why would you want me to question myself?
Do you think that there's possibly a healthy level of humility in being able to question yourself?
100%. And for my whole life, I have questioned myself. And at 66, I've decided that after questioning myself and losing family, friends, wives, children, that it's time to believe in myself.
Do you think that you cannot believe in yourself if you also choose to participate in an activity of questioning yourself?
If it's myself that you wish to question, I'm 100% prepared to answer questions about my self-experience. If you want to have discussions and arguments about politics or religion, then I can grab any text that you want and be fluent in arguing the validity or
That's not actually my question.
Okay.
My question is, do you think that it is mutually exclusive, that you cannot both believe in yourself and question yourself?
Every day I question myself. I ask you the question, can you believe in yourself and believe someone else's philosophy or truth?
Again, you're not actually addressing my question. Do you
No,
mind
you're not actually
communicating?
addressing mine.
Okay,
And I've
I
watched
think I'm
this.
done
I've
talking to
watched
you
this
if you're gonna
page,
continue like that.
and I see how you shut people down.
Mark, you're shouting. And Philly has
Yes,
been nothing but
sorry.
respectful. Nobody here's been anything
I
but
appreciate
respectful.
that. Thank you, Batcolyte.
Then don't shout.
Let's have the conversation and answer the question again.
Why don't you stop?
What didn't you like about?
Stop, Mark. This isn't for you to turn back the questions and try to make it about our beliefs. Philly was asking you a question. You completely ignored it. I'd like you to go ahead and address that.
And I don't turn people off when they're talking to me.
You're not capable of that on this panel.
I know how this panel works, and I see it and I watch it, and I respect it.
Then
but
please
I challenge
respect it. There's no need to challenge the method here. If you just engage, you'd have a very pleasant conversation, and
you're challenging everybody else.
I'm muting you when you start interrupting because that's all you seem to do. I'd prefer not to mute you, Mark. So next time someone else is speaking, don't interrupt by shouting over them. It's not helpful. Philly had a question. I'd like her to be able to ask it, and you to answer.
I would love to answer her question instead of listening to your orders. Thank you, Batcolyte.
Great.
The question that I was asking you and you interrupted was, do you understand? Can you articulate back to me the question that I had previously asked you twice that you tried to answer? Or would you like me to repeat it again?
I would like you to repeat it again.
Okay. I heard you say that you have questioned your beliefs your whole life, and you are now choosing to believe in yourself instead of questioning yourself. My question to you is it impossible to believe in yourself and also question yourself?
My answer to that is nothing is impossible.
Okay, so you are able to believe in yourself and question yourself.
100%.
Okay. That was like pulling teeth.
Are you able to believe in yourself without having your self-belief supported by some outside doctrine?
Yes.
Question needs
Can
an
I point
answer.
out? I just answered it. I said yes.
Yes. Well, then we're on the same page. And unity
I don't know that we are.
Then, well, that's where unity begins, because none of us begin on the same page. And I'm in a space here where I got lots of followers on TikTok. I don't know why. And Batcolyte comes up on my FYP every day. Like it, love it, hate it. I don't know. I'm not going to ban you, mate. I don't want to challenge any person's belief. I don't. So I'm not out here to pick a fight.
Is there anything wrong with challenging people's beliefs?
No. 100%, and I respect that's what you do, and that's why you get, what are you at, 128,000 likes. Of course, we should all challenge everybody's beliefs, because, look at what, how many people are on tonight, but look at what the rest of the world is actually choosing to believe. And each night I go out to my followers and I try to spread not my belief. I don't want to tell anybody they should believe different from what they believe. But I do want them to stop being angry at each other. I do want them to stop cutting each other down. I'm coming to you from Australia. I'm not sure where you are. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here in Australia. Where are you?
Texas.
Texas, okay. You're what, the middle of the afternoon there?
It's the morning.
The morning, okay. So, you're out here every day, I'm out here every day, because we give a fuck, mate, we give a fuck. Now,
Mark,
I don't want you to become a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu or a Muslim,
Mark,
I
you've
really
said that
don't want to
already.
challenge your belief.
Yeah, but why do you...
Because
Why
I
did
want to
you
believe in
request up here?
myself. Because I want to believe in myself. I want
So
to
believe in
believe
yourself then. Why shouldn't
that, well, I do. And I want to believe that what I have
Do
to
you think it's
say
possible,
and to
Mark,
offer is worthwhile.
Do you think it's possible, Mark, that that believing in yourself could entail questioning yourself?
As I said before, 100%, and every day and every morning, every night, I wake up and question myself, should I go on with this day? Or should I just put a fucking noose around my neck and say goodbye?
That's not the kind of questioning yourself that I meant.
Well, what did you mean?
Questioning the decisions you make, the convictions you hold, the opinions that you decide are yours.
Should I question myself? Shall I come on Batcolyte's page and engage in a discussion? I do question myself, and sometimes I just watch your discussion, and I don't come on. But tonight, because I'm pissed, drunk, whatever, if you want to call it that, I'm here on your page, your morning, my midnight.
Right.
To talk with you,
and I tend to hold a
myself.
I tend to hold a fairly steady rule, Mark, about being drunk.
Yeah, you make all the rules, mate, and then when people don't follow your rules, you just fucking cut them off.
Well, yeah, that's how rules work, Mark. That's
okay.
Is there something
Well,
wrong
that's
with
not
that?
how they work in my belief system. In my belief system, everybody has the right to speak.
No boundaries?
Their belief.
Mark,
Are you saying
boundaries? Are you saying that there are no healthy boundaries, Mark?
I'm not saying anything because apparently I just got cut off.
that was so you could hear Philly's question about boundaries?
Was it? I thought it was because you didn't want me challenging you, Thrayle.
No,
so
it's
Philly, I'm
because...
happy to answer your questions if Thrayle will just shut up for a minute.
Oh, I see.
Can I kick him?
Yes.
Bye.
Yeah, go on, kick me, everybody.
Wow. Thank you.
I take back what I said about being a kazoo. Sometimes you shouldn't be a kazoo.
He might have been a kazoo.
It might have been kazoo.
But then again, we know Kazoo with a C, and she's awesome. She can question.
No, hurt or shame towards kazoo on that one. Sorry.
Oh my. Well, we can try to rectify one of last night's mistakes. Or not. I mean, it's not up to me. If they're a ghost, they're a ghost. They scrolled on. But if you have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I do hope you have a good night, Mark. Drink some water and get plenty of rest. Nope.
What'd you do?
I can do that again.
I need to do that too.
Everybody activate their vagus nerve.
Let's just say I've already had to step outside once.
I'm just catching my breath.
dancing raptors. Well, that's something.
They're dancing all right.
I feel a little bit bad, but I couldn't keep my patience.
Oh no, you did. You did fine, Philly. The blade does not expect to slice the sharpening stone.
What is that?
I have no fucking clue.
I was gonna say, that was some pretty profound shit, my guy. I wonder if there's like a generator for like esoteric proverbs like that.
Everything I've found is powered by LLMs mostly, but there used to be like a guru generator.
Do you feel, are you happy about yourself? Like, are you satisfied with your performance there?
Yeah. Are you offended?
No, just
Because I wasn't even talking about you, motherfucker. I wasn't even talking about you. So why are you offended? Are you acknowledging your stupid voice? Is that it?
offended.
Are you acknowledging your stupid voice? Why did you respond to that?
I can do
Why
that.
did you request up?
I wasn't even talking.
Why did you request up here?
Because
Oh, somebody
let me
didn't
talk,
want you
dude.
to talk. Somebody didn't want you to talk, apparently. Why don't you mute yourself? Why don't you mute yourself? Now we don't have to hear from you.
Oh, sorry.
And you don't have to hear from us. Goodbye.
You think he practiced that before he like came?
Honestly, have fun with the throat damage that you're incurring right now, because, cool buddy. There's a right way to do that, and that was not it.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. Pretty sure it's Tuesday.
I'm like, wait a second. Where did my week go?
Still soiling Green Day by my watch.
Horrifying.
There's like 3 people in the audience old enough to get that joke. Hey, Magnus. How are you doing this morning?
Are the aliens coming?
Magnus might not have meant to join.
Sorry, I thought my mic was unmuted. I am the real Thrayle.
Nice.
The man up there is a pretender.
What am I pretending to do?
To be me. I can't do your voice. It hurts. It hurts too much.
Well, it helps if you relax. Sit in the most comfortable chair in your house. Lean back.
It's impossible for me, and you know this. So today, people, I bring to you a new archaeological find I have found.
My donut's ready.
What? What if I told you everything we knew about history was a lie?
But
We have
regards.
to believe that.
If you told me that everything we know about history is a lie, I might ask you what you assume we know about history.
Everything currently taught in like every school, everything, even the idiots, like what they believe. Everything is a lie. Humanity originated in the stars, not due to extraterrestrial beings. You know, that Palladian and reptilian stuff I was spouting a few months ago. Not true. None of it.
Okay, so then how did it originate in the stars?
We came from another universe that died, and now we're here.
Humans came from another universe.
Yes.
Just humans.
Just humans. Everything else on the planet was already here. Well, we brought like primates and stuff with us.
I'm listening.
So, do you know the movies Planets of the Apes? I have come to find out that these are actually our story from another universe.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. I didn't want to ruin it. I really didn't.
God damn it, Morgan!
How do you expect to get it past me?
You ruined everything! How are we supposed to become millionaires if you ruin it? Damn it.
You gotta pick more obscure media, man.
Maybe do Tremors next time.
Ooh, I love Tremors.
Too many people know Tremors. Too many people know.
Tremors 2? You could have done Tremors 2. That one only comes on USA Network.
Coneheads. Barfing Toaster has your next one.
Ooh.
That would be good.
Actually, no. Trip has a better Battlestar.
I'm not gonna
Battlestar
lie, that's where I thought you were going initially.
What, Battlestar?
Yeah.
You know, I probably should have. That one is very obscure these days.
Did you know that that was written by somebody who was Mormon?
Yes, it's the only good thing that's came out of Mormons.
I watched it with that lens and was blown away by the similarities.
Buck
Rogers might. Yeah, you might hit somewhere with Buck Rogers.
I'm not too familiar with Buck Rogers. Because I used to. It's a new one I'm working on to fuck with people because the Three Earths thing it stopped gaining traction. So.
Did you tell him?
Oh, what?
Thrayle, did you tell him?
Oh, about the there was somebody that did have 3 Earths.
Prove your snowman Earth.
Well, they just believed in like 3 aspects of Earth, or I can't remember exactly the way they. Yeah.
I think it was some kind of what was it? It was the Slavic belief. That's what it was because of the separation of heaven, earth, and hell or whatever.
That's not. I mean.
But it was the way that he described it. It was like, oh, it's the snowman Earth. Oh, okay, everything fucking makes sense.
I forgot all about that.
I'll have you know, the times I have spouted the 3 Earth thing up here, the amount of people that either didn't know or who couldn't pick up that I was joking or not followed me.
Yeah.
And then it's always funny because, like, you know, I talk about this stuff here and then just in other lives. And then people go and check out my page and they're just like whiplashed by the fact I don't talk about any of this shit on my page.
You must be keeping it secret for some reason. Tiny asked about critters. Critters would be a good one. I think you should also consider Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Or Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
That might be it, yeah.
That's on my radar this year because every year we do Bad Movie Night, and Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is on my radar for this year.
It's cinematography without compare. It is the best, like, cult classic bullshit you've ever exposed your eyes to.
The stuff.
No, not Chud.
All right, well, I'm gonna drop since Morgan ruined my pitch. So
You literally said it.
Appreciate you as always, Magnus.
all right, you guys have a good day.
You too. Did I pull out the donut too quickly?
I think so.
Well, if you've ever been accused of pulling out the donut too quickly, what the fuck were you doing? But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, I won't be accusing you of doing it too quickly if you request up and come up here and answer a few questions. That is, if you have the curiosity or the courage required. Yeah.
Leave it to Philly next time. Leave the transitions to Philly.
I mean, sometimes Philly's not here, and I've gotta. But yeah, maybe I should have left that one for Philly. What would you have done with the donut?
To think about that. If you've ever seen a bad movie that made you question your beliefs in a god, gods, or higher power.
If you've already had your morning donut or whatever you had for breakfast, or even if you higher power or anything like that, ...
A little more wholesome. I like that one a little more. But I'm not shaming the other one.
It wasn't bad, Philly. Just, I think you might have pulled the donut out too quickly.
You gotta stop saying that.
Is this the new inside?
It's probably like, I don't know, I feel like there were like 100 people in the audience when it happened. Long story short.
Oh, fuck.
If there was nobody awake, everybody was sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
That's the long story.
It was just, you know, long story short, it was just how this guest answered every question. Do laugh, Faith. Oh, and we lost the YouTube audio a little while ago. Hopefully that brings us back. Don't know if we lost everybody watching, but seems to be working. And we gained a Mad Mage along the way. Hey, Mad Mage, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do, actually.
And what god is that?
Satan.
When you say Satan, what is it you're referring to?
Well, I mean, Satan is just a title, but if you want the actual name, it would probably be Enki, god of water, which is allegedly our true creator.
You say Enki, god of water, is allegedly our true creator. Do you believe this to be true?
I mean, I find it to be more historically accurate.
More historically accurate than what?
The Bible.
You say it's more historically accurate than the Bible. Why is the Bible your basis of comparison?
Well, I'm not a fan of the Bible. I think it's very redundant. And we don't have a full scope of the story that they tell about Satan.
So then why do you use the Bible as your basis of comparison?
Oh, that's where the word Satan comes from. And that was my starting point.
Why do you use Satan as your starting knowledge? In what way?
Well, it's more like I want to do what I want to do. Do what thou wilt. What I see fit. I don't want a book to dictate my life and how I live it. I would rather make my own choices. And that's kind of what Satan inspires, or Enki. If you dig further deeper. I mean, if you dig deeper...
Does it matter to you if this Enki or Satan character exists?
Well, I mean, I've been given signs that would solidify my faith. There's a aspect of faith involved. You know, you gotta have, it's still a belief at the end of the day. It's not like...
When you say you've been given signs, what do you mean by that?
Well, in the Grimorium Verum, it's a grimoire. It was written, I think, sometime in the 1700s. There's a sigil of Lucifer, actually. And I decided, hey, I'm going to work with this sigil. And in working with the sigil, I would notice it on other people, strangers. So that kind of made me wonder, okay, maybe there's more to this than meets the eye.
Do unifying sigils and signs ever affect sovereignty?
Why would it?
I'm asking if it ever would. I'm not saying that it does.
Well, if anything, I see it as a, validation. It's following my intuition. And that's where my intuitions led me. It's not for everybody. It's not something that I would say, I'm here to save the world, or it's a messiah. No, it's more about a deity that teaches me to be more independent. Like let's take Christians, for instance. They need a savior and a leader. I would rather be my own leader. Know thyself, as above, so below. These are concepts that I can follow and resonate with.
Resonate, what does that mean?
I vibe with it.
What does that mean?
I relate.
And so you relate to these things. Does it matter to you if they are true or not?
Well, they're true for me.
What does
I
that
mean,
mean?
I think it like, well, know thyself. When you hear that, what do you think?
What does that matter what I think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think when I hear go inward. It's better to look inside yourself rather than outside. That's what a lot of people do. They tend to, they need an outside
Is it always
connection.
better to look inward than outward?
Yeah, I mean, that
You
you
will
learn
always
more
have
about
the
yourself.
answer.
Yeah,
You
but
learn
you
more about
learn more about
yourself.
yourself looking inward.
Right.
You know, it's
Do you
shadow
just,
work.
do you just accept what you find going inward? Or do
If
you
it's logical,
question
yes.
it?
I mean, if it's logical, yeah.
Do you question
Like, if
it?
you, I question everything.
What does that mean to question everything?
Well, kind of like what you're doing right now. You're being very inquisitive. But I'm able to provide answers and sources to what I'm doing and why I do it.
You say you're able to provide sources. Sources to what?
What I'm doing and why I do it.
So you can source the reason why you chose Satan as a mascot, as a figurehead.
Right.
And
An Aragor.
I'm sorry, Aragor?
Yeah. You ever heard of the term Aragor?
Do you mean egregore?
Well, you get what I'm saying, right?
Only if you meant egregore. If you mean Aragor, I think you mean a Lord of the Rings character.
Well, egregore. It's a thought form. A concept, an idea. I like that idea. Does that bother you?
Are you hoping that something will bother me? You keep fishing
Does
for
it?
that response.
I mean, does it? It seems like it does.
The only thing that bothers me, Matt, is the assumptiveness and the attitude that you've brought up here. Nothing else about your belief system bothers me. Just how
Should
you
I be
seem
more like you?
arrogant and unquestioning and keep talking over me.
Hey, Thrayle.
What do you mean unquestioning?
Yeah, Philly, what's up?
Unquestioning.
I'm
Wait, you want to
bored
elaborate?
with this conversation, and I gotta go anyways. Do you mind dropping me?
Oh, well, I mean, I'll drop you both, I guess. Appreciate you, Philly.
What? What was that?
If I describe it, it will probably flag the live or something for explicit content. But basically what that was he explicit. He wanted everybody to look at him.
Ah, I understand.
Do you know what a helicopter is?
Uh-huh. Tracking.
Hello, Lily. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? See, he's still helicoptering in the fucking comments. Just twirling it around. Hey, Lily, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 34 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe he is an omnipotent God and a very very true to his nature. Sí. Okay.
You said he's omniscient and omnipotent. What God is it that you're talking about?
I don't know. I think God is he's I don't know. He's someone to be feared. He is truly someone to be feared.
I'm sorry, you're just saying that it's an omniscient, omnipotent God that you're afraid of. But which God is it? Is it a particular God from any books or doctrines?
From doctrine. Yes, doctrine.
Is it a particular doctrine?
I don't know, just things that sometimes you would just pick up on. See, the other day, my mother told me something I wish she wouldn't have just said about just teachings, godly stuff. Ugh. I don't know. It's just if there was there's no. Uh, I mean, I'm sure if somebody could coin it or had an actual
Lily,
number to bet on it, there would be.
I was
But
just asking you which was that. Is your
talking
God from
about
the
the
Bible
thing,
to be true? Do you like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve? Those stories, are those true?
I think yes, they are true.
Why do you believe those are true?
Why do I what?
Why do you believe those stories are true?
To make a point of reference, maybe, as I don't. Some people just maybe
A point of reference
need to have a common denominator as their faith maybe just has to grow, and one day you have to you no longer need a footstool in life, as though to speak.
I'm not following anymore, Lily. You said something about if you have a common denominator, you won't need a footstool in life. I'm not sure what that means. Lily, I just meant to ask why you believed that the 6-day creation, or Adam and Eve, are true. Are you saying that by believing in those, it gives you something to stand on for the rest of the belief? That you need those for the rest of the belief to make sense? Is that what you meant by a footstool and a common denominator?
to believe that there is something in the Bible out there for people, including me.
Why?
Why?
You're doing okay, Lily.
Take
your breath, or take your time and catch your
yes.
breath, okay?
Because some people don't can. It's sometimes just easy in life to get warped up in things, and you don't know necessarily where you're gonna land. So it's kind of like saying
There's fear and uncertainty, is what you're saying.
yes.
That
But most
not
people have
knowing,
fears and uncertainties. Yes.
but not knowing things is particularly upsetting to you. Not knowing where you'll
Well,
end
no,
up.
that's not. You don't always have to know.
Okay.
It's just
Having faith is good enough sometimes.
yes.
Is that what you mean? And so you use that faith to give you comfort.
Yes.
How is it comforting if you fear the God?
I don't know. I want to believe that there is a legitimate forgiveness out there in me and people, in daily prayer, and some things that you just maybe people just overlook or oversee, including myself, because there are things that I have overlooked here and there. So it would have been nice knowing some things, but no one really chooses not to be seen, or because of a lack of knowledge. So it's kind of
You're doing okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you fear God or the absence of God?
I fear the absence. I fear God. Yes, I do legitimately fear God, but an absence of God feels kind of, well, like, I don't know, it feels like a missing nail in my daily cross, in that sort of sense.
Are they two different kinds of fears? Two different types of emotion that you fear?
Yes.
Looking at the first one, wherein you fear God, is there another word to describe that fear that we could use? Is there a similar word?
What is a similar word?
Like if you were to say, do you fear him the same way that you respect somebody, or that you see?
Oh, yes. Yes, I would kind of lean towards, yes, I would say the way you fear and you have to respect. Yes.
And the other fear, is there a similar word to that kind of fear of the absence of a God? A different type of word to describe that kind of fear?
Yes. Yes, because when there's an absence, then you kind of lack presence, or people, I don't know, it's kind of like saying when you lack presence in life of God and of a person and or of a God, then how do you break through in life, future, past, present, or future?
Would insecurity describe that fear better? Insecure or unstable?
Yeah, I would say
uncertain,
like unsecure. Yeah, secure. More of a secured thing. Kind of like saying nothing. Nobody really wants to say. Nobody wants to die a martyr, but people look up to saints as well. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, would it be fair to say that without authority you feel insecure?
Yes.
With something to guide you, you feel uncertain and insecure. Okay. What gives that God that you've come up with authority to you?
I would say that everybody, I don't know, things that you have to let go. Some things just, it kind of feels like you can't really fully, when you know on the inside and on the outside you can't be fully, your soul doesn't feel like it would be immersed. So how would you go about that?
That's a good question. How would you go about that?
I would say more maybe it's just more of the digesting of the word, of the Holy Scriptures, the Holy Word, maybe, and even more beyond that, more structure in people, in just belief in Christianity or X religions people take about. So
Are you supposing that you would have to replace the script, you would have to replace it with more structure? Is that what I'm hearing? You'd have to replace a God, the immersion that you feel in that comfort, with more security, with outside structure. Is that right?
No, I would say not just outside structure. It would be more, well, it would be outside structure, and then there's also internal structure. But people don't most people know that you have to do some type of pastoral work when there's pastoral maybe care. So how does it not become visible or not to be attended to?
What does that mean, Lily? Did we lose you?
No, I'm just here. I don't know. I think God is just, he doesn't want people to forget about God and his teachings, and that's why people always have to have substance of the word, and even if it takes a conviction, for me personally took years to make a conviction, but hell, if it's out there, it's out there.
How is it that you have a conviction?
People have to form a conviction, whether, I don't.
Is it something you decided to do?
Yes, I actually decided to do that.
Is that actually conviction if it was by choice?
Maybe yes. That's a 1 point, 2 points for Thrayle. Yes.
I try not to keep points, but I think the best points are when you recognize that you don't know something that you don't know, or when you really consider the possibility that you could be wrong.
Who are you talking to?
If we need to move on, Lily, we'll let you go. I would too. Definitely. Big points to Lily, big W's in the chat for Lily. I heard questioning in there, even though she referenced conviction at the end. I think that question there is something to consider if it is conviction, if you've chosen it. I think Lily was one of the best guests of the night, to be honest.
You're not wrong there.
I'm sorry. Kid.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're a great guest too, both sides, but I think of you as more a questioner.
That's a funny thing to be like, okay. Rude, huh? I think with Lily too, it was more about being able to distinguish what you believe. I think that's a really important step. Like distinguishing different emotions and different words and what they really mean. I think that's a really important step in first being able to question it. And she did that well.
I agree. Absolutely. Valen says he felt the weight, her weight of expression. I could definitely tell it wasn't easy to question, and I don't know about feel the weight, but I could definitely hear the trepidation. And I appreciate how much thought she gave those questions.
Something that I was thinking about, and I don't know if you've got another guest coming up, so if you do, please. But something I was thinking about is because there's been a couple of people that have challenged you and said, why do you do this? Why do you question people? I wonder if the people that have the biggest pushback to being questioned have the other people are questioned, I guess is my point. Not that like they are themselves are questioned, but that they see that other people are questioned. I think that turns into them feeling the need to defend themselves. And I'm wondering about why it gets turned so quickly inward to see it gets turned to see other people questioned.
I see it in the comments a lot when people will say that I'm known by asking the questions. And I think that response, that reaction is two parts. I think I think there might be some empathy, but it's going to be layered in with their but it's going to be layered in with, so they see me questioning a belief, and that's like questioning someone's core identity, the thing that makes them them, and they see that as an attack against who they are. Of course, that's all speculation. I could just as easily have said, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So identity and beliefs are, I guess, maybe possibly impossible to remove from each other. Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they're impossible to remove. I think recognizing that you've placed your belief system at the core of your identity is a good step to seeing if it necessarily must be.
Yeah, I could see that. And also why a person like me could have an existential crisis at the onset of a faith crisis.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, I appreciate you letting me come up today. I'm going to let you drop me because I think I hear a little bit of an echo on my end from myself. And I also think I should get my day started.
Understandable. Well, I appreciate you, Renee, as always. Excellent questions. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Big W's for Renee and chat. Excellent questions. And you are welcome anytime that there's space on the panel to come up and question Renee. Same goes to you, both sides. And you do quite well up here with the questions. I wonder wonder if a certain amount of I wonder if a certain amount of epistemic humility breeds a certain amount of personal insecurity, or if they are independent. Because I understand second guessing yourself. I do it constantly.
I try not to hold myself to too much certainty on anything. Like, I don't, one of my favorite sayings is only the Sith deal in absolutes. And if I have to defend something, and I don't have a good reason for it that I can express, I feel like I should examine it closer. And if people disagree, I should definitely examine their position. A lot of times when I get up here, I don't pay as much attention to the comments or interact as much because I'm trying to listen to what the person's saying, how they feel, what they're expressing, what they repeat, which direction they seem to want to take the conversation in. And I try to formulate it into a good question.
This is why I give big W's to the mods every day, and I appreciate them so much, because I cannot, as hard as I try, stay completely focused in either direction. So when a guest is up here and the conversation requires my full attention, that chat can go by for 5 or 10 minutes without me even really noticing, unless somebody tags me in all caps. And even then, sometimes I miss that. Thank you, Kiera. And Huggy, and Kat, and Philly, and who else is actually here that's a mod? Tavium, there you are. Didn't know if you were awake. I wasn't gonna call you out, Philly. You're not a terrible mod. We can't put ourselves in comparison to Noctis, because no one should do that. So you are as good a mod as you can be when you want to be. Hello, is it Duval?
Just call me Deek.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, you can just call me Deek.
D, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
2.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I'm working through it. Just converted 2 years ago.
Oh, I see. Did you have a belief in a god before that?
No, I was an atheist before that.
You were an atheist. In what sense were you an atheist? What does that mean?
I didn't believe in this supernatural or the existence of an all-powerful being.
I see. And something was it in the last 2 years or prior to that caused you to convert to Christianity?
Yes, so it was me tackling the question of suffering and the question of the idea that there needs to be a hierarchy of goods, and that kind of led me to the idea that a higher power must exist, and then from there I put my faith in the Christian version of that higher power.
I'm sorry, what was it you said that convinced you a higher power must exist?
The problem of suffering and the idea of a hierarchy of goods.
The problem of suffering and the idea of a hierarchy of goods. Really quickly, but before I ask my next question, I need to make sure I thank Morgan Le Fay and Barfing Toaster for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciate you. So you were compelled by the hierarchy of good to believe in a God, and from there you decided on the Christian God. Do you, out of curiosity, do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal, the ones you have read?
I believe that you can, the way they're revealed, there is a literal truth, but you can take it as allegory as well. So, for example,
you can take it as allegory, but do you believe that the 6-day creation is true?
In a literal scientific sense, no.
Literal scientific sense. In what way?
Or let me rephrase that. In a scientific sense, no, but there is literal truth to that narrative.
In what way is that narrative true?
Well, what takes place, for example, in the Garden of Eden, allows us to understand why we have the inclination to
I didn't
choose.
ask about the Garden of Eden. I asked about the 6-day creation, chapter 1.
Oh, the 6-day creation. Okay. Well, it gives us a narrative where we can then establish something as true, where we can then examine if it's indeed true. Like, for example, before astronomy, there was astrology, right? And if it wasn't for astrology, we would have never arrived at astronomy.
In what way is this answering my question?
Oh. Can you repeat your question one more time?
Did you not listen to the question? Did you forget it?
Yeah, you said in what way is the 6-day creation story true, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that it provides us a framework to discover, other truths.
So it's It's not true then.
It's as true as astrology was true.
Was astrology true?
Well, yeah, because without astrology, we
How
wouldn't
was
have
it
arrived.
true?
Well, without astrology, we wouldn't have arrived at astronomy.
Are you sure? Are you sure we
For
wouldn't have
certain.
arrived there, or that is the path through which we arrived? Is saying that we took this road, saying that is the only road. Is that equal?
Well, it seems to be the path that we took.
Seems to be the path we took. So why would you declare that it is the only way we arrived where we arrived?
Because there's no evidence to suggest otherwise.
What do you mean there's...
There's no evidence to suggest that we can arrive at astronomy. We could have arrived at astronomy without first passing through astrology.
There's no evidence that we could have. Is that how you make decisions about the world? There's no evidence that dragons didn't exist, so therefore dragons did.
There's no evidence. Can you expand on that?
If there's no evidence of a thing, does that mean the thing actually exists? Does that make it true? Because there isn't evidence, so then the thing is true.
If there's no evidence of a thing, does then that make that the evidence that that thing is true? Is that what you're asking?
Do you... Oh, my goodness.
I'm a little confused to what you're asking.
Clearly. So rather than trying to Jordan Peterson the way through this conversation, do you believe the Bible is true or not, the story of the six-day creation? You said not in a scientific sense. Is there some sense in which it is true, not that it was useful?
Yeah, that it provides a narrative for us to discover other truths.
What is truth?
And that way, something absolute.
So in what, I'm sorry, absolute, what do you mean by that?
That this is the way that it occurred, or this is the way that it is.
Occurred. So it is not the way that it is, that the earth was created in 6 days, correct? Or is it the universe? What is that story describing for you?
For me, it describes creation.
Creation of everything. So is it true that the universe was created in 6 days? Is it true? According to your definition that you just gave of true.
Yeah, according to my definition, I would say it's true, yeah.
In what way? If you say it's by providing, okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. It sounded like you had a different answer this time.
So the way that I look at the 6-day creation story, it's true as far as it provides.
No, go ahead.
As far as it provides a foundation or a narrative for us to expand on other truths.
So you're not actually saying that it's true in any way. You're just saying it provides a narrative. Because someone tells a story of Paul Bunyan dragging an axe, you're saying that provides a narrative for geologists to discover the truth of the Grand Canyon. That they wouldn't have found it any other way.
Not without
saying in some way that the story of Paul Bunyan is true because it leads people to discover better answers. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, yeah.
How does that comport with your definition of truth?
Because I'm not operating on a strict scientific framework.
I wasn't talking about strict scientific frameworks. I was talking about the definition that you provided for truth. Can you remind us what that was?
Absolute.
Something absolute. In what way is Paul Bunyan dragging an axe to form the Grand Canyon absolute?
So, okay, I see what you're saying. So, like, anyone can
So
say
you're
any
just
story, and then from that story, they can just come up with other whatever they. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying because are you comparing the Paul Bunyan story to the 6 Day Creation story? Is that what you're saying? That they both have the same amount of truths?
I'm asking you if you think they have the same amount of truth. The way you've
No.
described it, the way you've described it, that is what you've said. So now you're saying they don't. So they're not true in the same way.
They're not true in the same way because there's no truths that you can derive from that narrative, but there's
You're
definitely
saying
truths that you
that
can derive from the 6 Day
what
Creation story.
truths? Great, wonderful. Now it seems like you seem to understand the question. So what truths do you derive from the 6 Day creation?
There's order to creation.
So the order of creation, is that important, the order provided, or is it just important that there is order?
I would say both.
So then the order provided of light, of firmament, of vegetation, of sun and moon, animals, man and woman, that order provided, that's true. Is that absolute for you?
Yeah, I would say it's absolute, yeah.
I see. If that is absolute, then is the order provided in Genesis 2 of man, of plants, of animals, and of a woman, is that order somehow also absolute?
Yes, if you believe in it, yeah.
Do you believe in it?
Yes.
So you believe that the order given in Genesis 1 is true, and simultaneously that the order that contradicts it, putting man before plants, is also true.
Are you talking about what science has discovered that contradicts the narrative?
Holy shit, it's like you're not listening to me at all. Are you
I was
just
just
waiting
trying
for
to.
your turn to talk and taking keywords to formulate responses without hearing the context they're used in?
I apologize. I'm trying to make sure that I answer correctly.
What was the contradiction I just outlined?
Are you saying there's two orders? There's two orders, right? The order that has been established by science, and then the order that's provided in the 6 Day Creation story. And then you
When did
said
I
that the
say
order.
science? When did I
Well,
say anything about science?
what other order are you talking about then?
So
What is
you
the
didn't
order?
listen. You didn't listen to me very clearly lay out the orders given twice, actually. You didn't hear me say that one was from Genesis 1 and that the other was from Genesis 2. And at no point in anything I said did I say science.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So
All
you
right.
added words. You didn't listen. How is it you're able to communicate if you can't, like, respond to the questions being asked? It looks like you're leaving, D. Either that or you got a phone call. I'll go ahead and help you out the door if you decide that you want to come back and question your beliefs. You're welcome to I'll go watch a few more Jordan Peterson videos and see if that helps. I don't think it will. Maybe take some of the questions you were asked here and question them. I mean, I might be tired. That might have been.
I'm not sure I fully understood the reality of the narrative.
Well, the reality of the narrative was the 6 days were not 6 days, but order was order. I might have forgotten to prepare a poem.
What's plan B?
I mean, the only plan B I have is to really quickly get a poem together right now at the end. Unless there's a believer with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that who will come distract me long enough that I don't get the poem done in time and keep going even longer.
Well, please do if we have another one. If you believe in a god or gods or something like that, and you can question your beliefs, please request that.
I don't think we do have a believer. Not one with a belief. Hello, squid. You have to give him credit, Tav. He did have a very creative way of getting under your skin. No worries, Squid. You don't have to join to listen. do encourage everyone to question their beliefs, whether they join the panel or not, but you don't have to.
I really do have fun sometimes, seeing if the questions are the ones that I would ask, if the answers are the ones that I would give, or that I might predict they would be.
I do something similar, trying to kind of see things from the perspective that would give those answers. Try to understand why they would give that answer. What purpose it's serving, what help it really is.
It's really hard not to ask leading questions, especially whenever some don't want to be in any direction at all.
There is that. Tavium says you're leading people astray with your voice. That was an accusation somebody made in Arabic up here, wasn't it? The host was leading people astray. Even from the comments. Oh, no, he's not there anymore. I was going to say Taff can't take the silence. He was in the queue. I should go back and try to get that clip for you, Taff. I've forgotten all about it because TikTok acted up that day. No worries. I have a poem. I just have to proofread it. It might suck. I bet we put Morgan to sleep already, though.
No.
I'm not sleeping. sleeping. You're sleeping.
I'm wide awake. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just fill the silence with overthinking. I think about how I could feel the silence. And then I think about, well, maybe it's not my job to fill the silence. But if I do fill the silence and somebody else does at the same time, and then the silence is full of my own thoughts. I'm not overthinking things, Andy.
You say you overthink yourself into silence until the silence is drowned out by your overthinking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about everybody else, but when I'm up here and I'm trying to communicate, I don't even I kind of drop out of my visual mind and just start processing and really don't pay attention to anything outside of that. And sometimes it could be a flaw when I hear something that I'm interested in asking a question about it, and I start thinking about not losing that question, and I miss something. Everybody goes, "That was an amazing question, Thrayle," and I'm like, "I missed the question." But if you can question your beliefs, please request up.
Yeah, maybe. Uh-oh. All we hear's the echo, Valen.
Alright, so I have a gift for you today.
A gift?
Yeah, I sent the life to someone who really identifies as a Mu'tazila, but I don't want to question him, and I don't even want him to hear my voice. You are gonna question him. I don't think he's gonna join today.
Okay. I'm very interested to know. Sorry, Valen.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Echo's still
really
there.
interesting conversation. I'm really interested to hear it, to be honest. I think he's 20 something, early 20s. And he's questioning, I think, yeah. This is the guy I blew up to his face. I told you about it in the Discord. I was like, I'm not gonna follow a new colonialist religion for Islam from Arabia. And this is the guy I blew up in his face.
Oh, yeah.
That would be very interesting.
Very interested to see how that goes then.
Yep. You're gonna have your conversation. I don't think it's gonna happen today. It's gonna come someday.
I will keep my ears out for what I think will be the clues. Unless you want to DM me a name later, but a screen name, but we'll figure that out.
I'll tell you about him more in the Discord.
I actually prefer to go in blind, but we'll see.
Even better. Go for it.
I do feel bad when someone invites someone to the live and it doesn't go well. I hope that the people that invite them don't feel bad. But also, I don't think it's always a very honest exchange if I'm expecting, you know, so-and-so's friend is going to be coming through, and I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to pull on the questions, rein them in, but I don't know that I would.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
They're capable of questioning.
Yeah, yep. They were already ready before I talked.
Yeah, that could be very interesting. I keep seeing the signal drop on YouTube. I'm going to try to keep it online through the palm, but if we do lose it, we lose it. We'll see what we do. But appreciate everybody who's over there. Hopefully we stick around all the way to the end. Valen, did you get your echo fixed? Let's see, try unmuting, and I'll just talk and hopefully not hear my voice echo back all loud. Oh, I'm gonna guess you didn't. One way you can try is to turn on airplane mode and turn it off on your phone without leaving the panel. Just do it quickly, it should work. Well, it might work. An old TikTok trick that may not still work, but yeah, we'll see. Go ahead and unmute and see if that helped. Didn't do the trick. Damn. Appreciate you anyways, Valen. It was worth a shot.
Alright, I don't know when is he gonna come here, okay, but if you recognize them, please clip it. Or I don't even know this account.
I will try to keep my eyes out for that. Hopefully. Hopefully I recognize it.
We're waiting for the poll.
I'm just making sure it makes any sense at all. It's very vaguely worded. I think that might work better tonight, this morning.
Definitely yes. But put up the screen first.
Oh yeah, that thing. Let's see if something like that.
Perfect. Don't you think that a horse picture on the back is appropriate? because the end is nigh.
Nay.
I'm not sorry, it's a bad pun.
No, I was saying nay.
Hey, no, whatever. What about giving your character a horse thread? Skeleton horse. Skeleton bat horse.
What?
Because the end is nay.
It's missing a letter.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care. You can do the bun steps.
I don't like the last line. Sometimes.
Can you edit on the fly?
I mean, I just don't like the last line. I really don't like, I don't like a lot of it, I'll be honest.
If you don't like it, then
It's
why?
not a great poem. It's not a great poem.
Dust yourself off and try again.
You could just tell it to do it again. You know what? Sometimes I'm gonna use that method on people I don't like. When they speak out, sometimes they don't talk. I can't hear them. I can't hear you, dude. Speak up. Talk.
It was very effective. It got you.
It got me real good.
It got you very upset.
Yeah.
stuff like that happens, do you try to figure out a way to address it?
To be honest, I was laughing. It was funny. I'm just, yeah, it's like stubbing your toes. It's irritating, but it happens.
I do tend to address disrespect when it's obviously disrespectful. It took 2 or 3 tries before we were certain he was doing it on purpose. It seemed like it, but it... Yeah.
Bro was pretending my picture on the panel doesn't exist. That takes balls, you know. That's...
Is someone talking right now?
Fuck on, Morgan.
That pissed me off.
I'll be 100% honest. I thought it was funny, but it kind of triggered me. Yeah, it